And I'm sick. Hello, everybody. We are back. Sorry we missed Wednesday. I had a very busy week. I had doctor's appointments or tests or procedures every day this week. I am? What? Like, what do you mean? Like a noise or? Oh, it's because I'm sharing my screen, or you're... Yeah. Wait, why? Wait, why?
Well, you've got it open twice. I only heard single.
What?
I can't hear
Does
anything.
everyone hear me double?
No, I can hear you single.
I don't... No one in the chat
I think it's just you, Spoon.
Okay, I don't know,
Do you have the
Oh my
YouTube stream
God.
open in the background, Spoon?
and apparently, no one can hear anybody else, Spoon.
I wonder what all those browsers are for.
Oh my... Oh,
good.
my
I can,
gosh.
then I can safely refer to his house as his crematorium.
Oh, it's starting out great. Anywho, okay, so they can hear Bill,
Oh god, poor sods.
can hear me. We're also joined by Uzalu. I don't know if you
You
can hear him.
lucky sods!
I know, we are very lucky to be joined. Who did just sort of, yeah,
There we go.
ask us.
I believe this is the first
Top of
time
my
in
day.
history, yes, the first time
That's me now.
that the lateness of the stream is not my fault.
I mean,
Don't
look,
worry, it's
I was
yours in
just gonna
spirit.
say, I was sick all week. What I did though is, when did I get the shot? The day before yesterday, so Friday. I got this intramuscular vitamin injection. Oh my god! It like, someone on Twitter told me this, that apparently a bunch of like med students and law students get these regularly just so that they can study all night and be extra productive or what have you. I would say it's very effective at that.
How are you the most medicated society in the Western Hemisphere, but you also have like one of the most unimpressive academic scores?
Me? What,
No,
America?
your nation. Yeah, America.
Are you a society?
Why? I don't know who this accusation is being made at. Why is America? Do you want to talk about demography? I think it's a bit too early in the stream for that.
Yeah, I want to give it
Why?
10 minutes.
I don't know. But, okay, well, I'll just, since I was just listening to
Okay,
Judd's
here's a
stream
rule of
earlier where
thumb. We
he
can't
was
talk about
reviewing the
special
old Dangula
spicy
debate.
stuff. We can't talk about spicy
I'll
stuff till the
just-
sausages are done.
Right, I'll just say this about it. Despite. And then you can go from there.
The
Fill in the
answer
blanks.
is China.
Do you know what's
or
horrifying?
1350.
Someone linked me a statistic, and I ran it by Scrum. It said something like 58 to 61% of all college-educated black women is employed by the state.
Yeah.
I went, there's no way
accurate.
that's true.
Yep.
Like, it is,
Notice
it's
in
true.
2020 the government employee phenotype, which is just a fat, ugly black woman who looks like her IQ doesn't quite hit to 100.
Yeah, not exactly, but it
Yeah.
is.
And when they're not
It's
working for the state,
significant.
they're working for BLM. Which
Well,
may as well
I
be
mean,
the
they
state.
did, well, how many mansions
Working's
did
a
that
strong
one
term.
home buy? She bought like 3 mansions.
We're throwing around the word
with the
work
BLM money.
a whole lot.
Yeah,
Embezzling?
yes. That's okay. That's her emotional labor. Okay. Hashtag pay
Oh,
me.
for goodness sake, they're black.
These
Emotional
are
labor is
the-
all they have.
These are the warm and very large bodies that are required to sit there to justify the budgets of these government.
Well, they do
programs.
say.
Where do you think they found 87,000 IRS workers?
Oh, I know.
87,000 shit poor neighborhoods. That's what.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
I
the
know,
IRS
I know.
employment rates really are what you get when you go into a fucking like a housing project with $20 in a dream.
They have fired
Oh.
a crap load of them recently, apparently, which is
Well,
fantastic.
Well, yeah. Obviously, with all of the government cuts.
I do believe
let's
those are the
see.
ones that were just supposed to be hired extra, though. So I'm not really sure if anyone had just been cut. It's just like the additionally to be hired some have been removed.
Yeah, what's that thing from the Free Beacon that they said like, oh yeah, the EPA spent $92 million on furniture. Imagine what the fucking IRS spent on fucking farm equipment.
No, they
all
did
of it.
fire a bunch of people, but a lot of them, a large percentage of them were people who were easy to fire because they were recent hires. Once someone has been grandfathered in because they've been there for a while, it becomes increasingly harder and harder to fire them. I know this for a fact because my father worked for the Social Security Administration as someone who did hiring and firing for 40 years. And I mean, at least from what he told me back in the 90s, the way it was, is that even back then, for the U.S. government, if you're hiring someone to work for the U.S. government, the best thing you could be, and I'm paraphrasing from my own father, is a black disabled lesbian. Like, that's the top thing. Now, this was before trans was like a big thing, obviously. But now, of course, you'd add that. Yeah, and that's what the U.S. government wants.
Darling, fetch me my boot polish.
Which decade was that? Sorry, the 60s?
The 90s.
Oh, 90s. Oh, yeah. 90s, political correctness, as they call it, made a big comeback in the 90s. I expect what we're seeing there is just the previous wave of socialist demoralization. That's their strategy.
Oh, for sure.
Fetch me my boot polish, I shall make myself employable again.
Yeah, the demoralization, you see it constantly. And I'm a bit demoralized about some of the
This
stuff
is
going
basically
on in the UK, but
disability
only
3
slightly.
times over.
I'm not demoralized about what's going on in the U.S. I have a short list of things I'm not happy about over the last week and a half or so. But yeah,
you're
not
not
the US.
just black pilling?
No, I have some white pills. I have several.
so
white pills.
proud
I'll
of you.
make sure
Speaking
I'm
of,
sat down for this.
I know.
Yeah,
Speaking
so-
of, let's stop faffing about
I
it,
need
and
whiskey
we'll
for this,
talk
do I?
about this shit because it's basically been this last week
Don't
and a
go
half.
there,
It's
spoon.
been
I'm teetotal
crazy.
in a minute.
Again, it's why we're starting early, even though we started late for the time that was scheduled as early. Anyway, stream. I thought just because, of course, we are a monarchist channel, I had to start with this beautiful tweet from Joyanne Reid. Is
Yes, and
it a tweet?
for today, I'll
Isn't
be
she
playing
only
the king.
Oh, okay. So, so we're joined today by King Uzalu.
Hold on, let me go get my Burger King crown that I literally have in the room.
Are
you gonna scream the N-word?
Challenging his throne.
you heard him. You heard it. Spoon invited me to scream it. I'm going to say it.
No, that's my word. mine. We'll be like racist. We'll be like racist Captain Planet.
He did
By
spill
your
over
powers
his leg.
combined, I am the white man's burden.
Yeah. Can we each say like a quarter of the word, and then YouTube can't get us for it?
By your
Everyone a bunch of
powers
rings
combined.
N.
N-word tower.
A verbal N-word tower.
There's no way
How
we
many
can
syllables
get.
does it have? Like 3?
The stream is already like creaking under the weight of 4 people. We can't have another 2 people in.
Give me an N.
We just
give me
bring them
an
in
I.
just to say a letter,
Just to
and
say
then
the
they leave.
letters. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 2, 4-man tag and then a 2-man and then an extra assist
Assist.
character on each side.
Can you just
So
get Uncle
Joanne
Ruckus
Reid-
as like on a soundboard to say it?
No
I never
relation.
bring up our. I
That's
never
not
bring
a
up our
bad idea,
soundboard
actually.
Anymore.
Now I think about it.
Whoops. Good idea. I should bring up our soundboard. I always forget about it.
No, don't.
What?
Okay, now the chance of wanting to do a tower.
What's
Let them do their thing.
Yeah, they're always doing a tower. That's fun. Joyanne Reid has something to say about monarchy. How Spoon? You want to take this?
We will never be a monarchy, want to fucking bet. Know that, to quote the Lord of the Rings trilogy, Gondor has no king, Gondor needs no king. Except Gondor got a king.
Yeah.
Let me say, as the only unambiguous non-monarchist here,
Bill's not a
Joyanne
monarchist.
Reid, get off my fucking side. Like,
Tug
this
of
is
war is
just
a very strange
so
one, isn't it?
retarded. Has she actually seen the movies, or did she just remember these quotes?
I mean, I don't
Those
know.
films are
Uzalu,
3 hours
if
each
this is
apiece.
if this is the kind of people on your side, then you may need to look and recognize you're on the wrong side.
He means being against monarchy.
have you
I
considered,
think.
Spoon, that you are on your side? I rest my case.
That I'm on my
God.
side. Yes, I am. I'm okay with
I don't
that.
think
Okay.
I don't think he can fix that. He's always.
I mean, he could try, Bill. He could try.
Let's catch
look,
1488.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
I'm not the one
the,
sending
the-
for Farage, by the way.
Oh my god. Let's wait for it. Wait for it. The UK.
Form an orderly queue.
You-
We're all
Are you
pseudo
really saying
Anglos
that you
here.
wouldn't want
News
Farage to be
hour.
a king? Anyway,
Hell no.
this is very retarded from I don't know who Reid is actually, but heard of her.
Oh,
She used to be a
she's
former
one of-
MSNBC host who was fired because she's a retarded moron. She doesn't
she
join
was
the
fired-
Used to be a former.
She was fired from MSNBC, the
About 2 weeks ago.
unabashed furthest. Oh, it's been longer than that, but farthest left mainstream televised outlet in the U.S. It's definitely MSNBC. They're by far the furthest left, and she got fired from MSNBC for being too woke. To put that into and too racist. To put that into perspective for you, she was too racist for MSNBC.
It's like getting kicked off of this podcast for being too racist. I'm trying my best.
I
but
could do
so
that
far.
right now. Hold on, give me a second.
Are we covering Tate is definitely gay video? I'm going to talk about some people's gay reactions to Tate, namely the conservatives embracing him I find that absolutely repugnant. Andrew Tate
The only,
is a sex
the only thing that
trafficker
should be
and
embracing
stands for nothing conservative.
the only thing that should be embracing Tate is hemp rope.
Yeah.
Did we
I don't know,
did we find out if that sex trafficking stuff was true? Because he had a narrative that it was like he was being framed or something for political reasons.
I don't believe it. I mean, he was selling girls. Have you heard him talk? He talks about it all the time. He sells girls. He brought them into Ukraine.
He has openly bragged about
bragged
beating
about it,
and
yeah.
trafficking women.
Yes, and then it's coming.
I'm all for beating women.
There's
but
videos of him.
Now listen, Aiden, you must understand the amount of attention I pay to Andrew Tate is indescribable with human language. It's nothing.
Trust me.
Let's face it. If you looked
I
at
don't want
one
to
look
either.
at Tate, you could tell from physiognomy alone that he's up to no good.
That always baffled me,
rolls.
that the chief alpha influencer looked like one of those chinless wonders.
I mean, he's chinless, bald, and brown, which is like not exactly you think is like what the conservative gestalt or whatever would.
Keep in mind,
put
Stone
off
Cold Steve
as
Austin was a
peak
very well-known
masculinity.
wrestler for years, by the way.
Oh, I mean, not
Stone Cold Steve Austin was not brown. What is the difference there?
yeah, and Muslim too. So yeah, let's put that at just.
And
brown,
Andrew Tate looks like the guy who got kicked out of the gym you go
Muslim.
to because he punched the vending machine.
Yeah, I just don't understand. I get that it's like, oh, he teaches young men. He talks about young men, getting control of their lives or something, and talks about how young men really are treated. Apparently, young white men are treated very poorly by a lot of social institutions and social norms of 2024, etc., to 2025. And that's true, but it's like him saying one. It's like, I mean, it's the argument always got into over Pearl Davis, Spoon, is that, well, she says some correct things, Andrew Tate says some correct things, so, but I can't personally ignore, particularly in Andrew Tate's case,
That's because you're a woman.
horrific shit.
He's
He's encouraging young men to be like him. He is a pornography producer, whether or not you think he's a sex trafficker. He is
Regardless,
unabashedly a pornography producer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're dealing with a man who looks like Wallace from Wallace and Gromit in blackface, but with a steroid problem. I don't think he's going to be much use to anyone.
Personally, I feel
And he's a
offended
son of a glowy.
on behalf of my nation that you would liken Wallace to that creature.
Well, it's not like he can eat
that
cheese.
you would liken Wallace to that claymation creature.
He does look like he really does look like a claymation.
Yeah, like this is an alternate timeline where Wallace is lactose intolerant and can't swim.
And can't
So
stop
that's the
himself
one
from
that gets
stealing things.
applause.
Oh no, because sorry, I was reading the chats. I'll get the early chats we got in here, and then we'll move on to the
Gromit was a
the
pit bull.
meme section.
Wallace and Grollett's grand day out trafficking women to Romania.
Oh no!
Gromit's got a big dog fighting scar down one side of his face. That's why he doesn't talk.
This is a pit bull, yeah. Let's see. Corolla says tardy and homosexual. Aiden is not beating the malnourished allegations. No, literally. And my name is pronounced Corolla. Hopefully, I got it right this time. Beard, thank you for the 5. Beard for 50 says, MX says Tate is 100% gay. No straight men can pretend to be a woman. He has said.
Is that Mexican
he has done
pesos?
that. I don't know what MX stands for actually.
Tell him that there's a tariff.
MX currency, yeah, Mexican peso.
Thank you. Masqueration Broadcast for €2 says, objection, Your Honor. Saying the N-word is fun. That is true. And sustained. Beard for 100 Mexican pesos then says, I look like Tate, except I'm white and have a thick ginger beard. My name is Andrew. It's a hard world. It's okay, man.
It's like that middle-aged
Just don't
guy whose
act
name was
like
Justin
him.
Bieber. That guy got it rough too.
Oh yeah, as long as you don't act like
If you
him.
have a beard like that, take the advice from this guy and JD Vance. Sorry, a chin like that, and grow a bloody beard on it because it doesn't look good
Yeah.
without one.
Yeah.
He's been hanging around beards all his life, old Tate. So why would he stop now?
Very good.
That's a
and,
great actual
interestingly,
transition, too.
Yeah, Aiden, it's a shame that we get to mention JD Vance, and we're not going to talk about it today.
And we're
it's a real
definitely
shame.
not going to
Oh my
talk
god!
about JD Vance now. This is. I'd like to. We're going to start with this. This is the political figure eye contact challenge. Are you ready? Okay, we're all going to play along. Chat, you ready? We're going to play the political figure eye contact challenge. Oh, I probably can't play the music for sure.
Yeah.
Maintain eye contact. No smiling. No blushing. All right. 3, 2, 1. Fail instantly.
No, I'm kind of
Yeah,
watching the
that's
blue
just-
steel at this point.
That's just JD Vance. Who else is there? Oh, it's just JD Vance. Well, I thought at least it would be one of those Photoshopped versions of him.
No.
It's like someone waxed Sargon.
Feel like a brand new person. These have just, of course, been all over social media, and I gotta be honest, I kind of love them.
It's just
much.
It's just Papa Meat. It's just Papa Meat. It really is. One of them is just Peter Dinklage.
It does look
thanks,
like
Mista Zewenskyy.
Mista Zewenskyy, you didn't say thank you. I'm sorry. I actually really like them.
How did these become a thing?
I'll tell you what my hypothesis is. I think, and then I'll walk you through my thought process here. What was probably the #1 criticism of Joe Biden during his entire term? Like,
he's
that
old.
Everybody had. He's old and senile, and he's shitting his pants. Well, I'm saying
illegitimate president.
Even Democrats had to occasionally be like, "Oh, Joe's acting a little bit senile again." They had to cover it up, but I think that they felt very insecure about the fact that Biden obviously was fucking ancient and senile and demented. So JD Vance is the opposite. He's 40, he's very young. So I think, and he does have a bit of a baby face inherent. So I think the thing was, oh, they made fun of our guy for being old. Let's make JD Vance into a big fat baby. But the thing is, I don't see anyone on the right who is offended by this meme.
It's funny.
There's nothing offensive. Are there people who are offended by this? I see the annoyance maybe.
I think you're overthinking it. The reason this is happening is because people found that picture of him without a beard and it looked funny.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably mostly the right making these memes, because the right is the one today that knows how to meme. I don't think anyone on the right should even be asking, we're not offended by this, why are they doing it? It's not meant to offend us, it's meant to just be funny. JD likes them.
Yeah, and right.
Good old
and
Minecraft
regardless,
Steve.
My hypothesis that was how I think it started, and then because I saw it when on 4chan on Poll, they were posting them all over the place when this first started. So that's my guess is how it started. That's a total just guess, though. But either way, it's been completely embraced, and all the memes are all being made by right-wingers, conservatives, etc. now. So yeah, it doesn't matter. Let's see. There's just a thread of them. I actually don't. I know he's seen it because he posted his reaction, which was just another edit. God, they're just. George Floyd. He's a lady. Yeah, you get the basic gist of it. I don't know why I kind of like the Willy Wonka one.
No, don't go down that road. Fucking Parsonic will get involved.
He's a Sith. They made him real fat here.
It's just
Jerry Curl Vance.
It's just
Go
meat
back to
canyon
the
at this
one.
point.
Go back to the previous one.
This one was.
Yeah, that's
real
from who was the?
Is it Chris Christie?
No, it's not.
Is it Chris Christie? It almost looks
it's
like Chris Christie.
No, it's
It looks like John Prescott.
It does actually. It's what
A little bit, yeah.
It's Norm Macdonald's favorite comedian. He starred with them. He was like he was like a fat guy and he was always moving.
Sam Kinison?
Constantly. No, the chat will know.
Yeah, here's Vance's response. Which, I mean,
hold on a second. It's gonna bug me now.
pretty much the
Look it
best
up.
response I think you can have to being turned into a meme.
Rodney
If JD
Dangerfield?
Vance is Leonardo DiCaprio, does that mean that when the US turns 250, JD Vance will leave it?
I don't know.
Chris Farley, that's
I mean,
the one.
it's-
That's
oh,
who
Chris, he doesn't look like Chris Farley there.
He looks a bit like Chris Farley.
Same rate. Listen, at a certain point of fat, all
Not all
comedians melt
fat
into
people
one.
look the same.
Yes, they do.
All right. So, as I mentioned,
There is a
whole bunch of-
convergence,
this is
though.
fun. There
Yeah,
is a
there is.
convergence.
Yeah, so after a certain point of mass, they just stop to melt.
Whoever did the lighting on this Photoshop job did a very good job.
Yeah, it's
I didn't even realize it was him for a little while the first time I saw this.
It's very good.
I mean, I don't know. It's good. Also, I'd say this: him getting memed on like this, and then embracing the meme. That's what Trump did in 2016 that made him so popular. So
I don't think the memes were against him. I think, if anything, it's a compliment that he's prominent.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
ultimately that's that's what's happened with it. However it started, it doesn't matter. This is how it's turned out. Which I'm all in favor of.
I think if they was
I like
upset,
memes and
Trump probably would
I'm
have
not
just told him,
upset with
okay,
JD
just
Vance.
like weather the storm, you'll eventually be memed as a gigantic man in a metal suit. You'll be fine.
I think JD has the wherewithal to manage this himself. If
Yeah,
it
he's
started
right.
Aiden as like the left trying to criticize or mock JD, it has grossly backfired.
Oh yeah, exactly. So, the Epstein files were supposed to come out last week. Now almost 2 weeks ago. I guess it's been 2 weeks. And they were hyping it up. Alina Habas says she just met with Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, and does expect the Epstein list to come out today. This is on February 27th, so it's been 2 weeks.
Actually believe
No,
this
no,
was
that was
actually
last
going to come
Thursday.
out.
And what came out was less complete than the
I
PDF
know.
copy I have.
I woke up that morning when this was supposed to come out, and I was like, even though I was really sick at the time, I was so hyped up. I was going, oh man, we're gonna learn something about this, and then of course it was absolutely fucking nothing. What was released was 90 to 95% redacted, and what was released was old information that was already public.
So let me give a brief defense of that. The information that was released was something that had already been leaked, which means that it wasn't new information, and the redactions were just home addresses, some of which were out of date. Redacting the home addresses makes sense because the names were all in there.
There were
So
huge segments
what they're
that
doing,
were redacted.
I only saw the home addresses being redacted.
You didn't look at them, see them flipping through the pages? Every single page is redacted, redacted, redacted?
I saw, those segments were the home addresses, I think, because it was the address book that was published in the first wave of leaks. If there were other pages in there, I didn't get to them.
Well, there weren't names in there either, though, so at least you could.
No,
put in the
there were
names.
names. There were names. Every single name was in there. So what was leaked was unredacted. Home addresses were in there, and I think whether this is right or wrong, I'm not saying it's right. By the way, I'm not hard on either side of the argument here, but I can see both sides.
Because I've not heard
When they
this got
released
shut down immediately
the
after it
names-
happened. I've not heard anything yet.
It's good to have it
About
be a
any other
matter of
information
public
from here.
record, I suppose.
The last thing I heard about
exactly.
this,
That's what
yeah.
it was making it official.
And then from there, I
The
think
home
we can use it
addresses-
for FOIA requests and such.
Sure, the home addresses aren't necessary to publish. Now, maybe they should have done it anyway, because what does doxing matter when it's child predators?
pedophile?
But there's no evidence that any of the people in the book, or let's say all the people in the book, were child predators. They were just contacts of any kind.
Because Trump's on the list. Because Trump went to Epstein Island.
And
or-
funnily
He never-
enough,
he never went to the
Hillary
island.
He was
Clinton
on a
isn't.
flight. No, he didn't go to the island. He was on a flight though with him.
He got
hung
a
out with
connecting
Epstein.
flight
Yeah,
from
yeah, yeah.
hit the private
It's
jet.
just his contacts list. So
Yeah.
it could be that there's the overlap between the pedophiles he extorted or provided for and his contacts is incomplete. It may be that it's not contained within it. It's only has a small overlap with it, because it's very possible he might not have added as contacts all the people that were child predators. So obscuring their addresses makes sense. When it's an official release, they have an obligation to redact stuff that isn't necessary, but they showed every single name, as far as I know, in that release. So for the
Okay.
first release, I will offer a decent strength of defense. For the other releases, I do have things to say in defense, but I'm less on side.
Okay. I'll put it this way. It was hyped up. We can, I think, all admit to that it was incredibly hyped up as this massive drop that was going to bury not just Epstein. I mean, he's literally buried, but didn't kill himself. But that it was going to, be this huge bombshell. And then almost all of it were things that people, even if it wasn't official, things that were already leaked. And if the only thing that this did was make it official, okay, but you shouldn't have sold it as this bombshell and done this. I think this is the problem everyone had with it more than anything, is the fucking influencers they had come out and gave them these little binders, and they're out there dancing. Now, a lot of these people have come out too and said, we didn't really know what we were being filmed for, but I don't believe that. You're holding what you think is a binder full of information on a massive pedophile ring.
Aiden,
Dancing isn't probably the correct response.
you sure this is real?
This thing is like it's
Yes.
AI.
It's AI.
That one's AI. They were.
Is this
That's
one
AI.
AI?
They were standing around with them. They weren't dancing. I think the dancing was added
They
with AI.
absolutely did.
Yes, that's a fake one.
This one's fake? Oh my God! Fact
cheers,
checked.
Jake.
I saw this at the time.
Aiden,
Also,
is there any post from any official which hypes it up?
They did do all those photo ops. I'll pull up the photo ops.
Because there very well might be. But the one
But
that you
you-
showed
they-
just now with hyping it up was a commentator speaking third hand, or second hand, sorry, about they're trying to hype it up. And of course they were trying to hype it up, they're influencers. And that's my point with this.
I mean, here it is.
Yeah, no, they did stand there.
They
but
took all these photos. They
the
took a whole
animation that you
bunch
showed
of
me
press
was
photos.
That's AI extrapolated.
Okay,
But
my bad.
this thing,
It's so funny,
why
though.
are we surprised that we're only getting? Let's say this was just a formality. This was getting it on the record. We are still waiting to get the names from the North Fox Island incident in the fucking 70s.
I just
And the
don't
Mercury
trust
Post
these
Well, there's
incident in
some-
the 70s as
We're-
well.
More so, we're waiting to get the JFK files. And that's something
Yeah.
I'm eager to release. Now, this is why I say that I have a partial defense of this.
fucking hate AI.
In my humble opinion, all of the sensitive information should just be fucking released, especially JFK, because it's
Yes.
literally
It's
60
so
years
funny.
ago. And with Epstein, similarly. However, here's what I will say about it. Giving phases to the influencers. People were complaining about this because it seems crass, and it does. But here's why WikiLeaks does this too. If you want to make leaks publicly noticed, you release it in phases, you release it in bits so people can digest each part. Twitter files did this as well. And giving it to influencers is not only a great way to thank them for supporting you, it's also a great way to get it out there because everyone will see some part of it. If they want the maximum number of eyes on this, this is what to do. However, in my opinion, they should just fucking release the whole thing. It's way
Obviously.
too heavy an issue to worry
Obviously.
about. Oh, let's get the maximum views. No, just release the whole fucking thing.
Apparently Cernovich said something about them dancing, which may have produced the AI video. Because I heard people talking about it as well. But maybe that originated from Cernovich, and so I did get it from that. Or
It might just be because
third
they've got
hand.
a TikTok presence and then you just
I don't know. The
they
whole
use
thing
it
was
was a crack
just.
about that.
I just thought the whole thing. I think this photo is grotesque. Honestly, all of them. They were all big
They
smiley
look like they're
faces,
there for a
lenses taken
Here's
presidential
off.
some-
medal.
You know what I mean?
Here's another benefit of this. The White House can now discover which of these influencers they can trust to an extent. If they release something that's been modified, they'll know.
I suppose so. I mean, I've had a lot to think about this in terms of why they did this. I think, and I'll tell you why I'm particularly disgusted with it, is because it wasn't just that. It wasn't just the little photo op. This was what really took the fucking cake. The Rickroll. I didn't think this was funny. This would be funny if we weren't talking about child predators. So if you don't know what happened,
If it was
the House
embezzling or
Judiciary
something,
GOP
maybe.
account shared a link that they said was to the Epstein files. It's been deleted now, but when you clicked on it, it just directed to the Rick Astley never going to give you up video.
What did it say exactly? What was the word? Breaking
It
Epstein
said-
files released.
Featured hashtag breaking Epstein files released alongside with the missing link was quickly flagged by community notes on X.
Yeah.
This is the official
Okay.
House Judiciary GOP account.
This is fucking stupid
Yeah.
by whatever intern they have running the social media account.
Yeah.
I don't
This-
think we can
this-
necessarily say that this is an indication that, oh, MAGA's gone, it's over,
no,
he
that's
fell
not what
for
I'm
it
saying.
again.
No,
S-
no,
yeah,
that's not what
I
I'm
know
saying.
you're not saying that. I know you're not saying that, but some people will be. And about this general thing, they will be saying
just
that. But no,
disappointing.
this is it's some retard. The institution is responsible for hiring. They're still
Mm-hmm.
to blame. I think it's some individual trying to be funny, and
What-
I agree. It's not funny. It's not
We
something
can-
to joke about.
We can
on
only
this
hope.
level, anyway.
We can
from this
only hope
position.
they were taken out back and beaten with a fucking phone book for this because
They
goodness
should
me.
be fired for this. Yes.
Yes. Obviously. But that really left a sour taste in my mouth. And I did make a tweet about where I said something to the extent of like, what this does is that it sort of turned, at least for the Rickroll stuff and the little photo op, I feel like it turned the Epstein files, at least for while it was happening, I was watching the reactions to it in media and social media. It turned the whole thing into a fucking joke. And I don't think that this topic is particularly funny.
Especially
So-
at this pivotal time when we're trying to get
Yeah,
it
Yes.
to be taken seriously.
really
That probably
disliked
did
that.
enormous damage to public
Yes.
perception.
Yeah.
He should have been fired for sure, and the institution should be held responsible for hiring him as well. That's really fucking bad. That's an official group. That's very bad.
Yeah. So if I'm a
the,
little bit extra pissed off about this, it's not just because of one thing. It's the totality of it that. But look, it started off the week. I was a little bit pissed at the Trump administration, but things really went up from there. So, I think did this happen like right before we were supposed to stream last week or something? I think it did, because then I think it was the day after, or I don't remember the day when he talked to Zelensky, but that was obviously whoa, a huge deal since that. A bunch of stuff.
Here's the thing with Trump that relates to this. Trump is generally, in fact, almost entirely doing a great job, and almost no one that voted for him is disappointed. Probably about no people are disappointed. Excellent, very good for the US.
I am disappointed in this.
Flaw.
Yeah.
The one major flaw that Trump has is Israel. And he has the built-in boomer lust for Israel.
Yes.
Anything that touches, anything that policy, that flaw touches, is going to be less than ideal.
Right.
And I am telling you, as I'm sure you know, it touches the Epstein files. And that's, if there's any truth to the notion that this is being deliberately handled deceptively, that will probably be why. Not because Trump thinks that Epstein is more, that Israel's more important than, protecting children necessarily, just because some stuff in the Epstein files probably does say, and then he talked to his handler in Mossad. Yeah. And you can't really, Trump may not think Mossad is responsible necessarily, or he may think they had a good reason or whatever else, but that's probably what it is. So that's not excusable. And that is one thing I have said, no, I do not defend Trump on this. He's just wrong on this matter. He takes it too far. But he's so worth that flaw. He is so worth that flaw that I think for the next 4 years, we're going to have to put up with that flaw.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not at all fond of his vociferous fellating of Israel. And it does make him look like a hypocrite when he goes and tells Zelensky where he can stick it, essentially. And yet has no qualms with providing military to Israel.
Especially when let's face it, Ukraine is just Israel's holiday home in Eastern Europe.
So Trump's saved money so far is probably in the tens or hundreds of billions.
Oh, for sure.
His spent money on Israel specifically is a little over 10 billion. So that's the thing, is that's the ratio, and I think that's roughly minimum. It's a huge net gain. Almost all the things he's doing are good. But we have to be aware this is his flaw. We'll probably have to just live with it.
But
everyone has a pet project. Sometimes it's a scumfuck rogue state that steals your nuclear weapons during the 70s.
Or your son-in-law. But whichever it is, I think it's also important, though, to be consistent and call out things that you do have a problem with, even with a politician or political figure that you like.
Absolutely.
So that's what I'm doing. This was my take on it pretty much after it happened, which is that turn the whole thing into the joke with the Rickroll. I think they maybe took used the influencers sort of as scapegoats. It seems like maybe you were right that they were quality testing them, but it also
it's far more likely they were trying out to die.
Yeah, because they're the ones who caught the real heat. They caught the real heat from it. Because they were the faces of it. Here's the face of the person smiling. Libs. Here's Libs at TikTok smiling with this binder, and it makes what's her name, Raya or something, Chaya, makes her look bad. And then I said incite MAGA animus against the FBI as the culprit, which is what they did. They said the FBI is covering up, which they probably were from the sounds of it. But the big thing is this last one. It does cover up for anyone who's actually on such a list, because it's a bunch of politicians. It's a bunch of very influential people.
Yeah. It may be some people, probably not many, probably only a handful, but maybe some people that Trump currently uses or trusts. If you, any firing of any government employee in the last few weeks may have been because of this, if Trump's even seen it. But I don't know. I can't really explain why this is happening. I am willing to give it a bit more time to see how it shakes out, because so far we haven't got to the point of they're just not releasing it, because as far as we know, they are.
The
way they're doing it,
the
way they're doing it is crap. But they are. I think they do mean to. So let's see what happens with it.
Yeah.
As I say, the quality testing of the influencers, as you put it, probably not the reason. It might be a side benefit, but it's, I think, just trying to get the maximum eyes on it. And if that's so, misguided. Everything about this has been kind of crap. But if it eventually gets out, fine. That's so much better than nothing. However,
this Dominic Michael Tippy guy says, as of 5 days ago, that Pam Bondi says she's working on redacting the national security information, and then it's going to come out, I guess. But this was 5 days ago. We'll see. It's the weekend. It's Sunday. Maybe next week.
Yeah.
I kind of doubt it.
Here's the justification for that. When people see this, they may think, oh, so they were FBI and CIA agents fucking kids. Well, maybe, but you can also interpret this as they were FBI and CIA agents undercover investigating, who are named in the document that we need to redact the names of. Like
It's possible,
protecting
or it's also
actual
possible that the
Americans.
FBI is rogue. Look,
I think it's a bit of both, probably.
Yes, I think it's actually been quite clear that several government agencies are rogue-ish to the very minimum when it concerns Trump. A lot of them during his first term certainly behaved as such. Not just alphabet agencies, but plenty of politicians did as well. And I don't know how long we'll have to wait for new impeachment documents, but I'm sure that will be coming forthwith.
We have 4 years for it to happen. Every single day that we wait is an indictment on the administration. But they do technically have 4 years. So we'll see what happens.
Again,
but here's the
very
important
early
thing.
days.
Here's the important thing, unfortunately. Any truly incriminating information has probably just been completely purged. I mean, they killed Epstein. They would absolutely delete the incriminating stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And that was all done under Biden, not something we can blame Trump for.
Oh, for sure. And, well, the thing about that is, if they're not... they shouldn't have hyped it up if they didn't fucking have anything. I mean, how is it that... Because the way that Pam Bondi described it, she was, like, acting like she didn't know until that morning of. It's like, well, you went out and did the press junket, you did all the photo ops, and then you apparently didn't know there was nothing, or essentially nothing, and then it was mostly redacted? I don't believe Pam Bondi's framing on this. Neither is Ian Carroll. Do you know who this guy is? Ian Carroll?
I don't know.
Oh, he keeps turning up every now and then, dropping some, basically dropping governmental tea, so to speak.
Yeah,
Yes,
he
I'm
seemed to,
familiar with
pop
his
out of
work.
nowhere. Do you trust him? He seemed to, come out of
no.
nowhere.
I don't trust
He's third party
anyone
at best.
that I
Well,
didn't know.
I don't trust anybody either.
I don't trust
Right.
anybody that I didn't know a month ago, and now most people that I know who he is. That makes me very skeptical.
That
I don't
makes
trust
me
anyone who
skeptical
looks like
as
the
well.
dad from Inside Out.
It's that makes me
He
skeptical
so
as well.
does. You're so right.
I'm good at exactly one thing. It's true naming.
He
people.
was on Rogan a couple of days ago.
Yes, and people were very mad about that because they're like, "Who is this dude?" And again, he pops out of nowhere like a couple months ago, and he's on Rogan, and everyone's listening to him. But here's his take on it. Since let's see,
He utterly failed at releasing any Jeffrey Epstein documents, but we just sent $4 billion to the exact people that ran the Epstein network. I've got to say, I was critical of Laura Loomer for a couple days
I'm
here.
still
at
critical
how-
of Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer came out really hard against Pam Bondi. I also definitely do not trust Laura Loomer.
Good
at
grief.
all.
Laura Loomer, I will never forget that she
No.
is the tire woman.
Yeah, she is terrible.
Laura Loomer is the right wing's Brianna Wu. She really is.
Even if Laura Loomer
Horrible
did
gold
have good
digger.
intentions, which I am skeptical of, she is not smart enough to be a useful ally.
No, I agree.
is coming out after Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi has now blocked Laura Loomer from her official government account, which is illegal.
Yeah,
it's
that's-
more and more. It's
I mean,
Okay.
you're not allowed to do that.
If it's
it was a huge thing
fair
with Trump.
enough.
We fought over.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It was, look.
We've got to be
if
consistent
Trump
about
can't-
that, at least.
Yes, I actually
Yes,
think,
I agree.
I think it's a reasonable ruling. If you're a public servant in that you are an elected public official, you should not be able to block people on Twitter since it is
Even
or has
more.
become the ubiquitous
Yes.
platform for
Even more than that, though,
interaction.
Aiden.
Yeah.
Even more than that, though, they can just mute. They have a second button
Yeah,
that
just
just
mute it.
prevent. But here's why it happened.
Sure
Right? I completely agree with you on all of that, right? But the reason she was blocked, Laura Loomer, I guarantee, wasn't because she was making such difficult to answer. It's because she was spamming.
Probably.
And she's
She was
because that's
spamming.
a fucking
Laura Loomer
psycho.
does.
She
the
was
only
spamming
thing
about
Laura
this,
Loomer
yes.
is good for is pissing people off. Not even always the right people. Sometimes the wrong people. But that's what
Remember
she's-
that weird
that's what she
era?
does.
Remember that era where she was like harassing that one dude and like saying that she wanted to have like Aryan Jewish children with him, even though she was already married?
Oh yeah. Oh, is this Bondi's personal account? Well, if that's her, is the personal account? I don't know. Personal
It does
account
say-
is not her.
I'm not
official-
sure.
It does say personal
sure.
account. Yeah.
Okay, but why?
I'm
I
not
don't think it's a
sure.
personal account. The reason I say is because if you look at
It
the
says so.
marker next to a name,
It does say.
yeah,
It
but the
does
marker
say
next
it.
to a name is a government account.
Yeah,
Oh,
great
is that a
out in the
government? Oh
Yes,
no.
because
Yeah,
if you look at the
this
top
check
one,
mark, yes,
next
yes.
to- next to
The
Laura's
tan
name,
one.
Yep.
that's
Look at these.
yeah.
If
This is
it's
an-
grandfathered in, it's tan. If it's new, it's blue, and if it's
Yeah.
governmental one, it's grey.
Yep. So it doesn't matter
It's
if she says it's a
the
personal
point
account.
of hold on. The point of verification on Twitter isn't to assert that they are part of an institution. It's just to assert that they are the public figure they say they are.
Yes,
So
but it
it
used to
might
be.
not
But
be.
Government one.
yes, there's one that's specifically for government officials to make it.
We
so that,
should have a look at the actual account to see if
Alright,
that's the one
let's
she
see.
has. It does say
at Pam
personal
Bondi.
account.
Yeah, let's look at it. At Pam Bondi. Okay, so she does have 2 accounts. Both of them have the government sticker.
Well, hold on. Go to the actual account, the second one on the list there.
Okay, waiting on. We'll get both these.
Then mouse over it on her page so it doesn't try and turn it into a link.
That
We'll
is
see
this
what
is
it
a personal
says.
account explicitly.
It does say
Just
personal account, but what
click.
is verified?
Verified. There you go.
Because it is a government or multilateral organization account verified since 2020.
Yeah, fair enough.
So that's a government account. Both of them are.
But it does
okay.
say the personal one, so she can block people on that one, technically speaking.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Since there is
We've
a
not
second one
really,
available, I
we've
think-
not really got into the nitty gritty of what public figure account
Yeah.
means. We
There's
really do
some-
need to delineate that.
There was that
Some leeway
one
there.
fiery case, and that's not much precedent to go on. I would say that they got to pick a lane on that one, but
Yep.
she should be verified, but not as a official government's account on
Right.
her personal one. All right.
Yep, she should have a regular. I agree. And I know we're trying to figure out like that stuff right now. I think with like what, but if it's her personal account, yep, shouldn't be tweeting important governmental information from that account. A personal account, you should be posting personal things. And so it
Like
it's
Inward.
a bit fucked. Yeah.
If it's your personal account and you're posting nothing but government releases, and rather than like cute pictures of your family, then it's not really a personal account. So that unfortunately is some grey area.
Yep.
Bondi was specifically put into this position to hide and cover up the Epstein documents.
I don't know about that.
Because if you remember,
I actually
Matt
think a lot of it's incompetence, but it takes some spectacular incompetence to go
I-
out in front of people and take these pictures.
I actually disagree. I actually think he's
Yeah,
correct.
Malice. I gave my
The reason-
list of
the
4
reason I
reasons
say
why
it's
this
correct-
works. Yeah.
The reason I say he's correct is who was the original choice for AG?
Oh right, it was Matt Gaetz.
It was Matt Gaetz. And what is the one issue that Matt Gaetz is not very friendly on? Is Israel. He is not a fan of APEC, and he's not afraid to just say, like, kid, there's some bullshit here. So it was very quickly that once he was the designated AG, they went like, no, get him the fuck out of there. And then suddenly, oh, look, a very pro-Israel AG is suddenly in the picture, like, bullshit.
Yep, and we get almost
We
get heavily
smell
redacted
a
Epstein
rat.
files. Yeah, something.
Spoon,
yeah.
you're probably going to be surprised by my response to that hypothesis, which is, yeah, that's very plausible. That's probably what happened.
Well, I'm
Everyone,
surprised by
note
that.
this
That's
day
completely logical.
down.
I know.
That's the two of you agreeing on something. You realize how
I know. It's
Everyone
remarkable. But no,
note
that,
this
that's,
down and you
that's
can-
pretty
Cats
plausible.
and dogs getting
now,
along. What's happening?
I don't know if Pam was put in, like, I'll go to most of the extent with your hypothesis. I don't know if Pam was put in there specifically to hide this. I don't know if Trump is in cahoots with hiding it for Israel. I don't know if it goes quite that far. But if Israel dropped a hint that, hey, if you take on Matt Gaetz, he's anti-Israel, we won't XYZ, or we will XYZ, then Trump would just think, well, yeah, okay,
it's not
Israel
worth
is
the
our greatest
hassle.
ally.
Is
Yeah.
it more
I don't think
bull-like than it's
Trump-
worth?
Probably
I don't think Trump
not.
has ever been evil. But I think that he does have a weakness on the Israel question.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, his son-in-law.
I
is
think
Jewish
he
and-
likes Israel, but I don't think he likes Netanyahu.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, who could?
He definitely.
Because
has a
I
soft
get the
spot for
impression
Israel,
that if
But he's just a
you were
boomer.
someone...
They're all like that.
Yeah, but if you were hypothetically someone that wanted Israel to have a better face on the world stage, you would get rid of Netanyahu pretty fucking quickly because he's an asshole. He's not
probably.
liked by most of the world. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
He's egregiously evil even by Israeli standards, and boy, is that a fucking
Yes.
achievement.
He just
I think
looks
that
like an asshole.
Here's the
Because
thing.
he
with
is
Trump.
one.
Yes.
It's just ultimately he's boomer in terms of Israel and understanding it, which is that
Yeah.
Israel is our greatest ally. They're really America's like closest, not just closest ally, but the best one ever. And America really needs to support Israel. Just I'm sure heard that shit his whole life, particularly working in Manhattan around a lot of Jews, and I'm sure he believed it. Is that all? They're just being unfairly targeted and maligned all the time.
I want to
There's
see Netanyahu
no
in a
reason
room
anyone
with
dislikes
Kanye West
Israel.
and Sam Hyde providing commentary.
I mean, that would be
Trump has
That'd be fucking great.
Trump has changed his position on a few things since 2016. In all cases,
Yeah.
he's got more based. So while I think it's very unlikely we shouldn't completely rule out the notion that relations between Trump and Israel break down and he becomes a bit more clear-headed on the topic. But it doesn't seem very likely.
We'll see. Do we care about Ian's opinion? I don't really.
Or to the extent of watching 4.5 minutes of it personally.
No,
Probably
I don't really
not,
care.
no.
It's too much. I don't care. But yeah, basically now as far as...
I don't think he's full of shit, though.
No, it's the stuff we already talked about.
He's speaking with
and
great confidence.
Yeah.
Half of what he says is probably true, but he has great confidence, so it sounds like all of it is to
Right.
some people. Just be careful of people like that.
Exactly. So this was again March 4th. Pam Bondi says a massive amount of Epstein files were dropped off on Friday to Kash Patel, and they're currently looking through them.
Looking
so this
through
is the
them
last
is-
update I majorly saw on it, but if there's been something
Looking
since,
through is things that we have to remove because we don't want the public seeing them.
Yeah, I mean this is the last thing I heard. We could listen to it, but it's summed up. There's no reason to. I'm just disappointed in this. Let us move to the
We don't trust
next
government
thing that
except when it's
happened.
our people in there. Like, no.
Oh, let me get the super chats from this little
Us.
segment here, and then we will move on. Where was I? Let's see.
Who would
This
be a
is
great?
I just wanted to
Who
cover
would
this
actually
quickly.
be America's greatest ally? Probably Canada, actually.
What?
God no.
Canada by proximity, but there's not a lot to Canada. If we unfuck
Yes.
our shit, the UK could be.
That's like saying the person
UK and
taking a shit.
Australia. Yeah.
It's like saying the person taking a shit on your desk is
Canada,
closest to you
yeah.
because you can reach out and touch
The
faith.
reason I
I
say
think-
Canada is because of energy relations.
They
Like,
were on really good
functionally
terms with the-
speaking, I would probably say Canada, actually.
Well, we have a whole
Bill,
segment
I
on
think
Canada
the,
tonight.
I think the chatter was asking ideally. Like if we managed to,
Oh.
if all the countries managed to unfuck their shit, and I think the obvious answer is the
Oh,
UK.
yeah, who would be? Yeah, I think it's also
Oh, they used to have. Here's the thing, a lot of people might say Australia, but Australia was only in the pocket because of that fucking submarine deal, and that's fallen through.
The
because
UK
Biden
asks
said
Starmer
don't
what he
favor it.
actually thinks of Trump right now. I guarantee it would not be favorable words.
Well, okay.
Here's not doesn't have
we're gonna
opinions
get-
there.
Again, the hypothesis is if shit is unfucked. Same thing about Trudeau, Spoon, to your answer. Like, if you ask Trudeau what his opinion on Trump would be, he would have some very kind words, but he'd be cowering internally. He's terrified now. Of
How
Trump.
unfucked is the
Starmer is
scenario?
not. Starmer's not
it's-
there yet because the UK is more resilient than Canada, partly because it's not quite as fucked up, but partly because it's just a bigger and more powerful country in general. Which is why I say it's the. I mean, like, put it this way: we fought that war that they always talk about against the French and the Americans, and now, like 90% of Americans dislike the French instinctively because why wouldn't you?
Yeah,
And
I mean,
the UK and the US have been a close allies since World War II. It's just an indication that, I mean, you could say it's genetic if you like it, partly, largely is, but it's a broad and ethnic similarity between the UK and the US. The cultures are similar enough. The language is the same
absolutely.
as well.
absolutely.
That that's the actual greatest ally. Not to toot my country's own horn, but once we unfuck our shit,
They were.
That's
They
the
were on.
I mean, I
okay,
agree. I mean, go back to the
I've got a pull. I've got a pull and a half here.
Iraq war. You know?
Jair Bolsonaro's Brazil. If you get
That's
Jair
actually
back
not
in
a bad
power,
suggestion.
then I would suggest Brazil would be.
I mean, right now at this moment, the US's greatest ally is Argentina.
Yeah, probably. Interestingly enough.
So that's shared German heritage.
Let's see. L Monster for 5 says, "Does anyone know about this what this global right wing thing means?" I think you meant,
There's
or
no
just under
global
blackmail
right-wing
from the
movement,
right.
it's absurd.
I've not heard of that. I mean, it sounds like globalist bumbo jumbo
Bollocks.
shit.
Well, there's no globalist right-wing movement. It's a global populist right-wing movement.
If you want
He
to talk,
means global as in where it's distributed, which is across the entire first world.
yes, as in there is a right wing shift going on in a lot of countries.
Yes.
The US and
It's
UK,
because
for
it's
example,
inevitable
being
because I
prime
don't
examples.
like non-white people in Europe.
Well, they pushed
It's
it so
not
far.
mostly
Pushed it.
because of that. That is obviously
You
a
don't
factor.
think so?
But it's well, that
big
is
factor.
a major factor, obviously.
I would
But
say
they
it's
wouldn't
the
admit
primary
that's the
driver.
reason, obviously. I don't think it's the primary driver. It maybe in the US it's more of one, but in Europe the consciousness about race being the problem hasn't really broken through. It's more just about numbers.
Counterpoint:
the-
gypsies.
Yeah, but it's really
Now
hard to
that's a bit
separate.
different because
It's
Europeans
really-
have had to live with
Germany
gypsies
and
for
Austria.
years.
it's
That's
really
the
hard to separate, and
one,
I don't know. I don't know if the U.S. is worse. I can think of a couple of examples, and they are limited, and to be fair, because I mean, there's areas of Michigan, for example, and a lot of big cities like around Detroit is again key example that are, 90% non-white, right? There's plenty of. I mean, Baltimore City is
shitholes.
80% black or something. I don't think it's that much. It's like 75% black. And I mean, there are places like that in the U.S., but there are towns in England that are 100% non-white, non-British,
And they're
where
shit.
the street signs are in Arabic. The actual infrastructure is in Arabic. That's a bit worse in some
Ooh,
ways.
I'm
haven't-
out here
I haven't
about to get myself a
seen-
day off.
I don't want to really compare
haven't seen,
micro dick sizes into who's more fucked in this.
No. That's not what we're doing.
thing.
That's what we're doing. I haven't seen an example where the official street signs are in Arabic, but you may be right. Yes, there are
It's
a
in
few places like
watch
that.
Birmingham,
when
probably.
Callum.
I don't want foreigners to think that that's just the whole country. That's not that
It is-
many places, but it's way too
show
many.
you this.
It's a large swath of the country is
right.
around London and up
One of
towards
them is
Manchester
bad.
is way too brown.
Yeah,
But there's still
it
plenty
was
of places
confirmed
left that
it
aren't
is.
really touched by it at all. Most of the rural areas, the places with smaller cities, are just not touched by the immigration stuff at all.
Here, am I still sharing my screen, or did I stop?
Well, you're still sharing
Did I
it.
shut? Okay, yeah. This is from Callum's video. He did it last year. This is when I first saw it, but here I'll
It's
just.
fantastic attire.
He didn't look die. There was a
what?
thing in the back. Yeah, die. Our friend die.
Where?
Behind his
BAI in the background
yeah.
by the beers.
Oh, I was like, what? Okay, here's what I was talking about.
What I mean by that. We begin our journey in the borough of London known as Brent. This particular neighbourhood is 0.0% English and 82.8% Indian. As a result, the stores here sell clothes in an Indian fashion.
Still got a white
The
guy
food
though.
And the cheap junk is also Indian. And advertising is also Indian. And the use of foreign language is not just in the stores, it is also on the temple, posters, and Indian visa services. But also the culture of this place is rather Indian. For example, the incense store
This
was
was
burning a
in
pile of
Urdu or
incense
something,
to
not,
entice you in.
That can't
Personal favourite.
be
has-
up to code.
Sorry.
The fire marshal would have fucking kittens if he
Yeah.
saw that.
I guess it's not the official
So,
street
yeah.
signage, but all the signage in this town is in
Okay.
Arabic.
Here's the
Or
question.
yes,
I-
in this case.
I've got
To
a
be
real-
clear, I never doubted that this is happening. I didn't know it was quite this bad in any places, but I knew it was roughly this bad. But I don't think they've gone to the point of making the official street signs.
It,
No,
it looks so.
it was just the unofficial one.
It legit looks out of place. It looks like someone like clipped through a wall and you found a bunch of dummied out like level geometry.
I love how there's an
But
ad
bear
here
in
for
mind-
getting your fucking visa.
Bear in mind
What
that
do you
when
mean?
the
Make sure we don't redeem
all
it.
we need is for governments to stop deliberately facilitating this. We just need them to do nothing. If a government comes in and just does nothing,
You will not.
hold on, guys. Motch has just run upstairs to give me some advice on what the signs are. Either way, honey, all the government has to do is nothing. They just need to stop facilitating this.
Oh, yeah,
and
stop
over
paying
time,
them.
merit will reassert itself.
If you
And
just stop paying
even
from the
if
veto,
there
they'll
are
leave.
places with these huge portions of other races, for those concerned with the racial makeup, as long as there is a basically meritocratic breeding system, which is the default, then it won't actually matter in the long term. If anything, it will slightly increase the biodiversity.
There is a reason that Indian marriages tend to be arranged.
But furthermore, all you need
Mm-hmm.
to do is have a if you want to have positive policies, you can make it go the right way much faster. So again, it's going to be very difficult, but it's certainly possible for a politician with the will to do this stuff. Even just some of it can make a huge difference to make the problem go away.
I didn't really realize I didn't think about pulling up my YouTube. Yeah, I watched Nick DiOrio. You muted your mic, Bill. No one could hear you say cringe. In space, no one can hear you say cringe. Anyway, so there's that. I'm gonna move over to the watch together so we can watch the Trump-Zelensky thing. I'm gonna do a little bit of body language analysis, but I'll try not to do too much because it's gay and mostly fake. But yeah. All right.
You're not gonna share screen?
I am stopping sharing my screen, and we're gonna do watch together. Let me copy it because I think I posted it after you got here, or did I? That's the watch together.
I have
There we
it.
go. Is everybody else in it? Okay. Someone, Bill, are you in? Spoon? Oh, Bill is checking on his sausages. It's not a euphemism. He really is cooking sausages.
Oh no, not the stinky sausage.
I hope it's not a stinky sausage.
Aiden,
Anyway,
do you know what that means?
No.
I don't want to know. I was about.
Don't
I
ask.
don't want to know what a... Okay. Well, I can extrapolate what it probably means.
Cabal is going to be very disappointed with me,
Oh, no.
but also find
I
it
know
funny
what a
that I
silly
managed to
sausage
mention
is.
this.
I know what a silly sausage is. I don't know what a stinky sausage is.
For the sake of my dinner.
Can you take a guess?
Yeah, Bill's trying to eat a sausage. Come on.
Oh, you know
I mean,
what? That's a good
stinky
point.
sausage.
Bill is eating. Let me tell you what a
Not
stinky
yet.
sausage is.
Done. Honestly, it takes a lot to. It takes a lot to. Put
Well,
me
this
up
is-
with to.
Hey,
This
Aiden,
might
can
put
you
it
maybe
off.
take a
Here's
guess?
Zelensky. Yeah, I think I know what it means.
There we go.
I told you immediately. I think I know what it means. I can
Probably
extrapolate.
don't.
Oh no. Okay. Is it worse?
I'll squeeze the explanation out later, Aiden.
Okay. Here we go. I got it. Oh, speaking of a stinky sausage, then. Hey, that's
Aiden, just so you
Zelensky.
know,
Uh-huh.
if it was just one person watching and commenting on this 50-minute video, it would end up being about a 2-hour stream. We've got 4.
Yeah.
If you really want to get to the juicy bit, it's fairly near the end.
Yeah.
And most of the rest of this is not.
I know.
It's fine. We could commentate on it, but there's not much to comment on.
That's probably a good idea. Mostly what I wanted to do was play a little bit at the start, because by the time it breaks down, and now the problem is, I've watched the whole thing a couple of times, and it is sort of worth watching the whole thing, but I agree with you, the main part's at the end. The main reason to watch the whole thing is that there was a narrative that appeared after this, that Trump just flew off the handle, or Vance did, and then backed up Trump out of nowhere, and it had been a really polite, nice meeting up until then. That's not true. Zelensky was sighing and rolling his eyes and acting like a petulant child the entire time.
He's always tits on coke.
He interrupts Trump so many times. He interrupted him so many times. Like from the beginning through the end, he acted like a petulant child. Just the shrugging and the sighing and the rolling the eyes. You're next to the fucking president. It's like, this is not Joe Biden, you absolute idiot. It's Donald Trump.
This Transformers logo clad retard has been coddled by so many world leaders.
Yes.
That he has become deranged. Now, Aiden, I've already watched this and commented on it on my own channel, so I can give you my take on this.
Really crazy.
But I think that Zelensky is a little bit autistic. What he did here is he heard the other two saying something that he slightly disagreed with. So he was trying to get in his minor disagreement, just on like, well, actually, I think, in the kind of way that we might do, in the kind of way that we might even interrupt each other to make a minor but important clarification. And it just got away from him because he doesn't speak English very fluently, and it now was not the time for this. So what I put this down to is he failed to read the room and was for debate. This was the acceptance. This is after debate. This is post the agreement. They're just here to communicate to the press what the agreement is.
Yes.
My read on this is Zelensky is too autistic, failed to read the room, and then was too stubborn to put down his point. I don't think it was intentional. I think he's just a fucking idiot.
He's so charismatic with all the other world leaders, though. I think
he's not charismatic. They kiss his feet. They let him say what, and they don't say anything he might think he needs to challenge. And even if they did, they would let him finish. They would kiss his feet as he's
Imagine being in a trench somewhere in some shithole fucking mud, like sea, fighting Russians to the fucking to the last man nigh on, having to throw fucking nerve agents at each other just to get by, and then you get told, oh, no more munitions are coming because our leader's too much of a fucking spang to string a sentence together.
Look, I do not buy this. He's a little autistic thing, and I'm saying that because before he was president of Ukraine, he was an actor and dancer. I don't buy that he has no social skills.
No. Autism isn't just one thing. He has the symptom of needing to correct something he thinks is wrong, and then he's also stubborn. So he doesn't
That's just
stop.
called being
That's what
stubborn.
happens here.
He's just an egotistical,
Sure,
self-centered
but
dick.
He also doesn't
I
have
don't
the
know-
social skills to realize the context here does not call for debate.
No, I think it's that, as you said, the rest of the world has bent down and kissed his feet for the last 3 years, and including Joe Biden, and he has no idea how to deal with this. He has not had any pushback from a Western leader in 3 years.
He's a spoiled child who has been let to win fights his entire
Yes.
life, and then suddenly
But if
he's in the
he-
ring with someone who wants to fucking punch his head in.
If he had decent social skills, he would have figured that out. What I'm saying is that
He's a
despite being an
Slav.
actor, despite being a world leader, despite being a war hero, quote unquote, and whatever else, he actually doesn't have great social acuity. He's actually not that good at reading the room, and he's just been propped up. Anything I say that implies that he would have to, that doesn't make sense. He'd have to be propped up for that to be true. Yes.
He's Ukraine's answer to AOC. He's an actor that they brought in to shill the party line.
I mean,
Now, I don't know if this is true, but I had seen somewhere that his approval rating in Ukraine is 4%.
you can't trust. Look, you've never been able to trust the polling from Ukraine. And
This
you
was
know what,
not
it
a
was-
poll from Ukraine. This was an independent poll. I can't remember who by.
I'd have to see it. But
Yeah.
I'm sure his approval. No, because he keeps sending his
Should
people
we
to
shift
die.
and should we take the Democratic Party method of polling and interview the dead? Because I guess that number will go down even further.
Look, of
You
course
didn't-
he's not popular in Ukraine. He's getting
Yeah.
people killed. Yeah.
Have you seen the AI version of this conversation?
No. Is okay.
Let's
Let's start.
put up because this is
Wait,
very
wait, I have to-
accurate.
hang on, I gotta share my screen then again first before. I haven't played any audio of the video yet, guys. That's why you're gonna have to pull my shared screen back up here in just a second, Spoon. Let me make sure that I do it right too. So I have this over here.
Because
Okay.
it's really funny.
Yeah, we should be able to get Discord to work with it now. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Tell me when you got it pulled up.
There you go.
Okay. I hate Twitter autoplay. Okay, let's see. This is an AI version. Alright.
That was yours. We thought that baggie belonged to Hunter. You know, I think the Secret Service probably still has it somewhere.
I have been stealing the money.
I'm sorry, what's that now?
I must to speak honestly. I steal many of USA dollars to Ukraine, millions. Some dollars for some oligarchs also, some for American bureaucrats also.
Well, we know that, but why are you telling me this?
Because, Mr. Trump, if you end war, we cannot steal
I
any more
mean,
money.
he makes a very valid point.
We must continue war.
No, the war must end. Your people are dying, Zelensky. They're dying.
But I want to steal more money. What do you want? Fellatio, I can do it.
No, I don't want fellatio. No.
Are you sure? I did for Biden.
Okay, that is what we call oversharing. Look, there's nothing you have that
Guys,
I
there is
want.
an echo on
You're
stream.
not going to convince me to
How?
keep this war.
Apparently, it's you, Spoon.
How? I only have one audio running.
I'm just saying what the
Well,
chat
you
said.
had it earlier too, didn't you, with me?
Yeah, but I don't know how the hell I have an audio problem right now.
Don't worry, folks. It doesn't count. It doesn't count all the stream fuck ups.
I don't have another browser running, so like, how are you hearing an echo on what?
I don't know. Let's I'll just.
Yeah, now they're saying it's
I'll-
normal. Yeah, okay, so
Okay, we're good then.
Okay, looks like there
you
was
were?
an issue, but apparently it's cleared
Okay.
up. I was just telling you what chat was saying. I hadn't.
Yeah, thanks.
Might have been audio bleed.
Because I was watching the video and I wasn't watching chat. Thank you.
War
God
going.
damn it,
You
Spoon.
don't have the cards.
I not play cards.
No, I know you're not literally playing cards. It's a metaphor. It's like
That was funny.
I'm playing.
Yeah.
chess and
Was
you're
it?
playing-
I mean, that was the.
Zelensky. Come on, Aiden. Autism. Work with me here.
No, that's just a translation issue, I think. That does not read as autism to me. As an autist myself, I think it's
Look,
just that was a translation
he's
thing.
spoken English enough to hear that idiom at some point.
And I think it's
Okay,
also him just
folks,
being
let's
an
not get lost
asshole.
in the reeds here. He's on
But I
so much
do not
fucking.
play cards.
He's on more gear than a fucking cuckoo clock.
True.
Like if he wasn't an autist before, he certainly is now. And if he isn't now, then the fent laced in it's probably going to get him eventually anyway.
Oh my god.
Whether it's like medically diagnosable autism, I don't know, but it's a symptom that is also in autism, I think. The need to correct someone on autistically minded details. And it just got away from him because everything he was saying in response to try to clarify his position was being interpreted as something else, I think.
Well, then maybe he shouldn't be a world leader then.
Exactly.
I mean, maybe he shouldn't be in charge of a country that is at war and trying to drag in the rest of Western civilization.
He's Jewish, it's just what they do. It's their national pastime. It's the closest that Israel's got to a sport.
Oh, God.
Well, you don't see him playing cricket, do you?
No, I not play checkers. There is no checkerboard, you see.
Okay, let's try this. I am in the driver's
really
seat.
earnest.
Okay? Do you understand that expression?
This is more believable than the actual interview.
No, you're right.
I know, this is actually better than the... This is going better than
This is more believable than the actual conversation was.
Yes.
Listen, Mr. Trump, I am actor/comedian. I crave attention. Since start of war, I get worshipped by presidents. I'm worshipped by Hollywood. If war ends, no more attention, no more worship. With all due respect, Mr. Trump, this war must last forever.
I tell you what, if you agree
let's
to
not
end
forget
this...
this guy's paused elections indefinitely.
And said, we'll get elections when America pays for them.
And
outlawed all of his opposition and
outlawed opposition parties, outlawed opposition news outlets.
Has a neo-Nazi paramilitary organization who he has murder influences.
Oh, they don't exist anymore. Remember, like when it's inconvenient, all the people actually wear
by the way,
swastikas and soda
by the way,
rods.
Azov Battalion's been on Stormfront's radar since like mid 2012.
And it's not just Azov. There's several of them. There's several splinter Nazi groups because. For whatever reason, I mean, this is what happened was
like a lot of heavy-duty kit. They've had those those 30mm autocannons since 2012.
And look, it's not difficult to understand. Obviously, Ukraine was under Soviet control. Nazis invaded. Some people felt like that was a liberation from the Soviets. Of course, Ukraine was,
and they were right.
Well, I mean, Ukraine got destroyed a lot in a couple of years. Between the Soviets and the Nazis, but that's why I mean, the idea that people act like, oh, there's Azovs, it's fake or it's all a psyop or something. It's like, no, it makes sense if you know anything about the history of Ukraine, which I looked into when this shit popped off, and apparently nobody else bothered to. Well, I mean, there are people, but
the video is available for
one. Yes, but no one. Yeah, I really
shill the video.
That video
Don't explain.
Aged like a fine wine. I was right about everything, but why was I right about everything? Because all of the opinions that I took in that video were from Dr. Mearsheimer. I didn't come up with it. I was listening to and reading the opinions of people with decades of experience in actual practical geopolitics, and that's what Dr. Mearsheimer had to say about it. And he was calling that this would happen, this exact thing that happened. He had been calling it. Gee, who was the other person who called this for like decades and decades, Spoon?
Me. Every minor war... roughly at the beginning, we did figure out what was going on. Every minor war in the world today, not between any of the major powers, is going to be a proxy war for the benefit of the MIC, military-industrial complex.
Yep.
An excuse to manufacture more weapons, which produces more work for the military-industrial complex, which produces more money for them, and more of an excuse for them to continue to exist and continue to create proxy wars and continue to have influence over politicians, etc., etc. That has been the status of the Western world for the last few decades, but it's no longer good enough.
I do still love the explanation as to why the industrial complex came about, which was literally America said, you guys are too expensive, you need to like band together to keep the prices low, and they've been price fixing ever since.
Yeah, which is by the way what Trump's asking for now.
Since the Cold War, we have the Western world has been in the same mindset, even after the Soviet Union dissolved. But we lowered our guard to the cultural attacks, but raised our guard in military means, which was the wrong way around.
Oh yeah, because FDR's cabinet was completely infiltrated by communists already, so we couldn't do much about
the military is completely over bloated, and the culture is being dissolved. Luckily, the people have figured it out. We're resolving it.
I don't think so.
They have figured it out enough to resolve it. Whether they know what the full details are, it doesn't matter. We're going to
look at some stuff from some friends of the channel.
As to the democracy in Ukraine, just quickly, a lot of wartime systems do halt democracy. I'm not saying that's good. In fact, I'd rather they didn't.
I do
but the fact
understand
that they removed opponents
Yes.
from that, and yes, Zelensky is no shining beacon. He is a puppet dictator, and that the reason if his motive, if he were to be doing this deliberately, sabotaging this deal, is because once that forever war ends, he is useless.
Oh, absolutely.
The Lend-Lease program, program and its consequences were devastating for mankind.
That's why that little clip or that AI video was so funny, because it's true. They're saying money and worship, but he also probably won't be alive. Do you know what I mean?
His people will lynch him in the street if they get a chance.
I'm sure he is fearing for his. Now he'll be out on some island, long before that happens. But I
hear there's one free in the Virgin Islands.
One just opened up not too long ago. But yeah,
he already knows his way around.
Look, Ukraine has been deeply corrupt since it became a country, a modern country after the fall of the Soviet Union. I went over my video and expressed a tale that because the Soviets, obviously the Soviet system was run very corruptly by secret police and cabals of people organizing behind the scenes. And they were just, understandably, the Russians didn't change a lot of that. They are still run by oligarchs just like Ukraine is. So, it's the worship for Ukraine from regular people, though, and the worship for Zelensky, I'm not seeing that. It's been reignited. It's nowhere near as feverish as it was the first time, and there's fewer people willing to buy into it. But the people who are into this, they are seemingly hardcore. And what you mentioned, too, about the proxy wars, there's another thing to be clear about, and this does very much apply to Ukraine, and that is that the proxy wars keep people distracted, they make a lot of money, and they allow big powers to collect resources, essentially. It particularly enriches the politicians, so of course they love the forever wars.
As with all the big psyops, there are multiple powerful parties who have a vested interest. Same thing with COVID, the Ukraine war, even the wars in the Middle East. Everything in at least the last 30 years that was major, like this, was probably illusory to an extent.
To an extent, for sure.
Yeah.
So let's just watch the sort of pivotal, last 10, 15 minutes here. I'll speed it up, because I don't know exactly when it starts, but we'll... It's obvious when it starts. He's still smiling here, but I see Vance shows up in about 2 minutes, so I want to leave it some time for some run-up.
Tell you, resignation, thinking about going to war on something that nobody in this room has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big.
Is anyone? Oh, that is my bad. Sorry. Sorry. That time it was my bad. Sorry. Okay, see if you hear it twice now. Sorry, guys. By the way, it wouldn't have happened if Trump won in 2020. Haha. It wouldn't have happened. Oh, what's that?
Well, he did win in 2020. He just seems to be inaugurated.
Yes, if he had been inaugurated.
But yes, it probably wouldn't have done. But I think this history may be better because we had those 4 years of red pilling.
Yeah.
They played too many of their hands. The entire public, well, I won't go that far, but most of Trump's supporters at this point know, or at least have an inkling that they rig elections. The other side rig elections, that's a strategy that they use, so we need to do something about it. So if not for those 4 years of Biden, Trump may never have, and he hasn't yet, but I think he will, may never have tried to do anything about the rigged elections. And honestly, that is the main thing. If he just fixed that during his presidency and nothing else, he would still make a huge positive difference to the country.
Yeah, I hope so, but we'll see. Yeah, okay. I thought I had something to say else about Zelensky or something, but I don't know. Whatever it was not a bit important.
Of Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at the negotiation table. Then of course United States, like the strongest partner of the Ukraine, and of course Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with the president. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans
really
recognize.
No.
The only reason if you looked
Yep.
just before the war started, there was an Associated Press article about how the Azov battalion, I think specifically in in Ukraine, with US backing, were essentially antagonizing Russian positions, bombing utilities in the area, that kind of thing.
Yeah, they'd been shelling.
As we all by now know, but we knew early on, the US started this war probably with
2014.
European allegiance, and it benefits
the
the entire deep state, the entire globalist forces. So Russia, though they are not to be lauded, because Russia is all kinds of problems wrapped into one.
Absolutely.
It is, in my opinion, the only competitor to the military-industrial complex, which is partly why it's the enemy. But
yes, exactly. That's the only reason why.
Yeah,
well, the main
they
reason.
didn't want this war. I don't think they don't want it to continue, except to the extent that they get the regions that they believe are full of ethnic Russians, who were, from what I'm told, being abused routinely by Ukrainians.
I mean, yes.
And
well,
what they want to do is
not allowed to speak their own language.
Sure, either way, to sell natural resources to Europe to enrich themselves because they have lots of that. The US bombed that pipeline. Probably the US bombed that pipeline. So
allegedly they didn't.
Yes. So
someone did.
The idea that Ukraine is defending Europe. No, Ukraine is bleeding Europe dry on the behest of people who want to sabotage Europe and the US.
On the
fact that Europe hasn't
hate Russia because they do see Russia as the enemy, and again with some good reasons, as probably being the only country that could. China's a paper tiger. The only country that has really the force, I think, to stand up to the United States, which is why playing fast and loose with Russia is a bad idea. I mean, just look, the probability of war with Russia is unlikely, and I know the left's reason for that now is because it's Trump is a Putin shill or Putin puppet or whatever. But the reality is that if people don't know how many nuclear weapons Russia has, it may be time to refresh your memory that it's like over 1,000. They have
even the number of them that works.
The US. Yes, we don't have any work,
anywhere
right?
from 0 to about 750. Or maybe it's all of them. But the thing is that you don't need many Tsar bombers.
You only need one.
A 60-year-old weapon, which is, I think it's like 500 times more powerful than the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs. You don't need many of them to do significant damage. If nuclear bomb research had continued at the rate it was going, we might have found something that could crack a big gaping hole into the side of the planet by now.
Always thinking about gaping holes, I see.
No,
I'm not the one that raised it in that context, Aidan, but okay.
They should have just focused on precision and just made a bomb that cuts a perfectly square, like 5 foot by 5 foot hole, 400 feet into the Earth's crust.
Well, there's a lot of matter down there that would deaden the blast.
That's true.
But even the bomb, the Tsar bomber that the Soviets designed in the 60s, could wipe out the entire urban area of New York. Not just kill everyone in it.
Don't get his hopes up. Come on.
But vaporize it.
Yeah. I mean, you've never seen the Tsar bomba test. It's crazy. Or know anything about
I love
how
the design
huge that
brief
bomb is.
behind it, which is we can't do precision like tactical nukes. Let's just make something that we can throw in the vague direction of the problem and make it go away.
The destructive force was 50 megatons, and that was halved because people, even in the Soviet Union, were worried that it was too dangerous.
Yeah. And here's the thing, though. It's exactly because of stuff like that as to why the U.S. does not want to go to war with Russia. Or even, honestly, engaging in this proxy war for the last 3 years has been dangerous.
In my opinion, the two best solutions for peace are: second is nukes, first is economic interdependence.
Yep.
And Trump trying to build economic interdependence with Russia is exactly what deep state don't want, because it would provide peace.
Yes, and the mineral deal that was on the table in this discussion. So for those who have gotten mixed up or lost in the weeds, or because there's been so much counter signaling about what was actually happening here, Zelensky had showed up here had already agreed to sign this mineral deal. What the mineral deal would be is that the U.S. would buy the right to extract minerals in Ukraine, meaning there would be U.S. civilians on the ground in Ukraine, which would heavily disincentivize the Russians from attacking recklessly. Because if American civilians get killed, then that gives the United States casus belli.
Yes, it would. And that's not a good thing. It is a bit risky, but again, Russia doesn't actually want war with Europe or with the US or really with anyone.
It was my point is, they keep complaining, it's not a security agreement. They didn't agree to send troops. It was a security agreement under the pretense of a trade agreement, which also makes the US money. In that sense, the US gets to make up some of the billions. How many? 300 billion we've spent? Last
500, I think.
Well, I think it's 500 if you include everything from the European countries. More. But whatever, it's an
maybe
exorbitant amount of
maybe so.
Exorbitant, extreme amount of money, and he's trying to recoup some of that, and in this non-militaristic way, still provide essentially a militaristic, let's say, threat. It's a soft threat in that they're just civilians, but it would be a bad move to attack any of these places where there are American civilians, and there's going to be a lot of them there to work on this deal. Yeah. So of course, smart deal. Everybody works. This helps pay America back for the exorbitant money it's already paid. It helps actually make Ukraine safer from Russians, and everybody wins.
And no one has to.
And Zelensky already agreed to it.
Nukes don't get used, and that means that everyone on both sides don't have to try and figure out which ones haven't been sabotaged, stolen, or simply decayed beyond use. Because I think an enormous amount of the nuclear arsenals on both sides are completely inoperable, if not stolen.
This little homo gremlin on the screen right now, he wanted guarantees. What that would be is we write down on paper that we will make the war start again if this eventuality occurs, and then we'll do nothing to try to prevent it. It's just
which means he has the political acumen of a fucking 3-year-old.
Which it could work, but all it means is that if they just incite Russia to do more, or if they create a situation that Russia doesn't want, just tempt them to do something else. Or if Ukraine starts it and then blames Russia, false flag, that's all it has to be. Then the war's right back up again. However, if the US has skin in the game, which is economic, then that is an actual guarantee. Because now it can't just start back up again because the US actually has presence there. Russia knows that if it fucks around, then it's fucking around partly now with the US as well. Not militarily, just economically.
It's a firm line.
The deal Trump proposed has a significantly better guarantee of peace.
Yes, you're right.
Zelensky is asking for, which is probably why Zelensky doesn't want that deal, even though he agreed to it before this press conference.
Because I do think that
Zelensky actually fucked up in this press conference. He didn't want to sabotage the deal here, but he has every motive to, so I don't know why he didn't, to be honest.
I don't
know why he didn't do it deliberately. I think he did it by accident. But he would have wanted to. It doesn't really make any sense. He must have so much internal pressure from the people around him. His cabinet might be just about to kick him.
He is such an egomaniac that I can see that happening, that he felt he wasn't being treated by Trump the way that everybody else treats him. So he was he felt insulted. And I think it is very possible that this was not scripted. This was supposed to just be a little signing ceremony. Now,
it was.
Now, I've heard conflicting reports on this. I've heard some reports that Zelensky requested this to be live, this to be covered by the press, and some people who said Trump did, and then Zelensky was cool with it. I am so glad it was live, though, because that put way more pressure on it, and it made it impossible for the press to spin it. In terms of the actual footage, they spun it, of course, as they always want to do. But that is how it ended up being turned into, was the spin, which is that he went there he just wanted to sign this deal and end the war. But then if you watch the whole fucking thing, he makes it very clear. And again, we'll get into it because you really have to hear him say it. So he basically no, I fucking hate the Russians. I can't forgive Russia. I mean, he's very clear that no, the deal's off the table. If he was willing to sign it at the beginning, he certainly isn't by 30 minutes in or 40
minutes. Do you think
starts.
Somewhere in the background of this scene, there's just Vince McMahon having a flashback to being told the words Iron Sheik just went off script?
Yeah. I mean, you're supposed to... Come on. You were supposed... All you had
broke
to
the
do...
booking. You went off script on the promo. You fucked up.
All you had to do was play your little... Just play your little role. You're an actor.
Just follow the damn Trump train, CJ.
Before we continue on this one, We got Vince McMahon on staff. Why can't we just pull a Rocky and just book a match between like Putin and like Sam Hyde or some bullshit?
Or
It'd be
Putin and Zelensky? I'd love to watch that.
Oh, that would be fun. It's two manlets fighting. It'd be like midget
Exactly.
fights.
Yeah,
Jason
midget
Control.
fight.
Neither of them are
Midget
over
fight.
five.
Midget
Both,
fight. Midget
both of them are
fight.
like 5'2". Like
go.
it would look like a throwdown at the Lollipop Guild.
Put him in little Oompa Loompa costumes or something. Have them fight each other. That'd be great. I'd love that.
And here's the thing: if you challenge Putin, there's no way he can back down because he's so proud of his judo record.
He's like judo. I mean, he's ex-KGB.
There's a very real chance that
Kill
both
him.
people will turn up off their tits on drugs and just try and peel each other's faces off like angry chimps.
See, that's
It'd be fantastic. We could sell
that's-
tickets. It would be great.
that's how men handle disagreements in the ring.
How can we like give it a weirdly similar name to Create Clash just to fuck with iDubbbz?
I don't know. Trying to think. I'll think on that. Let's play this while I consider.
honestly,
Whoever wins gets Donbass.
From what I heard, because I've been watching a whole bunch of content creators and reading reports about this, Molly Hemingway from The Federalist reported that apparently he met with the previous Obama coalition, Victoria Nuland and some of those ilk, and they apparently were the ones to tell him that he should act in this hostile manner to essentially goad Trump into a reaction. Now, I wasn't really one to believe. Hey, I'm still talking. For God's sakes, Jesus.
I know. I'm saying I heard that as well. I heard that it was a rumor.
Yeah. I also heard one of the guys from the Duran mention something similar. Like, okay, so this is a rumor that's been going around. It would explain a few things, because I don't know why he would go into essentially hostile territory when he could just go to friendly people that have been kissing his ass. I mean, that would be where his ego goes. And also, he needs to get he needs to get some rather good reporting, because, like the fake AI said, is that if the war is dead, so is his attention, and he's out of power if he doesn't get a deal. Which also makes you wonder, like, what I don't get is that who told them it is a good idea to essentially try and bitch slam the chief executive of the United States while also trying to get money from him? Like, how did you think that was going to go?
He got too big for his britches. I don't know. I don't think it's autism. I think it's egotism, and maybe that makes him act autistic, or somewhat autistic. But I think he's been so coddled and worshipped.
Dex, what the hell is wrong with you?
Anyway, let's get back into it.
Jesus, that's
Excuse me, Spoon. I think you'll find Aiden was still talking.
Defend the line, and they have real life.
Oh wait, my stream's not working. I have to crashed.
No, you're good.
We're 3150. No, it's not. It crashed on my side. I have to refresh it. 3150. Actually, if I refresh it.
For those at home in the cheap seats, Aiden's conversations like playing Yu-Gi against a fucking labyrinth player. It's our turn.
Sorry.
Defend the line, and they have real life, and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also, it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes, between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further to Baltics and to Poland, by the way. But first to the Baltics.
I like Trump's rolling.
They keep saying this. Where's the evidence? I've been seeing this every fucking day. Well, not for a while, because it became old news. For years, for the last 3 years, that, well, the second that Ukraine falls, which it's not really, it seems to me from the beginning they wanted Donbass, the Donbass, Luhansk, and Donetsk, because those areas have a lot of ethnic Russians in them and whatever, historical Russian clay, blah, blah, blah. But it seems that the main thing was to get Crimea for the militaristic and economic reasons, and then to take the Donbass, which has a lot of ethnic Russians. That's obviously not fair for you as a world leader to hand over part of your country. It's not what I'm saying, but it is a war. And,
if you can't defend it and it's either oblivion or lose a region, then yeah, obviously you lose a region. Yeah, people have been asking how much of your country would be willing to give up. Just if it was either a region or the whole thing, and it would have to be the region. But that's what it would be without Western money. Without Western money, the war would have been over in probably a month, maybe 2.
I still love the Canadian response, which was a unilateral Quebec.
Yeah.
Take Quebec. We've been trying to get rid of them for years. And America will be like, take California. It'll be
California.
It'll actually make it swing right for all change.
I mean, yeah, exactly though.
The temptation is to let them have Alaska.
I lost
in the USSR. You know, they've been one of the republics of the USSR, and Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there,
How is that a fact?
If you
Where
if you
is
want to, go on.
No, go ahead, because I already asked this. I don't see where the evidence is that Putin's going to go attack, I don't know, Georgia.
I mean, the question is, what was his motive for doing it exactly when he did? Why didn't he do it 5 years, 10 years earlier?
Oh, because Trump was there.
So why would he continue the war with Trump there? Zelensky has to square that circle.
Yep, and he can't.
Aiden, if you want to jump to the important bit, from my vague memory, I think it's something like, it's at least 35. It might be 40.
I started a little early because I saw when Vance started talking. I think it's actually right here. Is when Vance interrupts. So I wanted again to give a little spoiler.
I like when he mentions the ocean. You can see Trump roll his eyes like, what the fuck is this idiot talking about? Like, how is the ocean somehow going to be driven by Russia, and Russia is going to, like, what, landlock invade the United States? What?
No, I think Trump said we're protected from Russia by a big, beautiful ocean or something like that.
Yes.
And Zelensky is saying the ocean is the only thing protecting you, etc.
Yeah, that's
really not. They've got long
But
range.
is he not
I think
aware?
Trump doubts this narrative too.
Is Zelensky not aware of how Alaska is like gingerly touching tips with like Eastern Russia?
I mean, this is the whole thing. Like, the whole thing started because of NATO expansion, and of course, what he wants more than anything is to be a part of NATO, which has always been, this thing. But the problem is that people apparently don't recognize why NATO expanding closer and closer to Russia has made Russia feel threatened since, well, NATO started to expand when it was originally the deal was not 1 inch east. However, I want to point out the dichotomy. How did Americans feel, and what was the reaction to an enemy
Cuban
putting
missiles.
a bunch of missiles right next to the border of the United States in Cuba? We weren't too clear. No, allegedly, right? But that's the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's Russia that put those missiles there. It's the same thing as NATO or as the EU putting up. At least that's the way that Russians are going to see it. If Americans were justified in feeling threatened by missiles in Cuba, then why is it incomprehensible to be able to understand why Russians would be uncomfortable with missiles and massing militaristic troops on their border?
Okay, so because Russia is big bad commie and America is good boy freedom. You don't like freedom on your doorstep? Well, that's just because you're gay and wrong. That's literally how the Americans see it.
Folks, we have an opportunity here to do something really funny. Next time Zelensky wants to have one of these little shindigs, let's bring fucking Sarah Palin out of retirement.
Yeah, Debony, I brought up. That's why I mentioned Georgia, because I knew he'd attacked it before. But I'm not seeing evidence that Putin is gonna take over Ukraine, or if Ukraine falls, then the rest of Eastern Europe falls. I'm just not seeing that. I mean, it seems clear to me. Now, I could be wrong, obviously. But I'm not seeing any evidence.
How is he going to do that?
I mean, if you...
How is he going to conquer all of Ukraine, hold Ukraine, and then still conquer Poland?
And then still,
like, with
and then
what
start
resources?
invading Poland,
actually,
yeah.
if the war had been a bit quicker, maybe he would have just taken those two regions. But now, if Ukraine is left high and dry without European or US money, which is probably not going to happen, but if it did, then Russia might just take all of Ukraine at this point.
They're tired from it too, I think.
Building on that must be hell. It's like just a mud puddle at this point.
If there was no resistance in Ukraine to Russia's advance, they probably would take the whole thing. And they took Crimea after all. But initially, they only wanted two regions.
No one was stationed there in Crimea. That was a total fuck up. They took, they took Crimea with not, I think, one casualty. I don't even know it was one casualty. It might have been one injury. They took Crimea with no resistance. So, I mean, and Crimea is the big one because that's the access to the Black Sea. But there's an interest in maintaining the Donbass region because of the number of ethnic Russians who speak Russian, and whose language has been disallowed in Ukraine since Zelensky took over. I'd like to point that out. At least in terms
you can't
of
take over a territory, then you're on Poland's doorstep, which is a NATO country. That doesn't make any sense.
Right, and then you prop Article 5 either way,
and Yeah, so that doesn't make any sense.
Though, that is an argument for, not that I'm saying this is true, but that is an argument they would use for bringing Ukraine into NATO, because then they would argue that, well, they won't attack, they won't continue to attack if it's in NATO. But then all they're saying there is, okay, convert this regional war into a nuclear war, please.
Yes,
it's
into a
already
global
happening. There's no threat. It's already happening.
Yeah, I mean,
Trump could say, hey, the peace now, or we'll bring them into NATO, and then it's nuclear war. Which is a pretty fucking serious escalation.
Well, that would be the hard hand. What he's doing right now was the obvious soft power that comes back with hard power. So it's not like it's all baseless. But this was the way to do it, the obvious way to do it. And whatever, whether it's his own ego or autism or whatever, Zelensky fucked this up. And the only way that they've been able to spin it is Trump was mean, JD Vance was mean. I'm sorry, these people are fucking adults. They're very grown-ass adults.
Fucking hide it,
it's just time to stop. I mean, what's also crazy to me is that remember how the left constantly mock Trump or talk shit about him for not having decorum, not following decorum, never being, professional enough. Well, but Zelensky, it's fine for him to roll his eyes and sigh and lash out like an asshole. Sorry.
Did you hear the other thing he did?
Well, what?
Who's Zelensky?
We'll get to it, I'm sure. We'll get to it during this. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I think what Zelensky was initially reacting to was Trump said something which painted Putin in like a neutral or even slightly positive light, and I think Zelensky came back with like, you talk about him like he's just a guy, or like he's just a neutral partner. He's been killing hundreds of thousands of us, which is, again, this is why I think that he just failed to read the room, because that's an understandable thing for someone in his position to honestly say, or to honestly feel. The reason he failed to read the room, the real reason I think that's similar to that autism symptom, is that now was not the time for this. He was treating this like a debate, but the debate should already have happened. This was just explaining to the press what they had signed.
Yep.
So Zelensky truly fucked up there. Now, after
this was also an opportune moment for him
started,
to get good press. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, after that started, Trump was overly aggressive against Zelensky. Like if it was meant to be a debate, then Trump would have, in fact, he would have been rude and over-talking him and stopping him and like aggressively interpreting things to make them sound worse just to shut him up. That's sort of fair. But given the context of what this was, what Trump did to just shut it down as quickly as possible was completely right.
Yeah.
Or at least completely understandable.
He wasn't ready to talk. It was obvious he was not ready to talk that day, or
for
whatever.
Zelensky to start up this debate. So Trump took opportunities to try and shut it down, took opportunities to talk over him, to halt this retardation that Zelensky was doing. But then the big thing that we might not get to here, but that I'll tell you now just in case, is that under his breath, Zelensky said "suka" or something, which I'm told is equivalent to our
bitch.
Asshole.
Bitch,
technically,
asshole,
it might be bitch, but in terms of usage, a Russian friend told me it's basically asshole. So after this press conference, they went off and they went to whatever the next stage is formally. But then after that, Trump kicked Zelensky out of the White House. Now, what I think happened is Trump didn't notice Zelensky saying "suka," but one of the other people in that room did, informed Trump, and then Trump was like, "Hey, get the fuck out." Fucking based, by
possible.
the way. You called JD. You called my Judd, my Jorkins penis. You called him a suka. So get the fuck out of my house, which is very based.
I mean, if true, yeah, sure. Although I did see some pretty funny cope about the suka thing of, it means like for fuck's sake, or he's not saying to Trump. It's like no, suka bilyet is like for fuck's sake. Just saying suka is like asshole or bitch. The big difference. I had people like, you don't know anything.
Fuck.
Yes, there's
my Russian friend says that it the way it's used. I think he said this. It is targeted. You wouldn't say that as just a general exclamation.
Well,
it is targeted. But also listening back to it, like analyzing the second or so of audio. Yes, he did say "suka." He really did.
Yes.
I could see him saying.
I have listened to it.
So.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, it's here at the end, so we'll get to it here.
You're American soldiers. It doesn't matter. Do you have motion or not? Your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine, Lviv or Odessa, which is known to be a 30-year-old Black Sea?
It was my question.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa, but a lot of cities have been destroyed. A lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing.
No,
and a lot of things
Mr.
have to
President, you have to come and to look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things have been destroyed, but mostly cities alive.
Only lightly
and people
bombed.
work.
Why is he downplaying it here? By the way, I don't know. I just don't get this guy. He's so
Because
weird.
there's a bunch of Israeli investors in the wings waiting to see how
Wait,
this
wait,
goes,
oh, no,
see if
are you
they're actually going to
Maybe.
pay for the
Don't
new
worry,
site.
our infrastructure's fine. Our cities are still great. They're beautiful. Come on.
Otherwise, interrupting Trump is not a wise move.
Yeah,
It's
that
a
was
very,
a bad idea.
very bad move.
Yeah.
But he'd been doing it for the past 30 minutes before this, too.
I didn't get around to watching the bit before the big moment because it's mostly the same thing. But yeah, he interrupting Trump there, very bad move. And yes, that's also sort of failing to read the room, but it's definitely also the derangement effect for other world leaders just treating him so well.
He was doing it the whole time. It gets way more aggressive as it goes on, but basically from Jump Street, he was, again, like, folding his arms and sighing or rolling his eyes, which, I mean, it's just not the way you know, conduct yourself in this kind of situation, particularly because this was a formality. This was a fucking formality. He could have endeared himself to the United States people and made them willing to give more money by just not being an asshole.
He had a chance to not look like a massive cunt, and yet here we are.
Yep.
Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes closer to front line, children have to go to underground schools or online, but we live. Ukraine is fighting and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. No, he lost 700,000 people. 700,000.
Then why are we giving you money? If you're doing so well, why are you coming to us asking for money? I'm sorry. If you're doing so well, why are you coming to us asking? What is he doing?
The perfect retort here would be, well, that's strange because it smells like broke in this room.
Mr. President, more.
Please, go ahead.
When did you last speak with President Putin, and what did he say?
A couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good. And I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him. So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that.
Yeah, this is the bit that I saw, right?
That,
Trump is saying that... I can pause it, can't I?
Yeah, sorry, sometimes it just gets weird.
Yeah, okay.
Trump
is saying here that Putin had to suffer through the Russia hoax. Now, Trump's wording here is choice, because I don't think Putin suffered anything because of that. Putin was just sitting over there thinking like, oh, they're lying about Trump. That's interesting. Well, he didn't suffer anything. And Zelensky's sitting there like, he's saying that a guy who has suffered, who probably didn't suffer in that situation, the same guy who's killed like hundreds of thousands of my countrymen. I think Zelensky just saw this as too much of an insult, too callous from Trump.
But this is ignorance of how politics is played. Trump is being the deal maker here, as he says. So he's saying nice things about Putin.
Yes.
Just like he says nice things about Zelensky up until this. And which case
if you want peace, you can't continue to maintain your standard that the other guy is just a one-dimensional villain and that there's no humanity to be found there. Does Zelensky want peace? Well, practically speaking, no. He's not motivated to want peace. He's motivated to want the war to keep going for as long as he can, because he knows that either his own people or the international military community will tear him apart as soon as that war goes away. He's not useful after that.
Yeah, because they profit from the war, by the way, so they want it to keep going.
Because after the war, people will expect to see receipts as to how that money was spent.
Yeah,
they may not get it, but they're going to want it.
Yeah.
And all it will take is one politician to say, we would like to see the precise measure of how this was spent. And when it comes back with, oh, my wife bought a brand new Bugatti in France on the way back from this meeting, it's rumored.
Yep. I mean, we know about the public money that's been sent, but then with the USAID stuff too, it's like they were getting so much money, and everybody was. This is a massive financial deal. That's why Europe, I think, all these European leaders are saying like, oh, we're gonna grow balls for the first time in a fucking century. Well, not quite.
Now they got some base
first time in 70 years, and act like we're gonna be we're world police. If America's not gonna be world police and play this globo homo stuff, then we will. Yeah, all right. We'll see how that plays out for him. We'll get to that.
I'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do, is make deals. And I'm in the middle of a mess, because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved. In the back, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister's
clip that in the back, please.
And not engaged in censorship. But his country is going to arrest people for memes and thought crimes, and even more worrisome is pressuring American companies to censor Americans on his behalf. How can he be a reliable, trustworthy partner when he says things that are demonstrably false on such an important topic?
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday, and we thought they took it very, very much too far. JD was very strong on it. So was I. So was Marco, and we've been speaking to him about it. Marco, would you like to say something about that?
We have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of those, particularly as it impacts Americans. And there's real concern that
I must have thought
Marco
Rubio
the hands
was
of the
JD.
British or any country's jurisdiction. And so this is
And I know that.
Okay, all right, here's what Vance
I
was right. It's like right
free
when you
speech.
answered.
And so if Americans are threatened by it,
But it might have been
we're
later.
going to need to take action in that regard.
In about 10 years' time, maybe you can get
It's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday. And I know that Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days. And we're going to defend that right as it pertains to American to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country.
It's really refreshing though. Like I think we haven't really noticed because it's been so gradual, but it's very refreshing that the US, at least the US, let's see it other places too, has a leader, in this case vice president, but I think the president agrees, who is saying exactly the right stuff on free speech and who almost certainly means it as well.
I think so. That was great. I mean, I normally play it, but we got a lot of stuff. But I agree with it. It was very nice to hear that from Vance.
States of America, and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred.
This is where, and
I understand that, but
the thing is that after that Russia comment, after the thing he said about Putin, he did say some stuff, and maybe I skipped over it a little bit, but it's all throughout the whole thing. All he does is talk about how evil Putin is. And again, yes, it was that Trump was like trying to humanize him at least, maybe because you're trying to come to a peace deal of some sort.
It is Trump's job to broker the peace deal. It is Zelensky's job to continue to convince his people that this war is just, which he's never achieved in doing.
I mean, again, it was not a peace deal. It's a soft one where it's implied you got to leave Ukraine alone or America's going to get mad. But anywho, he had been talking. He clearly was not willing or actually ready to come to the table for whatever reason.
I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way, so that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Trump is 100% right there.
So look,
he could just go and swing in dick.
We had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the president of the United States' words mattered more than the president of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Certainly trying to.
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump.
Obama, under who was the vice president, and whose son was put in charge of, or his vice, was it vice president? He was on the board of a Ukrainian energy company of which he had no expertise or knowledge of whatsoever. And how, remember when Joe Biden said that prosecutor Victor Shokin, who was going after Hunter Biden and Burisma for all of their corruption, how Biden bragged about, son of a bitch, prosecutor got fired. Yeah, it worked under Biden, who was your bitch. Or the Biden-Obama administration, both times. There you go, all 3 times.
Well, I mean, Putin occupied his parts, as he said, but I think a lot of other world leaders occupied those parts too for a short time, vigorously.
I'm sure.
But to someone in chat's asking me a question: why am I interpreting Zelensky as a heroic and patriot of Ukraine? I'm not, but I don't think that he is 100% an actor. He actually doesn't like Putin. Like that, I believe he actually doesn't like Putin, and that's what he's motivated by here.
Putin.
Spin said this to me before, and I think it's an interesting hypothesis that he essentially wants to be Putin.
Yes.
Well,
maybe
it wasn't.
maybe,
he was
yeah.
he was like patronized by Putin when he was an actor, when he did stand up.
Yep. Remember that he was working in Moscow.
He spent most of his life in Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how many clothes was he wearing?
I think of varying degrees. But
yeah, so his usual amount.
No, that was the that was when he was doing stand up, not when he was doing his like gimp suit.
No,
like,
I mean in his free time.
Rumba. Oh, free time, yeah. Definitely had a splash guard and anything else.
Stop him, but during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He
judo
killed
match bit
people.
awkward
You
now.
know what the contact?
2015.
2014.
2014 is
2014.
Yeah. So
I was
he killed.
not here.
Yeah, but
That's exactly right.
Yes,
Trump
but
fired
during
the chains in
2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversations. My bilateral.
You also didn't stop him, by the way. You had no troops in Crimea. Just like to point that out, which you knew was contested.
Conversation.
I think this was around the exact same time he got into power, so I don't know if there's not enough of a margin there to fix that problem. I'm not sure.
It was the same year, yeah.
Yeah, can we just point out the Minsk agreements as well? That was supposed to be the peace agreements, and then literally Angela Merkel revealed, oh yeah, that wasn't actually the deal. The whole point was just to get Ukraine time to rearm. I'm like, I wonder why Putin thinks that you're full of shit. It's because you openly are.
Europe keeps lying to him. Also, you know,
Putin's a bad guy, but like NATO keeps lying constantly.
NATO agreed nothing east of, was it Poland, or was it actually just like Eastern Germany?
East Germany. Not one of the cheese. Yeah, this was said to Baker. But then they go, oh, no, this was sent to the Soviet Union. I'm like, bitch, Soviet Union is Russia. Everyone knows this, and still, it's still a foreign nation, and it's still full of people that don't want a defensive treaty on their fucking border.
Anyone who says that is fucking coping. It's a terrible argument, and just dismiss probably anything else they have to say on the topic.
There's a lot of stum about old Putin being ex-KGB. The more important thing is that he's current head of the Bratva, the Russian mob, and he has been for fucking decades.
Yeah.
Oh, has he?
Even during the Soviet bloc year, that's why he got into power, is because he basically at the very least, he's the modern face of the Bratva.
Yeah, the really interesting thing about Russia is how many sort of structures it also is while being a nation. It is a mafia. It is an embezzlement scheme. It is a military company as a competitor. As I said, the only competitor to the US military-industrial complex. And then it's a nation state.
Yes.
So bear in mind that's what Putin is. Putin is really fucking bad. Really bad. But he is a competent statesman, and he's in charge of Russia, so you have to work with that.
Yeah,
that's something that people don't want to acknowledge about him, is that he is the best leader that Russia has had in like a century.
He's quite shrewd, especially when it comes to... Remember they had that big earthquake back in the 2010s, and he had like people on the ground and was telling people, either these buildings are rebuilt within the week, or I start caving in heads. Like he
knows how to flex muscle in the right direction.
He knows how to make people work properly. Which is,
that doesn't
in
imply...
Block is insanity, to be able to actually get some fucking work out of these cocksuckers.
That shouldn't imply that Putin makes sure that work that is needed is done. Now, I've again, my Russian friend has told me that the infrastructure is just fucked. Embezzlement is so common that nothing gets done, that the party ponchos don't want personally to get done.
Yeah, Russia's fucked up.
They haven't had a purge in a while.
It's one of the things that I found so annoying over the last 3 years with this is that as we have just been over, there are plenty of things to criticize Russia for. There's a lot. Any of the aspects of Putin are amongst those. But there's also a lot of things wrong with Ukraine. And there have been things wrong with Ukraine that have been meddled with by foreign powers for a long time. And for whatever reason, it's like you can't critique Ukraine because... you said Putin's a bad guy, and it's not what you said specifically, but it's that there is a tendency for people in any kind of like international conflict or conflict like this, because it's mentally simplistic, to categorize the sides as good guy and bad guy. I see it constantly in this war. Putin bad, Ukraine good, and it's much just like, oh, Ukraine is like the rebels, the rebel alliance, and Russia's like the empire. They actually talk that way. It's all in this childish,
the reason,
world.
Aiden, the reason that
narrative.
simplistic propaganda is so common is because Ukraine is not a puppet of the West. Ukraine is a puppet of the deep state. And that's what you got to choose. You got to choose everything I just said about Russia is true versus deep state puppet. Pick one. My answer is no. Fuck you. I will not pick one.
Yeah, I don't want.
They're both
neither.
bad.
Thank you.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
And Trump is dealing with them at arm's length, or was trying to. Zelensky didn't want to play ball.
Trump's done almost everything right so far, I think.
I
think so too.
Like a new president, in 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel. We signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract.
If you let the Labrador into that room, everyone would have fucking died of shock.
He broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind
the Americans
of
did that one basketball
you
player.
talking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President,
the kind of diplomacy where
it's disrespectful for you to come to the Oval Office and try to litigate.
We're not talking about like Obama saying "please, Mr. Zewenskyy," like JD Vance is in the memes recommending. We're not talking about that kind of like on paper diplomacy that other world leaders have been doing for years. We're talking about Trump's diplomacy. Frankly, quite obvious that it should work, and all these leaders, like they have done with democracy, have given diplomacy a very bad name. Trump can actually do it much better because if you make it in Russia's interest, then they will stick to it.
Yeah. At least,
or very likely.
The Slavs are not particularly complex people at the end of the day.
Indeed.
That you can expect them to behave in their own interest, and if you give them a little bit of slack,
bit of vodka,
if you got a bottle of hooch on the table and got these three twits together, then this would be over in about 30 minutes.
Where's "Come Here, My Pet Russian"? Have you ever seen that?
Oh, that makes the fucking poison head crab noise.
You're my pet Russian. Hang on, I'm gonna share my screen. Sorry for. Is this it? No, yeah, here it is. Oh, it's only 9
There's
seconds.
2 of them.
Yeah, I guess there's actually quite a few. Why is it always effing? That's Finnish vodka. Anyway, here I'll just.
Well, it's the only one you know that doesn't have terps in.
I'm sorry you could hear it, but let me. Whoa. What the heck? YouTube keeps adding these new quote-unquote features. Oh my god! New quote-unquote features that make it infinitely more annoying to use. I'm gonna, let's actually, well...
The issue is that everything under a certain length of video was converted to shorts.
Yeah, and it's like auto plays and stuff. I don't know. Okay, I'll play the little meme at the end. Let's get
to
this.
We can probably turn that into like a soundboard noise because we'll get use out of it.
You could probably disable that with an extension or with a custom client.
Twitter does that now too. It auto plays everything.
I've got an extension that just switches off shorts entirely because I think they're fucking brain rot.
Yeah,
I have that on my mobile devices too.
Yeah, no, I'm not
my brain's mushy enough. I don't need help.
Nope. Let's get back to those.
Try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front.
Wait, did he say that he wanted to litigate it in front of the American media? Is that because
JD's saying now's not the time to litigate it in front of the American media. The litigation should have been done in private, behind the scenes before this, and it has been. But Zelensky's apparently still not happy because Zelensky is not being treated like God King who gets everything he wants by Trump for once. The first leader that's not treating him like that.
Look at his body language here. Look at his body language.
He's smashing his fist into the table. Where's my hand job? Where's my hand job?
Pretty much. I was asking about what he was saying there, though, because I am curious about who...
He looks like gay Mussolini.
I am curious about who set this meeting up, because again, I've heard from some people that in terms of having the media there, though. I've heard that was Trump's idea and Zelensky wasn't happy with it. But then I've also heard that Zelensky's the one who asked for it. So, and I have no fucking clue. And now it's going to be he said, I guess.
The thing that really sets this narrative into perspective is that after this press conference, Zelensky came out and was like, "I'm sorry, I did not mean it."
Yeah.
So that's why I think that he was being brazen and an asshole here because he wasn't getting what he wanted. But I think his insistence that he continue the debate here and his inability to get off the point, sort of, as I said, sort of an autism symptom. That it was not planned. It was the result of his feelings on the matter and his inability to control himself, but it wasn't planned. And here's my other evidence it wasn't planned. The press secretary for Zelensky was photographed
God.
with her head in
She's
her hands while he was doing this. Zelensky just couldn't read the room, couldn't conduct himself properly in this context. That's what sunk this.
Because he's too egotistical.
He did go off script, but the thing is, you'll see here, this is the body language of someone who is desperately trying to get their point across, but is not able to express it in such a way that people understand it. And because of the language barrier. That's a great argument. He shouldn't have fucking tried. Because he shouldn't have. But that's what he's trying to do now. He's in too deep. He's in too deep. Like, he doesn't like the Trump and JD are setting the narrative on Putin, and he just wants to correct them on a minor point about what happened in Crimea. You could have done more, all that stuff. Like, other leaders didn't do it, all that stuff. He's just trying to set the narrative on Putin so people understand how bad Putin is, because he hates Putin. Yeah. But now is not the time. But once he started, and they misunderstood him, he felt he had to clarify and correct them, which they took as more arguing. So it just escalated from there, and that's why I say it's autism, because he just failed to control the perception of what he was saying socially.
Either way, it's his fucking fault, and Trump and Vance did nothing wrong here.
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring it into this conflict.
There's no amount of money that can replace bodies in a war that requires bodies.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring people, you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying
Zelensky just doesn't fucking get it. Zelensky, you're not here to present your case.
Yes.
You're here to thank President Trump for giving you peace. Profusely thank him. That's it. And then shut the fuck up.
This is about to end your fucking war.
This is a chance for a little bit of interfactional humility and to let me make sure everyone was on the right page. And he's instead decided, well, just because it's the last hurdle doesn't mean I can't catch my foot on it and smash my teeth directly into the floor.
So, but for Zelensky, this is Armageddon. You can't handle it. But
he's never been told
that would explain why he would have planned this, but I don't think it was planned. I think he had every motive to do this deliberately, but he still didn't do it deliberately. It wasn't the plan to do this.
I mean, that would be funny. That would be funny if this was
maybe somewhere
totally
in the back of his head. He like surreptitious or subconsciously he wanted this to fall apart. But the fact that he's then come out after that and said, "Oh, actually, didn't mean it like that." I think he just fucked up socially. He didn't understand the context of this conversation, that he's just there to look nice, say thank you, and present that he's okay with this deal. And he just fucked up the comprehension of the social situation.
If I can really strain a metaphor to its breaking point, imagine if John Wilkes Booth broke in to shoot Lincoln, and instead of shooting him, tripped, dropped the gun, shot himself in the jaw, and spent the next 2 hours twitching and bleeding in the parlor saying piss. That's roughly where we are, because I've not seen a bag fumble like this since I was in high school.
Yeah.
That was oddly detailed.
Yes.
Well, I feel like I got the vibe across.
Construction of your country.
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future.
That sounds like a threat to me.
It was then he knew. He fucked up.
He fucked up, yeah. That was the...
Trump interprets this as a threat, and I kind of get it.
Yeah.
Zelensky wasn't making a direct threat. He was just sort of saying, there is a threat to you. It's a caution, you should be aware that this threat exists, and that's why we're important. But at this point, Zelensky is like, okay, here's my 6 responses to what you've just... No, Zelensky, you're missing the fucking point. Shut the fuck up and say thank you and smile for the cameras. That's what you're here for. We've already done the debate part. I tell you what, Zelensky, here's the deal. You can either choose to defend your position, or you can choose to have $350 billion from the US. Pick one. Look, you already fucking picked.
Yep.
Another issue here is that Zelensky and Putin fight each other as peers in a conflict. There is no peer to the American industrial complex.
Yeah.
There is near peer, which is literally everyone who isn't like a bumfuck nowhere third world country, who are way beneath that. There is really no one who can go toe to toe with America's industrial complex, and I doubt there ever fucking will be, short of a fucking alien invasion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, capital T says Zelensky is spewing out the exact same narrative being given to us here in the EU. Yeah, and obviously in the UK as well, this is the narrative. Oftentimes, obviously I've not been feeling well, but even when I'm working more heavily, I listen to Chud Logic a lot. He was covering some of this stuff today, and he's a lefty, so I mean, he's a based, well, he'll say based racist and sexist things, but he's entertaining. So I like Chud, but he is a lefty, so I do like.
Time to time.
I like listening to his perspective. Back in the day, I used to also listen to Destiny from time to time to get like what's the left's perspective on things.
Whatever the cocaine is telling me.
Yeah, but
the Mr. Leahy of the left, truly.
And he was of the opinion that support for the Ukraine is very popular in the UK, and I just,
no, it isn't.
I mean, I know from the polling it supposedly is, but is it? Is there really this? If there is, I think I know what it is, and that's because AA has described it, and he is the Hitler-Churchill sort of dichotomy, and it's the same thing as the rebels versus the empire. Yes, in that it's this, but it's also this. Oh no! But AA had said it before that horrible cover, which makes it extra prophetic.
The boomer truth regime.
The boomer a boomer truth. It's part of this boomer truth narrative that there are good guys and bad guys in wars, and it's all World War II. It's all World War II forever.
I think that's too simplistic and black-pilled. The answer is that it's propaganda saturation. It's just propaganda saturation. It's just propaganda saturation. That's all it is. That's all you need. Most people don't have the time or energy to dedicate towards more complex thoughts than who are the good guys, who are the bad guys. In every situation, you will tend to end up with two sides forming, and everyone in that conflict will either be neutral or they'll think, who is the good guy? Or one side's the good guy or the other side's the good guy. That's the simplest way to resolve problems. And with propaganda saturation about the problem that's halfway across the world, the only information they have on which to form that opinion is the media. And the media are biased. So that's all it is. There's no need to go into the generational cohorts to relate it to World War II. In war, this is also the case. It also happened in World War II. It also happened in the Cold War. That one side is just unambiguously good and the other side's unambiguously bad because it's beneficial to have that propaganda narrative. And most people are fine with a simple good and evil dichotomy. There's no need to go any further than that.
That's why people shouldn't vote. And that's why democracy is cringe, because people will
reason
not
the media
pay
does
attention.
that. That's unfair. The reason you also do the same thing to an extent, Aidan. We all do.
Sure.
We all make mistakes, and reason can be a far worse way to approach the truth than common sense. Now, the media saturation is the only real problem, and the reason that's happening is because of an obsolete industry which is being propped up by the deep state. It's all incestual. If that disappears, we'll go back to normal. Now, even given that, Aidan, who are the people actually voting for? Right-wing populists. Not the best, ideal people, but better people. So you can trust the people, in fact, generally speaking. But that doesn't mean there aren't still a lot of people in all of these nations, in all of our countries, who are subject to the propaganda saturation. In the UK, for example, a lot of people who are voting for right-wing positions are probably also pro-Ukraine because it's such propaganda saturation. And that's been the case in the US as well to an extent, but less because the US is bigger, further away from the conflict, and because Trump has been so prominent and the media has been focusing on him so much. In Europe, it's far more of a propaganda piece. It's far more of a focus of propaganda.
And obviously because Europe has more at stake. But anywho.
As the old saying goes, it's not the people I worry about, it's every fucker else.
I just, and I know, because I'm predominantly a media psychologist, how easily people can be influenced by media in terms of agenda setting. Yes. And that's exactly what you're describing is agenda setting, which is just what the media reports on, what topics. And and of course, it's a cognitive heuristic, it's a mental shortcut. To think of things in dichotomistic black and white terms of good and bad. And most people will do that because they don't have the cognitive energy to expend on trying to figure out the nuances of why this war happened and that there aren't just clear-cut good and bad guys sometimes. In fact, most of the time, there's not clear-cut, this guy's good, this guy's 100% good, this guy's 100% evil. That's not how the real world works.
It's far more stable for our society if only a small proportion of them expend the energy to think. Far more energy efficient. So don't go out there expecting the rest of them to think. However, as I said, common sense is very powerful. People who think too much often lose common sense, and so you need the two to counterbalance each other. which is why
it's the two sides
people
of
are,
the,
in
of
fact,
the...
now voting correctly with the experience of what's been happening. It takes time, but they got there. Or they are getting there.
We were actually talking about this not too long ago, Spoon, about how, that people who are low IQ tend to focus very much and base their opinions very much on feelings and heuristics, things, and
that's me.
No. Hang on. No, not women, actually, because women tend to have a very narrow IQ range around the mean. Men have a far broader one. But the more low IQ people, they do base things on gut instincts. Common sense would be one of those things, too, of just like, I don't need to read a book. This is how I feel about it based on my experiences. It's like, a cognitive heuristic, for example, is locking your door when you're driving through a bad neighborhood. You don't even think you're about doing it. You just know, you get a vibe and you do it. And then you have the very intelligent people who've read everything and overthink things, and they tend to come to the same conclusions. And then you've got the people in the middle who just listen to media narratives and do not question them. And that's the mid-wit dilemma. Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed that the low wit is pathos, the mid-wit is ethos, and the high wit is logos?
Pretty much, yeah.
All three of these have their upsides and their downsides. We have all of them spread throughout the population. We have to deal with it. The propaganda, the flavor of propaganda used today, the one I think engineered to its richest form in the 20th century, it targets pathos and ethos. It targets both. That's why it's so effective. It does not particularly target logos, which is why it's only the powerful and the pawns who believe it, but that's enough. The only people that don't believe it are the sort of political middle class, people like us, the anti-establishment. Just as Orwell described in the sort of three-class system, at some point the political middle class employ the assistance of the political lower class to overthrow the political upper class, and those two just keep switching around and around. And we are now at the cusp of that overthrow worldwide.
Guys, no, Spoon, first of all, we didn't really disagree. No, I wasn't wrong on that. Spoon said that women are the low IQ group, and statistically, no, women tend to...
No, the emotional group. I didn't say low IQ. There's plenty of people that have higher IQ. They're still stupid as shit when it comes to their emotions.
Well, okay. Well, I was talking about IQ, so I think...
I would posit that rather than just being a case of it spreading throughout the population, I would argue that that most of the time it spreads in a single person throughout the fucking day. The average person now is so...
It can do, yes, but in terms of averages.
True. But I will say one thing we don't really look into is with how cognition is corroding at an accelerated rate, the amount of brain rot and just general psychological decay going on, overwork, underpaid, people scrimping and saving, trying to get by now, especially with how bad the economy has been up till now.
Consider how much adversity builds character. We are losing some things in the modern day, but gaining others. Compare the newest generations to the boomers. People always complain about the boomers. Some of the complaints are valid. The boomers existed at an age of essentially a golden age, an age of complacency as a result. Every golden age will be followed by the results of that complacency, unfortunately, but that's the nature of reality.
And boomers have no idea of what they were born into.
The newer generations have had to deal with a lot more shit, so they're a lot stronger, which is why newer generations are, more than the boomers even, more interested in rediscovering and staunchly defending old traditions. It's not, the whole generation that's like that, but there's way more, I expect, in the newer generations than in the boomer generations that are like that, who are interested in promoting long-term ideas and their own family line and stuff like that.
But it's the opposite. Do you want to die of lead poisoning, asbestosis, or microplastics? Pick your poison. You get punched either way. It's just where are you going to get punched?
This is quite a different question, but people all throughout history have lamented that the newer generations are becoming less cognitively able or something along those lines. And the thing is, that change sometimes is bad, and we need to be aware of it. But that there is always going to be change in that way, and most of it throughout history has been fine, at least in the line that we're in, because we are here, and thus it worked.
Well, true. I would say that yes, you're also right that every generation thinks the next generation is lost or stupid, which is just part of growing old, I think, is you're looking at younger people and they're more naive or they're trying to figure things out that you've already settled into your opinions on. However, My next video is on the cognitive and memory learning effects of smartphone and internet addiction. And is it not looking good for Gen Z and Gen? Yeah, Bill's
Should
read
we
it.
factor in the
me,
COVID like brain drain, which is like what 50 IQ points on
30.
average?
It was 30 IQ points neonatal IQ test in children born during COVID, and I have not seen a update on that study if they followed the same cohort to see if, because the idea was that infant neuroplasticity is very high, so it could right itself, but I've not seen a follow-up.
For those of you in the cheap seats at home, 30 points is the difference between the showroom and the short bus.
We are re-engineering a strong Pareto distribution of mental merit. That's one way you could look at it. Obviously, that is overall a bad thing, but I am prone to acknowledge the bad side of bad things, but to also look at how it could end up being good. Because if you study evolution, that is so often how things go. Something really terrible happens, or at least it seems terrible in the moment, but then out of it, an unexpected benefit in the long term arises, which actually ends up being way better. So be aware of that possibility. The whole generation of TikTok style content of shorts. I reckon if you tried hard enough, you could even find benefits of that, even if you don't think they outweigh the downsides. I bet there are some.
Do you know who's somebody I follow on YouTube whose videos I quite like? Minute Man. He got started on TikTok. He does these he's got a degree in archaeology, and he does videos like debunking ancient aliens type stuff, but he also is very interested in a lot of ancient early civilizations, and he goes to these ancient sites and talks about them and stuff like that, like Göbekli Tepe. And he switched to YouTube from TikTok, but it's not like everything on TikTok is awful. In the brief period where I used TikTok just to kind of see what it was, I mean, what I got was people cleaning up retro cars, and I think they call it clean talk, where it's like refurbishing things and cleaning their houses. Like, that's what I watched on TikTok. Popular. But it's obviously whatever algorithm you get sorted into. Yeah, and cute animal videos. That's what and cooking.
Cleaning rugs is surprisingly popular.
TikTok's pretty. It's surprisingly.
Is that euphemism?
No, literally, like actually cleaning rugs.
It actually is cathartic, or at least
they get like massive, we can get some 8-foot Persian rugs and like clean the crap out of it.
Yeah,
they cover it in dirt and mud and grime, and then they clean it.
Not just the ones you like, also the ones you don't like. It could be a benefit to that format of content.
Why people don't clean their chicken, they don't wash their rugs before they chew them.
Yeah, the answer to someone in chat asked, how do you correct cognitive decline? Meritocracy. We have been so lacking in the extent of meritocracy that is required and is deserved for the last at least 30 years. But let's start there. So lacking in it that it has deranged our entire society. Meritocracy will form naturally. It has been extremely expensive for the establishment to suppress meritocracy, which is why I'm saying I have the confidence in human nature sufficient to say that all we need to do is, if our politicians, a new wave of politicians, if they get in and just don't do anything, meritocracy will reassert itself gradually. But they can do a lot more than nothing, of course. It has taken active work to suppress meritocracy and to create the worldwide sabotage of the West that's happening now.
And added bonus, with the IQ drain, it'll be really easy for me to enact my plan of recruiting a retarded Sardaukar equivalent and just cause a bunch of havoc.
This. If IQs are lower, people are going to have to rely on common sense more, which will make them more conservative.
True. Don't forget, the middle of the bell curve is our enemy.
Yeah, again, they tend to be also. I mean, like with the real high IQs, you get super like.
The middle of the bell curve is our enemy. You hear that, Dev?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. Okay. No, because I had a picture I put. We're gonna get to Dev watch later.
Dev's a bell sphere.
I found a tattoo. I saw it on Twitter today. Well, I can't show it yet, but I did.
I was cosplaying this female with a penis.
I'll pull it up when we get to the Dev segment. Let's get through this. We've been belaboring this. Let's just get through it. We think, or do we know it? I think I want to see the denouement, and then we'll get to the reaction.
Oh, look at her using fancy academe terms.
Academe?
Yeah, what about
is the end of a play.
I didn't know actually. Kevin is saying meritocracy. You mean racism, lol? And all I'm going to say to that, is if that's the case, so be it. meritocracy regardless. Other concerns.
Yep. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry.
I'm up for a little bit of a safety net under that meritocracy, but sometimes a reasonable low amount of regulation on the market, in my opinion, increases meritocracy. Much like enforcing laws increases effective freedom, because now you are more free to not be murdered by someone for speaking your mind against the warlord.
No one here wants Weimar. No one fucking wants Weimar. Holy shit.
The correct amount of control of a collective for both meritocracy and for economic, social meritocracy, whatever else, and freedom and all that stuff is a low amount.
I think there need to be a couple of stipulations in that there should be two protected classes. I know that's probably a weird thing to hear me say, but
monarchist, so this is natural for you, don't worry.
Well, there should be two protected classes in this whole scenario, and that's children, and I think like the mentally or severely physically infirm, in that you want to put things in place to protect those people or prevent them from being abused more specifically. But outside of that, I don't care what your race or sex or sexual orientation. Am I a child or mentally?
I fucking hope not, otherwise I'm in trouble.
I'm 2 or 3. Just kidding. Well, I
know you're shopping that section of the store just because of how thin you are, but
I actually can't fit in children's clothing, I bet.
You can. Most of your clothing is like.
Hey,
most of your clothing is like Ezra Miller's dating pool. 14.
Yeah, it means I can order cute things from Chinese stores. I'm using Chinesium and it actually fits me. It's base. Just kidding. I got really sick again, guys, from in large part not eating it. Anywho, here's this.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
Yep.
We're going to feel very good.
Okay. Well, look at his eyes. That is a kid getting scolded at a restaurant.
and that's one of the reasons why I did want to at least scroll through and play a little bit before this happened, because Trump has been so cool. He's been like looking in thought, and with his eyes closed, he's been very patient. He's been very nice to Zelensky up until he talked shit about. He started getting in this little fight with Vance, and I think the reason that happened too is because Zelensky's at least not stupid enough. Well, initially not stupid enough to just come in hostile at Trump, but then he got his ego bruised by Zelensky, Zelensky got his ego bruised by Vance, who told him, like, we're the ones taking a lot of, I think he didn't even get to the apology yet, did he? Where he said you haven't even said thank you. But I mean, obviously
it's right after this.
Zelensky sees Vance as an inferior to him. Trump is on his same level, so he'll at least treat Trump like another person. But no, the toady has interrupted the great Zelensky. How dare you? That's why he got so pissed off, I think. It's because 1, he got pushback, and 2, it was not from Trump. It was from Vance.
Zelensky's slowly realizing that he's about on the same actual political power level as the guy who brings the coffee in before this.
Yeah. Because he started getting a little shit fit with Vance, and now Trump's active. Now Trump's like, no, okay, and he's been tapped in.
We're gonna feel very
no
good.
one talks about round lad.
Bro,
right now,
this
not
whole
in a very
shit
good
is
position.
like professional
You've allowed
wrestling.
yourself to be in a very bad position.
No, it's like watching Hank Hill turn someone on Bobby's
You're
behalf.
not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now.
You don't have the
Unless
cards.
You start having cards. Right now, you don't have
I'm gonna kick your ass.
We're not playing cards.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with...
He's right. You fucking are, and you have been your entire time in office.
Gambling with World III.
In a country smaller than the blast radius of some of the stuff in
this country.
the Soviet
far
arsenal.
more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once?
Yep, there it is.
No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition.
President Zelensky.
By the way, that was a kill shot by JD.
Thank you. Oh yeah.
Vance asking, "Have you said thank you?" is too precise, too clinical. What he's asking is, are you thankful? And are you primarily thankful? Because Zelensky right now is not primarily thankful.
He has not been thankful.
We said earlier he needs to be humbled. He's not. He's trying to argue. He's trying to be prickly. He's unhappy.
This freeze frame, there is a display of physiognomy at work here. My goodness. It's like we found a tween frame where Zelensky morphs back into his usual goblin form.
But here's the thing too. of course, after this meeting, after he gets booted, he goes and just tweets "thank you" to a ton of European leaders.
Who he then pals around with.
Not to Trump, by the way. Unless I don't think so. Did he tweet? I don't think he tweeted a thank you to Trump.
No, because it was just to take the piss.
Well, right. It was like, look at all, and then all the leftoids and the Ukraine Sims brought out, like, look at all the times he said thank you to this. No. Vance is clearly, and you're right. He didn't word it correctly, but he has not been humble in this meeting at all. And I think it pissed off Vance. It would have. I'm surprised Trump stayed so calm. I think because he really did want this deal and this war to be essentially over. But he did act extremely disrespectfully. And like I said, as it was going on, it became clear he didn't want to sign it. He hates the Russians too much.
In October, offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you can...
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly.
This much.
Your country's in big trouble.
Zelensky talks like an angry chef.
He
he's come off. This is a man who's talking. Who I have had this conversation with retards like this every fucking day of my working life. Of someone saying like, "What do you mean it's out of stock? Send it to me today." It's out of stock. The boats aren't running. We live on a fucking island. Like, it's just that backwards and forwards. Someone who is literally not grasping the situation and the gravity of what's going on, but still demanding it from his pure strain entitlement.
The position here. Zelensky says you can say very loudly, and I think this was a language issue. I don't think he meant raising his voice, because Trump immediately says he's not speaking loudly, right? Which I think is again Trump being not very generous with his interpretation, but understandably, because the situation is Zelensky shut the fuck up and just be thankful. But still, to be precise, I don't think Zelensky meant loud in terms of volume. I think he just meant confidently. I expect that if you look into it, loud, there's some translation in Ukrainian or Russian where loud and confident mean a similar thing. I expect that's what he was saying.
I appreciate you giving some defense for some of his behaviors, but it's so hard it's so hard for me at least to not just look at this particular interaction, but the things he has done and to his own country over the last 3 years that has led me to really dislike and distrust him. And so,
you know how I said that.
You know how I said that which is why it comes off so bad to so many.
You know how I said that most people prefer just a simple one side versus another side argument, and that's normal. Most people will go along with that, and that would be the popular thing for me to do. It'd be easier for me to do that. But I have this weird obsession with actually telling the full truth. And I know that's a big disadvantage for me.
No,
Aiden, you're fine. No, I'm not criticizing you. I'm not criticizing you.
I'm saying coming up with alternative hypotheses is not necessarily finding the truth. It's giving different options, and I'm fine with that. I just
I'm at least
that my read on this is and I have different interpretations. I just can't see any.
Yeah, no, I don't mean to say that I was that you're not right. Just I could easily just say Zelensky was wrong. He's a retard. Trump was completely right. Zelensky is malicious, all that stuff, and people would tend to jump to that. I just prefer to follow what I think the precise truth is. I'm happy with nuance. Some people aren't.
Yeah, I agree.
No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
You are. He needs to fucking hear it. You're not winning this. The reason that you are alive, that Ukraine didn't get bulldozed, is because of the hundreds of billions that the rest of the world has given you.
And everyone's second-hand, like, hand-me-down munitions.
And weapons, yes.
I still remember from the very start of the shindig where, like, some dude, it's some volunteer from a Western country is in the turret of some old, either a Hummer or a IFV, and he's, like, screaming at the people inside it, I'm out of bullets for the 50 cal, pass up 50 cal, and he keeps getting handed 84 anti-tank rockets. Because apparently in this Jeep, they've just got fucking dozens of them. This entire thing was just an excuse for everyone to clear out their linen cupboards of munitions, and as an added bonus, find out what kind of munitions the ex-Sov bloc is still throwing around.
Yep.
I've seen people who are like full bore glowy say like, the Ukrainian conflict was like one of the most useful like munitions research operations in like their history.
Of course. Like, again, remember, there's always a bunch of ulterior motives. It's money.
To the people
testing.
saying that is the most utterly morally revolting thing I've ever heard. That you are meat grinding an entire generation of a country purely so you can find out precisely what kind of like long distance missile systems Russia currently is playing about with. Because I'm sorry to break it to people, they're not bringing their best out, they're bringing all their chaff as well to clear out their linen cupboards.
Let's also not forget that there are like gain of function labs in Ukraine. Thing you're not supposed to do. Yeah.
It's another motivation, yeah.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks.
You have funded.
No, you haven't.
What an insane thing to. I mean, no. And JD Vance was 1,000% right to call you. Point out how ungrateful you are. No one helped us. No one helps us. Poor little me. No, you've got $500 billion.
Mm-hmm.
With that much money, Guernsey could conquer France.
And that's not counting.
With that much money, I could conquer France. But no, again, minor point for him. He probably was saying in terms of manpower, because we did agree earlier that money can't replace manpower when you need manpower. So in terms of manpower, Ukraine has been, I think, alone or nearly alone. But it was wrong of him to put it so bluntly, because he has not been alone. He's had so much money thrown at him.
If another country sends troops, then they go to war with Russia.
Exactly.
I mean, duh.
Like that's if you interpret him generously, which again he doesn't necessarily deserve, then what he's saying here isn't wrong.
Hey, remember
but again, he doesn't really deserve that. So,
remember when we had a bunch of really efficient mercenaries from like the Congolese conflicts and shit in Africa who were just sitting around doing fuck all, and then we put them all in prison because it was politically convenient. Wouldn't those people be really fucking handy right now to just have a nice like outsource unit we could play piss about with?
ABC brings something up. I saw that as well. Biden talked shit about Zelensky, said that he's demanding too much of the U.S. Even Biden said that. So,
and he barely knows where he is.
Yeah, and even he was like, I think he called. Did he say the word arrogant? He used some kind of word. He used some disparaging word to describe him. And I think it was something akin to arrogant. That he is like, we can't give him the stuff he's asking for. And this is what he does in front of the cameras. What do you think he does in private? Demands the world, I'm sure.
I'm reminded of like Alpha Booster's recent video. Alpha Booster's recent like video where he put out another like Turn Up 28 playthrough, and like the Toff, who's like bordering on retarded himself, just goes, what the fuck are these? What the fuck is this guy's problem? So even the mentally deranged are figured out that you're an absolute like gibbering like ego. Like,
yeah. Although Bill, I'm not sure how far your metaphor sort of relation to a obscure tabletop
Alpha Boost is bigger than us. Fuck off.
An obscure tabletop war game set in a dystopian
post-apocalyptic Napoleonic future. Yes.
Napoleonic future where the economy and society is run entirely on vegetables.
Parasitic root vegetables, to be specific. Parasitic sapient root vegetables. Listen, a good chunk of the people in the comments have probably seen that video. Give me some slack. You don't realize how much overlap there is.
Probably.
You haven't been allowed. We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and you men are brave, but they had to use our military. If you didn't have our military equipment,
see what happened just there?
What, you invited? You interrupted him.
And he physically rebuffed him as well. Like,
yes.
Trump touches Putin on Zelensky on the shoulder. Close to fucking enough. They both sound the same.
I'll be real here. Trump looked like he was about to pick him up and throw him to the crowd.
Yeah, I think if this had kept going, Trump would have just fucking hit him in the face, because holy shit, Zelensky, shut the fuck up.
Look at his little face. Oh.
It's a man realizing, oh shit, I am the shortest man in this room.
Shit,
I did actually think that if Trump were to deck him in the face, it would have been entirely justified.
Oh, it would have been amazing.
Also, Zelensky had to probably walk past Barron, the man who looked... Barron who looks like a... Zelensky must have looked like...
Walk past Barron's belly button.
Yeah, so like, let's face it. So strange thing. When I was told there was a new president, I didn't realize his son looked like if Muad'Dib from Dune was played by a fucking Wendigo.
Muad'Dib.
Like, what if
I'm a tiny desert mouse.
Bro looks like Duke Leto II in terms of stature?
We're gonna have great. It's gonna be a fantastic year on Arrakis. We're gonna have
Many
paradise
desert,
in Arrakis.
nasty women.
The Bene Gesserit's
I'd like to point out, I got shit for referencing a popular Alpha Booster video. She's out here referencing a YouTube short where Shai-Hulud speaks in Trump's voice.
I'll pull it up later.
Over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
Again,
I tell you.
just say thank you.
I said a lot of times to American people.
Accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the...
Look at his reaction to that. He's never been told he's wrong.
JD just basically walked up and like rebuffed him quietly and then just punched him in the neck.
Oh, you know, something I meant to bring up when we were laughing at the memes I forgot about. Did I bring up the fact that Biden was ancient and Vance was young and that's why they made him a baby? I did say that.
Yeah,
no, I did. Look, my head's... Okay. I mentioned also that I got that intramuscular shot that makes me like really energetic. I think it also makes me a little scatterbrained. So
yeah, if you thought Aiden spoke fast before, now her like cadence is starting to outpace her brain a little bit.
Holy shit! Yeah, I'm gonna want to maybe start getting these every.
You already booked in for like 3 more. I
gotta get. I hope they're not either. I didn't look.
People to see what's going on. I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards. You're buried there.
You don't act like it. And you don't have the cards. You are in no position at all to debate any of this. You are in a very weak position. You are coming to America with your hands out, and they're giving you something. They're giving you something that would end the war. And he does know that. He has to. I mean, if Newland and those idiots are whispering in his ear, don't take it. I think you're right, though. I've come over to it more. I think this was totally unexpected. He just couldn't control himself.
People are dying.
Well, it just got away from him. He wanted to make a clarification, but then it got misunderstood as argument. And so he just kept trying to clarify, no, I didn't mean to argue. I am thankful, but it just kept getting misinterpreted. And again, he shouldn't have started it at all. But as soon as he did, it just got away from him. He couldn't control the perception. And he kept trying to control, no, I didn't mean like that. Like trying to reduce the damage already done, but in so doing, increase the damage. So we just got away from him. And then, he said Shuka under his breath. He didn't say Shuka under his breath because he hates the US and Vance and wants to ruin it. He said it because he was frustrated that the guy wasn't listening to him.
However, I know you, as you said, you spoke to a Russian friend about this. But from my understanding, again, of what suka means, in isolate, it's like
an insult.
Fucker. Like you fucker versus just saying fuck. Right?
You can kind of see in his eyeballs here that he's just like, there's a look in his eyes that just says, I realise I've made a dog's dinner of this. I need to try and course correct, but I don't know what to do.
It's also possible that, I don't remember if we were live yet or not, when Uzalu mentioned that Trump found out about this late, that he said suka later and got, yeah, you did mention that. Sorry, I'm getting scatterbrained. Bug.
That's right, and I hadn't noticed the difference.
He probably seems to I'm always scatterbrained. It's just
Aiden, the one thing that you didn't need more of was energy and scatterbrainedness.
Oh, I did. I couldn't get out of bed, but I was in a lot of pain too.
Okay. I don't know about the details of the illness, just in general. No. But I'm glad that it's helping if it is.
It is.
You're running low on soldiers.
Sorry, though.
You're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go.
He's
and I want
his
to
dancing now.
Yeah.
If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
With guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me. That wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden who was not a smart person. That was with Obama. Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you a sheet.
Zelensky, honestly, to follow along with the Zelensky isn't competent enough to. He wasn't planning this. He's not that competent. I think it's quite possible Zelensky just does not understand that the guarantees are material.
Yeah, and that the guarantees made by Biden and Obama are not the guarantees of Trump.
Most people, including actors, are not very good at geopolitics. I know I wasn't in the past, but I've learned it. I expect that Zelensky doesn't really understand that, and he's been told by people he's been assured are good at geopolitics, deep state establishment political figures, that he needs to have on paper guarantees because it works for them. I think he's being strung along by the establishment just as much as a lot of other people are, rather than it being him being malicious. Yeah, he's a puppet. He probably knows he's a puppet.
Oh, he
to some
has.
extent.
He 100% knows.
He's not in on the deep conversations. He's just the pawn.
I mean, just try to just clock for a second that the thing that Zelensky was most famous for before becoming president of Ukraine,
dancing in a leather suit,
was actually playing his most famous role was he played a character in a television show and movie adaptation called Servant of the People. And the plot of this TV show and movie is that Zelensky his character is this well-meaning, patriotic, mild-mannered teacher who gives a speech to his students about the problems in Ukraine, and one of the students records it and uploads it to the internet. It goes viral, and he gets elected president of Ukraine, and also gets Ukraine into the European Union.
The running joke was that he couldn't get into the European Union. He got a phone call saying, "Oh, you're finally into the European Union." It's like, "Oh, wait, this isn't Estonia."
This isn't Estonia. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. Right.
I can't remember Estonia, but it was another country entirely.
Like that,
Ooh, that's awkward.
But I mean, that's he played the president of Ukraine, and it is kind of an interesting dichotomy to Trump in that way, because Trump, was a giant star of reality television and such. Very different, though.
This is basically an international celebrity deathmatch episode.
Yeah, celebrity deathmatch. Yeah.
The javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards, but without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make, because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks?
Interesting there. Do you see? And maybe it's just because he talks with his hands constantly, but he pointed to Zelensky and then he pointed to Vance. Just pointing that out.
What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation. Right?
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden, because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me.
They do.
Let me tell you, Putin.
Even he's agreeing.
Even he has, because he knows it. Because it's fucking true. Because Russia didn't invade when he was president.
This entire thing was a basic equivalent of the adult walking into the room that's in abject chaos with toys everywhere and just starting to just slap children in the mouth.
Yeah, again, the fact that Zelensky's now agreeing, nodding his head along with Trump, I think it lends credence to he just got away from him. He wasn't planning to do this.
Yeah, he was kind of staring off into the distance there for a little bit before he nodded. I think maybe it dawned on him, oh, fuck, what have I done? Yeah, probably
maybe he saw...
He's not completely drinking his own Kool-Aid.
He saw his press secretary with her head in her hands.
Yeah,
because she's watching 20 years of political gerrymandering go up in fucking flames.
Where they used him in Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff.
He needs to stop. I don't like when he goes on and on about Clinton and Biden. I get why he does it, but it's annoying.
Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden.
That is true. I mean, about bringing up the Putin stuff, though, is that they did act like Putin was in control of Trump because of this PP tape thing. They still say that shit. Russia was in control of the United States, essentially, because they were in control of Trump. And he was very pressured to take military action against Putin for essentially no reason other than, well, you have to, because to prove you're not a Russian asset. I mean, it was just, there's been heavy calls for Trump to be aggressive with Russia for a while. And instead he's made peace.
Bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the
I mean, he really is talking to him like he's a child. And this
Trump Trump is not only completely right here, but he's wording it well.
Yeah.
Because he's clearly taking it in on this one. He's actually like fathoming it. He's clearly mulling it over. But he's also taking a pretty scathing chiding on national television.
Yeah.
Zelensky is, I think, in part here just annoyed that the misunderstanding happened because he's thinking like, yeah, I know, you misunderstood me, I know, I don't disagree with you, and he just has to stay quiet because he knows he's fucked it up. Again, if you have this language barrier, you don't try to prosecute minutia in a fucking press conference where you're just supposed to smile and look happy and humble in front of the people who are, for no benefit to them, trying to bring peace to your nation. Zelensky just completely failed to read the room here.
I think
that last part is key to focus on. What the U.S. gains nothing. This way, with the deal, the U.S. would have recouped some of its money.
And I think here Zelensky has realised, like, okay, if I keep quiet now, that will be a display of humility that will help things along. I'm still going to be a petty bitch later, but
well,
that deal.
Yeah,
he wasn't much of a petty bitch later because he was apologetic on actually, to be fair. He was apologetic on one or two interviews, but he hasn't been completely, has he?
No,
I think after Trump said that Trump's going to deal with Russia instead, I think that's probably what pissed Zelensky off the most.
Oh yeah, but I mean, he's the one who fucked this up.
Kind of did.
There's no one to blame but himself for that.
Yeah.
I mean,
even with my best defenses, Zelensky's attitude should have been from the start utter humility and desire for peace, and he didn't display complete humility consistently across the board. So Trump's like, well,
any in this interview.
Let's see if Putin's sensible. Because he's acting with power he doesn't have. And Putin probably wouldn't do that. Putin would act with power he does have. So at least Putin would be a proportionate statesman. Zelensky is deranged in statesmanship because he's been coddled for too long.
Yes, and I'd say he's delusional, but on some level he's not, because he's seen demonstrably the rest of the world, the rest of the West, bend over backwards. And what's been the response across Europe? More of the same. Now, I'm waiting to see where that goes. But European leaders seem, now we want to be America. America's so weak with Trump. They are, again, Russian stooge.
This is British MP that said Trump is a Russian stooge. Like, you are out of your fucking mind.
The thing is, too, though, and I see this sort of, is that there's this idea in Europe, and the UK, I think,
you're reading the chat right now?
No, I will in a second.
Oh God, XL, that is a home run of a shot. Have you ever seen a Jew behave with humility in a monetary transaction? Jeez. That's spicy. Nice shot. Well done. That's pretty funny though.
Yeah. Now I'm lost.
All we've got to do is, we've rebranded the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we rebrand Free Palestine to Expensive Palestine and diffuse that situation.
Oy vey.
But you're not acting at all thankful, and that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen
it's like
enough.
he's talking
what
to
do
a
you think?
Yeah.
This is going to be great television, I will say that.
It sure was, thanks.
Barron's in the background's like, it's been a while since I've had an ass beating like that, let alone on television.
Okay, let's move into the other stuff, which is, that's the only thing, really. Well, there's his whole speech, and I'm not going to go over it. It's an hour long. His sort of pseudo State of the Union. He did a sort of pseudo State of the Union, but we won't get to that tonight. And
there was one bit in there that I thought was really interesting.
In his speech?
Yes. I kind of want to do a video on it where he said, if I look at the Democrats... If you've got some
specific...
hold on a second. I think I'm... Hold on. It's in my saved here, I think. Well, it should be.
Let me show
you. Somebody be messaging me right now. Go away. Oh my God, the fascist tit brigade. That was insane.
Yeah.
Oh, you have that?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can actually play it, but Jesus, that maybe just.
Oh, that one. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I don't think we can
not a
actually play
chance.
it.
Not a fucking chance.
I put it in here just, but we'll just describe it then. When we
This
get to it.
that.
Yeah.
That video.
Okay. This is I'll save this then. Good. That's from the speech. That way we have a highlight at least from it. But here's the reactions then to the Zelensky thing first. So, which has just drawn out all of the war pigs. So I could not access this article because it's in the Financial Times and
From
it's
European citizen Janan Ganesh.
Yeah, Ganesh, yeah. Says Europe must trim its welfare state to build a warfare state. There is no way of defending the
Hitler
continent
himself couldn't be
without
happier reading
cuts to
that shit.
social
My good
spending.
God.
Says
there was that
Janan
Indian branch
Ganesh.
DSS.
True.
So let me
the
get this
war
straight. We can
pigs
go
have
to
all
war
come
with
out.
Russia and get rid of all the non-whites in Europe. Jesus, that is fucking hell. Talk about spite and you know the phrase.
Imagine the last
face.
words out of someone's mouth before they get shot with a Tokarev is "Do not redeem."
Do not redeem God.
Well, they get their fucking head caved in with.
In the various meetings in the last few weeks, most recently 2 days ago in London, the answer from European capitals has been as resounding as it is clear. We are in an era of rearmament.
No, we're not.
And Europe is ready
like
to massively
fucking clockwork.
Why?
Yeah, but they all came out with this. Is that we have to now? Europe needs to rearm itself to fight Russia.
Here we go again.
Now you know what this is actually going to do is have fucking Trump pull out of NATO. If they want to Article
a couple
5
of
us,
interesting
no.
things on this. Firstly, that Trump would probably be okay with Europe rearming because it would actually mean that they would be able to defend themselves. So you could argue that Trump has masterfully crafted Europe into being a stronger ally here. But you can also argue that this is the EU finding any excuse they can to build up an EU army or similar, which they've been trying to do for years.
Mm-hmm.
So interestingly, it kind of benefits both parties. But what is going to be the funniest is that the EU will, EU countries will build up an army and then change hands to populist right movements. And then the work will be done for us. We don't need to worry about building up an army after that.
Now, Serbia has an opportunity to do something very funny and just jump Bosnia right before this kicks off.
Don't tempt ritualist.
I have to say, ritualists will give me shit for that, but I've also made it a point in my life to whenever I see ritualists start parroting old 90s era Serbian nationalist propaganda at him to make him cringe.
I'm gonna I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'll let this play.
I also need to use the gents, to be honest.
No, okay. I'll just...
Uzalu and Spoons, talk amongst yourselves while I go for a
I could go and grab a drink if you want to do a stream-wide break.
Or if we're doing
whoever you're going to be gone.
What should I play while we're gone then? For a second.
The musings of a silverware piece.
Well, I don't know. You got a video for me?
No, that just means me.
Here's come here, my pet Russian.
Come here, my pet Russian. I have a gift for you.
Oh, it's a gun.
Come here.
The other one, he gives him a bottle of effing. There you go. Come here, my pet Russian. Okay, so Spoon, can you entertain the chat for 5 minutes or something? 2 minutes?
Yeah, you could definitely just play a clip from Mulberry Wizard posting.
I'll be right back. Okay, I'll leave. Spoon, the stream isn't near capable. You don't have hands because you're a utensil, but here's.
Does that mean I can fuck with everyone?
Don't get us in trouble. I'll be right back.
Right, have they gone?
All right, she's been gone long enough. All right, Spoon, let's build an end tower by alternating the letters.
Okay, go on.
All right, are you ready? You never believe what I'm going to say first. Uh-oh. I know. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do it on air. One of us has to say the first half, and one of us has to say the second half, which means it's fine as far as the TOS is concerned, right?
What can I say except the N-word? I'm back.
Well, let me take this opportunity to shamelessly shill my shit. You can join my wonderful community via cuck.shortfatotaku.com.
I keep forgetting it's that.
And that's the link to my community. You can also join my community via, you'll like this one too, cabal.racism.africa.
That's really neat. That's good. Is it a new one?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I like the dev one.
No,
it's really good.
Oh, Paul Spoon didn't know about that one. It's actually packed him up laughing. It was to heard him giggle like this. Not since the dad joke last week.
There's also reparations.racism.africa if you'd like to contribute to me.
Oh my god, still remember the dad joke.
Tip.shortfatotaku.com were also good.
Oh god, that dad joke from last week had me in fucking stitches. That was so good.
It's all about, it really is all about like slipping in the joke into someone's kidneys like a knife.
Yeah, it's just the timing was just the chef's kiss.
Good times.
Oh god, well done on the short fat otaku joke. Yeah. By the way, he's been going utterly insane. Okay, do you know? Okay, here's a good example. Do you know the Tory boys that AA references?
Dev? Maybe. I haven't watched AA.
Dev is like the Canada's version of the Tory boys.
I've returned at an excellent point.
You're meant to be on an official sabbatical from fucking talking about that spherical retard.
I've got to say a couple of things though, but that's about it. It won't be much. As I've said, I do have a sort of moratorium on talking about him. I did say at the time when I talked when I
but I brought him up, so you'll be fine.
You mentioned him today.
Yeah, because he's.
Oh, you mean Dev? Oh, okay. I thought you meant AA.
What?
Why would you said retard, so I assumed you meant AA.
Oh, okay. I just stepped back at a weird time. But yeah, I got
I assumed that you'd be talking about his the graph with the empathy ranges thing.
Oh, what?
He did.
I didn't even.
Oh my god, she doesn't know. Don't tell her.
I unsubscribed
Bill,
from him and I
I'm
blocked him
sorry.
on Twitter.
Should I not have told her? Were you keeping it from her?
So
nothing.
What is this?
Go back to the stream, Aiden. What do we got next on the stream?
What is this?
What's next up on the stream, Aiden?
What
I don't even know
did he do?
the
Thank
graph.
you.
Oh no, he did the. Oh no! Oh
yeah,
no!
Okay.
Oh,
I may have accidentally.
What have you done?
Drop her.
Oh no!
What have you done?
I don't want to hear his fat voice.
What have you
done? I'm planning to talk about this on my next stream.
Okay, well, I probably.
This is a sneak preview.
He's just responding to the. It's the 2019 Weights et al. Analysis of moral circles.
Wait, Dev responded to
the
that?
graph. You know, the graph about how.
I know the one.
Dev's a circle, alright, but he's not a moral one.
No. It looks like a lot of bloviating, like just scrolling through this. Oh my god.
Oh, hold on a second.
What is all this?
How can you manage to fit so much waffle into 27 minutes?
But I'm not even seeing anything here that's addressing the study. I mean, I haven't watched it. I'm just skimming through the.
I think Aiden, you're not going to find academic analysis in this video. You're going to find him pontificating on the topic.
Well, don't use the fucking graph if you're not. I'm getting so fucking tired of people being like, you don't understand.
Uzalu, what have you done?
It's because conservatives care about everything.
You're officially on the back. We're going to talk about that spheroid.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get to it. Anyway, let's.
Guys, I'm being attacked by Moch right now for revealing to you the dev video, but
honey, the law is not an excuse. How could you
do
this?
How
could you do this?
How the hell could I not have assumed that Aiden would be the first to know?
Grab his dick and twist it.
I had no idea she'd given up Dev for Lent. No one told me. No one tells me nothing.
You weren't about.
Hello, everyone. That was Moch. My beautiful girlfriend and secretary, who Aiden has met in person.
Yep.
And who you can also say hello to if you visit cuck.shortfatotaku.com.
That's true.
I do also do streams regularly, but they're not very visible on YouTube because I do not hold my tongue on those streams.
Yeah.
And I will say the N-word.
I'm gonna say
That's basically my Rumble streams.
Let's
my streams are also on Rumble.
I really must finish you into letting me back on those.
What, the Rumble streams?
Yes.
Yeah, they're actually fun. I usually get Vex to do them because Vex and I can make 5 hours disappear with absolutely no prep.
I mean,
Same with Aiden and
you
I.
know what? Yeah, I mean, you know what? We got it. Europe's gonna go. Europe is throwing about. They're gonna go to war. The EU, at least,
Europe
they're
isn't
gonna
actually
rearm.
going to do shit, though, because you know how long it would fucking take to rearm?
Let me tell you what the EU is going to do.
The deep state have so many ulterior priorities. It's going to take them years.
I forgot about this.
You may be wondering,
Oh, yeah. I
which
remember.
jokester made the Goatsy Europe logo? However, this is official.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So my theory is that some intern suggested this as a joke, and the
That's what
higher up was
apparently
too
happened.
old to get it, and the
That's
guy
what-
was blatantly like, "No, please don't let this actually happen."
Yeah.
Like, it's too late. It's already fucking.
That
happening.
is apparently exactly what happened with the N-Gage. If you've
Really?
seen that green text, the N-Gage was like a mobile phone
Yeah,
slash
Nokia.
game console from like
Yeah,
20
you guys
years
had one.
ago. And the guy kept, this is a green text, it might be false, but the guy kept submitting designs that were more and more crazy. The upper management kept saying, more buttons, more buttons. So eventually he submitted the Goatsy design the day before he left. And then to his shock and horror, they accepted it.
Now, it should be noted that the Nokia N-Gage was so poorly designed, you have to take the battery out to change the game.
Yeah, look,
And it is
needs
closer
more
to a Game
buttons,
Boy than anything
honestly.
else. Oh, also, yeah, it had an actual controller mount version in the bottom left there. I
actually
forgot
didn't-
how bad it was.
I didn't actually realize that it was Goatsy, though. I hadn't
Also,
looked at a
I
Nokia
didn't know
N-Gage
that
in so
either.
long.
But on top of that, to actually talk on the phone, you use the top edge. You hold it to your ear like it's a croissant.
That green text is probably not true, but it certainly could be if you fucking look at the phone.
Yeah,
you don't want to squint too hard. Speaking of which,
If anyone in chat doesn't know what Goatsy is, don't.
also it's really it's really a cold day in hell when I can look at something that EU put out on a flag and it's less dignified than when there was just straight up a swastika of stars.
I mean,
But here we
okay.
are.
If you don't know what Goatsy is, it's two hands on either side
Of a
of a
bum.
gaping circle. I was going to say, but okay, yes, it is a guy spreading his gaping anus. Okay, that's what it is, and that sure looks like it. Old internet shock websites, the prank websites where oh my god, I forgot that was the one with the tits. Oh shit, whoops.
It's
was on
painted.
every-
And now you've closed the entire window and lost the screen share.
I'll get it back up here in a second. When I did realize, oh crap, that was the link that was France's
I mean,
response.
it's painted
was to pull the
over,
tits
it's
out.
obscured. I think they're wearing pasties anyway, and that's the story we're going with.
Yeah, but that was France's.
France, French women never want to give
take
up a
their-
chance to get the kit off. No matter
Exactly,
how
they're
much we
always
wish
doing
them to
that.
put the clothing back on.
That's
Yeah.
a good point. Yeah, they
All,
do
hundreds of years of fashion to then try not to wear it.
No, at some point, all three of you are welcome to join one of my streams, and we'll see how a real stream is run.
Spoon, do you have the?
You're saying there
my,
won't be French women
screen
getting the
back
kit
up?
off? How disappointing.
There might be. I'm not going to say no to it. Because, I mean, I'm not subject to YouTube's TOS.
Okay, it's back up. Here we go. So Germany has decided to throw their hat in and start a war with the U.S. and Russia.
Here we go again.
Okay. Oh shit! Here we go again.
Die Europäer müssen sich nun gleichzeitig gegen Russland und gegen einen immer feindlicher agierenden US-Präsidenten rüsten und dabei auch noch die Ukraine so stark machen, wie es eben irgend geht. Die Europäer.
You know who's sweating right now? People who live in Dresden.
Yeah.
They're sweating hard. They're just thinking to themselves, we finally got the crockery back up to snuff. We rebuilt the cathedrals. Like, oh no, we're fucked.
So, this isn't Germany threatening war against the US and Russia because Germany is not currently at war with Russia. They're just exaggerating which side Trump is taking. Now, the European countries want nothing more than to
I'm
keep
saying
the,
this is
the forever
aggressive
war going.
language to be using, though.
Yes, but it was
It's
also not
catering
an
towards
official.
it.
It's not an official source. It's just the press.
No, I know, but
but
my
you-
point
you-
is that this is out of Germany, and
Yes.
I mean, I didn't show politicians from France. I showed them with their with titties out.
Yeah, the deep state, now mostly centralized in Europe, as far as I can tell, is pushing it way too
Oh,
close
yeah.
to World War III because they got nothing else short of World War III. At this point, they got nothing else because they don't have enough hearts and minds captured. I don't think to work on some sort of conscription plan. and they know that their time is limited in political offices because the right-wing populists just keep gaining ground, even though it is taking time. It's keep continuing in the right direction. So at this point, like they're just trying to push it as close to World War III as they can because they're in a corner. They might fucking push it there.
I think they're so delusional. They might, yeah.
Will the Americans ship arms to the Yellow Jackets as an insurgency? Because that would be very funny to watch the Gilets jaunes turn up.
I doubt they'll need to.
I mean, yeah, they've already spent most of they were already throwing burning cars at people's houses with forklifts. But it would be much funnier if they just got better equipment than the French military, which is not fucking difficult. Let's face it.
I will give France the credit compared to the UK that they are actually revolting. But the problem is they've been revolting for one thing, their entire history. But to be specific, they've been revolting for 3 or 4 years. The Yellow Jackets, probably more than that actually.
No, it's like 10.
At no point have they walked into. By the way, chat, do not cry in Minecraft. Have they walked into Macron's house and said, "Excuse me, you're sitting in my chair"? At no point have they done that. If we had riots to that extent in the UK, number 10 would be fucking militarized before, just to prevent that from happening.
Well, we did have at one time...
The French just love a bit of chaos. They just love rioting. They just love being revolting. But do you actually want to do something about it, France?
No, this is all... I mean, this is theater.
Never let Parisians do a Norman's job.
I think what a lot of it is that it really has been a very long time since there's been a serious war in the West. Not the kind of, again, proxy wars or the wars, the oil wars, not that kind of stuff. I mean, a real war that Europe was involved in. And I think that, and it's not sure if it's the United States too. People who have never experienced war, I can't blame it entirely on media because it's cultural, but a lot of people have no idea what they're actually asking for because they're thinking about it again in like COD terms of like, yes, it's just like playing COD, and they are so far removed from what the fuck actual warfare is like because they live in their comfortable, privileged, if you want to use that term, Western societies. They have no idea. I mean, look at what happened with the Redditors who went to Ukraine at the start of the war and got themselves killed because they were out there taking selfies.
With the metadata included, which showed them in schools that I keep calling them the Soviet system used to.
Couldn't have happened to nicer people.
Yeah, I agreed.
But that's what, because in their brains, it's all like a Marvel movie,
right? If I go to war and my fucking teammate my battle buddy is a fucking Redditor, I'm shooting myself. It'll be quicker and easier. Let's cut out the middleman.
Right, yeah, Red King, exactly. Like, in COD, you respawn, and they don't understand what they're asking for. I'm going to get to the super chats once we end this sort of Zelensky section, which will be here in a minute. Oh, but this is related to Germany, and I wanted to talk about this just real quick, because it is kind of important, actually very important. It's a 10-minute long video that I would encourage people to watch. I'll go post it here in the chat. Is that Germany, is, well, at least some German people and media outlets are seemingly calling for Germany to go to war.
Word Shlomo makes me a little suspicious of the veracity of this story.
No,
Shlomo is the name of an account that got banned.
This is the name of the account, yes.
For memes. He has been imprisoned.
He's been imprisoned, yes, for posting racy memes on Twitter in Germany. For six months for political satire memes.
For 6 months, and he has another 6 months left. But today is the day that we reclaim justice for him. His name is Aaron, but most people know him as Shlomo Finkelstein, an iconic German satirical video creator. Shlomo is one of Germany's meme pioneers on the right of the political spectrum, who would never shy away from offensive humor and pushing the Overton window. Shlomo used grotesque jokes and cartoons to mock basically everyone.
Um meines Seelenfriedens willen starte ich jedes Video von der Prämisse, dass ich zu intelligenten Menschen spreche, obwohl ich natürlich weiß, dass das nicht mehr der Fall ist. Insofern werde ich offen und schonungslos sprechen und ohne Rücksicht darauf, wie minderbemittelte Idioten das Gesagte auffassen.
Every ideology, every kind of person. He would not discriminate, but he would never
very German approach.
Violence. And that is blatantly obvious to anyone who paid attention or has more than 2 brain cells. His audience knew him as bold and clever.
I mean, we get the idea. Like, she goes on for a long time, and it's not just her. She actually goes on for about 2 minutes, and then the rest of it is Shlomo talking. But this is what Germany is worried about internally. Memes. Yeah, okay. Real terrified of Germany. But I do, so, the war hawks are out, though. I'm seeing people everywhere calling for blood. They want war with Russia. They, the UK gets its own segment in this because I'm more involved in UK politics, obviously. But I also felt there were a few people who needed to be called attention to. In this, is this not going to work because I'm not signed in? Oh, this is fucking stupid. Give me a second. If we're looking at Twitter, I didn't. Yeah, I actually forgot also that I brought up. I didn't mean for that to be an incognito.
I got into scuffle with him and Sish lately.
Yeah, me too. Let me.
Because
but Aiden, I thought they were your friends.
Doesn't mean I can't. Well, I don't think so.
No, I've gotten better at beating my wife, so now she doesn't need to outsource abuse.
So this was okay. Since the Zelensky meeting, I have seen Adam, Sitch, Dev are just the ones that I've seen, but it's been a lot of people who have suddenly become the most bloodthirsty war hawks overnight that I've ever fucking seen. And I'm skeptical, and I think anybody should be, of someone who otherwise does not, is anti-war or feigns to be, turning on it like this. And demanding blood. Now, this is just this interaction, but if you look at Adam's account, he was seething and raging about this. There's no other way I can describe it, because the comments were absolutely full of people being like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
His initial premise is wrong, by the way.
Which is?
MAGA, we need to fight for free speech across all of Europe. No, we fucking don't. MAGA has never given a flying shit about free speech in Europe.
Nope. Yeah,
it certainly has been. It has been making moves to try and force it out.
Yeah.
The fact that the MAGA movement has already gained power in the US, Vance particularly, but the rest of the movement as well, has been trying to influence Europe to be more reasonable with free expression, at least outwardly, and I think that is their intention. So yes, they do care.
I think they care.
It's the second premise there in his tweet. I don't know where that's coming from.
I think he uses the word fight intentionally. Do you know what I mean? He uses the word fight for free speech. What a fight for free speech is, which I actually agree. I think most people, MAGA Republicans, MAGA people, whatever you want to call them, are in favor of free speech for the most part, and they probably do want Europeans to have more free speech. I know. I'm saying probably most
Aiden,
MAGA Americans think that way.
Can you mute Spoon just in return to him saying that? Just to demonstrate that he actually is.
As an aside, also on the subject, apparently Romania has formally, by court order, banned Georgescu from running again in the elections, even though he won.
They are begging to be raided by the people. They are begging to have their fucking parliament building burned down. Do not crime. In Minecraft. They are begging for guillotines in the streets right now.
Do it. It'd be really fucking cool. Do it. Be cool for once, Romania. You've got one chance. I'll give you copper.
Romania is not one of those Western European countries who will be all nice and civil. No, they will actually brutalize the politicians who did this if the ball starts rolling. I'm not going to enjoy watching the brutal part, but I'll be very commending of them if they actually recover a workable system afterwards.
Lord, I've seen what you've given to other people, and I want more of the same.
Yeah. Oh, so we need to fight for free speech, which is not a physical fight. Also, MAGA, join the Ukrainian army or shut the fuck up with your Ukrainian opinions. Now, Adam had gotten to this point of posting because he was being a war hawk. He was demanding, essentially, boots on the ground, more money spending to Ukraine. Trump is disgusting. Zelensky just needs help. He's same kind of stuff. He loves Russia. It's just the same kind of narratives of all this stuff. And it was that the main thing is that Americans need to go fight and die their troops, because that was Zelensky's big thing, is that no, I know you've given me all this money and all these weapons and tanks, but I want your people. And he said that specifically is that Americans will die. Of course, he was making that vague threat about what Russia will do, but not the kind of thing you say during a
peace talk.
Peace talk. So yeah, and then here's the Warhawk. So antitrust laws responds, you're free to keep saying it. They're free to tell you to put your money where your mouth is. Exactly. I'm sorry.
A resounding you first. You
yes.
Cowardly, spineless excuse of a fucking grease stain of a man.
Just as a general question, if someone is unwilling to do something and they are demanding that you do that thing, why would you ever do it? Like, if a morbidly obese person is saying, like, oh, you got to go on a diet, you're so fat, try Ozempic. They're not doing it, but they're saying you have to for your health. Why would anyone take that seriously?
The only exception to that is where specialization comes in. If you're saying we should go to war with this country, and you're a military-age man, then there's some, you should have some skin in the game there. But if you're saying that as someone who wouldn't go to war, you still need to be questioned for your lack of involvement. But it doesn't make your opinion wrong just because you wouldn't put skin in the game. You wouldn't be the one to do it. It's like saying our company should market to this department. If you're not in the marketing, or to this demographic, if you're not in the marketing department, you're not the one that's doing it. So I defend him a little bit there. But at the same time, it is reasonable to say, well, he could do it. He could go and fight for the Foreign Legion, like skin in the game. But it's not a great argument because you can still respond to the argument itself.
If you're going to demand that other people fight and die in a war, I think you have to be prepared to do the same thing.
Now, I should
But at the same time, just because even if you're not, doesn't make your argument wrong, and it should be addressed on those grounds.
Now, I should qualify because earlier on I was encouraging Romanians to basically drag their politicians out into the street and, shall we say, get a Hassan holiday off work. Were I closer to Romania, I may be tempted to indulge myself. Though it's not really. I would feel like I was eating off someone else's plate.
Aiden, Bill is just wrong about Romania because he wouldn't go there himself today and do it.
I can't get the time off work.
Okay,
there is some validity to making that case, but it's not 100%.
I think the operative and key difference here is you are making a prescriptive statement. Americans need to do this. They must do this, not me. I'm sorry. If you're not willing to, this is a massive sacrifice that you are asking of the American people. And if you're not willing to do the same thing you're asking others of, and what I specifically said when I first described this is that people aren't going to like that or go for that. I actually didn't even say it was wrong, although I do think it's also wrong. But this is not going to endear anybody because it makes you look like a hypocrite. And it makes you look like you don't believe in what you're actually saying if you're not willing to do anything about it yourself.
It can do, especially if his argument is not that great, then this could be enough to overrule it. But if he isn't saying Americans, but he's saying America, as in a collective force, something he can't do individually.
Oh, America is made up of Americans who will go
yes, I know, but as a collective, it's far more than just one person, and you don't have to go to war to be part of America.
He's making demands of other people to act in a war in which they do not have skin in the game.
If he's saying you as an individual should go to war, and he's not willing to, that's much easier to argue that he's a hypocrite. But if he's saying these broad global powers should do this, and then someone says, well, you're not personally involving yourself, that's kind of a miss. It's kind of just a mismatch.
We are going to
There's some validity to it.
I disagree, and this is why, is because when you're talking about this group military action, that is comprised of what? Individual people that you are asking to go and die for it. So that conglomerate, that group, is made up of individuals. So you are asking individuals to go and die, but not you.
But yes, but like thousands or millions potentially. And also like all the infrastructure and stuff that are expert at it. Material. But if he's saying that, I'm not sure what exactly his argument is. If he's saying America should put boots on the ground, then again, it's even more, yes, you're right, it's closer to being hypocrisy. Well, but it's still a very specialized job. If he's saying our military should invade, it's not necessarily enough to say, well, you're not joining the military.
That's too simplistic at all. But here, let's look at how this played out, okay? Antitrust laws, you keep saying it, put your money where your mouth is, he says. At least admit it's just an attack on the person. No, it's not. I think it could be an attack.
Rubbish.
It could be an attack, but it's not. It's again, you're asking something of Americans that you're not willing to do, and a dodge on any substantive argument. Well, here was my counter argument. I fail to see how it's an attack. If you deeply believe the U.S. should send soldiers and more aid, and it didn't, and it won't, then shouldn't you? People don't want their money spent or sons killed for a foreign nation. If that's where you want to spend your money and blood, that's fine, but you first. If you deeply believe it's a great idea to jump off a bridge and you tell others they should too, then they're going to expect you to do it first. You can't ask others to do what you're unwilling to. His response is it okay if we ask for our tax dollars to be spent on Ukraine? Mother, may I please? I said, you can send your money and ask others to spend theirs. Of course, start a charity fund. And here's the kicker. So our taxes go to what you want, and we start a charity for what we want? This type of authoritarian... Yes. What the fuck? Did my browser just freeze? Why can't I scroll
It looks
down?
like him.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
It looks like it, yeah.
I've been having this on Twitter as well. It's been doing this to me.
Open and close this.
I had it on YouTube today, actually.
Everything's been fucky today.
Oh my god, yeah.
I believe,
Aiden,
that conversation, you guys sort of were misunderstanding each other and talking past each other a bit, enough to create a rift of understanding.
I want to get to the place where it stopped was right when it got...
no worries.
Also,
where it
Adam
became very evident what this was about, okay?
Adam and Sitch are not exactly sane on this topic. If you even ask them directly...
Well, I'm sure they're not.
What exactly is the point of America's intervention in the Ukraine? They will not even answer the question.
No.
This is my problem, right? I gotta steel man everyone. I gotta make sure we understand what's actually happening.
Okay, well,
I am going to sludge man everyone. We will balance each other out.
Look
Spoon,
at this.
you have to be the middle ground, I hate to tell you.
Look at this part
Oh,
here.
God,
So
I
is
have
it
to be
okay?
Dev? Fuck, why are you doing this to me, though?
Haha. I don't want...
Worse than dev. Is it okay if we ask for our tax dollars to be spent in Ukraine? Mother, may I please laughing face emoji? You could spend your money and ask others to spend theirs. Of course, start a charity fund. So our tax dollars go to what you want, and we start a charity for what we want. This is the type of authoritarianism that starts civil wars. Laughing, crying face emoji. By the way,
I can't tell if he's taking the piss.
No, he's salty. Look, here, I know you're trying to be charitable, Uzalu, but at this point, he'd been arguing with people like this for days. So he was,
Yeah, being charitable to Adam is a waste of time.
He's not thinking logically here. He's reacting with his just way he feels about stuff.
Yeah, I think what's happened here is that it was just about the last message you said, where he was advocating for what the collective should do, which is what I said he might be doing before. And then you said that essentially if he wants to advocate for what the collective should do, then he needs to make it a private affair rather than a collective policy affair.
And that he can't advocate for collective policy, though you can. Again, you two were talking past each other, and I don't think his position is that reasonable.
Is it more clear now? So our taxes go to what you want, I want what I want. And I said the American people voted for Trump in part because they're tired of this war. The will of the people is authoritarian now, because that's what he's saying. It is.
No, it's not. He says
it is authoritarian. It is authoritarian if the people vote for Trump and Trump doesn't want to give money to Ukraine.
This is something where it's like when those trains get derailed by like a tiny little bit of metal that's angled just right. A tiny little technical misunderstanding here has led to this whole thing derailing down the line.
I am not sure.
It's because
I don't
he was
agree with
talking.
you.
No, you need to be aware. You need to be willing to look at the nuance, or just don't bother.
I don't think there's any
But you
nuance.
are going to get misunderstandings.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
Okay.
What happened here? And I'm not defending him. I don't know much about this guy. What I do know is he sounds like a bit of a faggot, to be honest. But whatever.
Yes.
What I see here is that he was talking about what he wants his country's policy to be, and he interpreted what you were saying as saying you're not allowed to do that. Like you have to either you have to go to war or you're not allowed to advocate for what your country's policy should be. And so your response was, no, if you want to do that, you can do it privately. He's like, what? So you're allowed to do national policy, but I have to do it privately.
Aiden, you're showing the studio again.
That misunderstanding just...
Oh, fuck.
Good job,
All right,
Aiden.
look.
And now
that
it's
misunderstanding just
meme
like
document.
barreled down the train, barreled down the tracks.
I know. I have to. It's fucking Discord. I told you. Give me a second.
All chill, Jesus.
God. It's always fucking Discord. It just does it randomly, and it's so
It's Windows.
fucking
It's
annoying.
not Discord.
It's Discord.
It's both.
It's Discord. It's 100% Discord.
There's no practical difference.
Yeah.
You're on Windows 10. She's on
Works on
Windows
my
11.
computer.
Windows 11 is
That's
shy.
my point.
Discord's also shy. Everything.
works on my
it's
computer
compounded,
is the
it's
dumbest
completely
argument ever.
superfluous.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Sorry. I'm a little. I was a little irritated with this because I'm sorry. I think he just stated. I see what you're saying, Uzalu, that it was talking past each other, but I don't know how you come back from this. To me, this looks like when I don't get what I want, it's authoritarianism, and
No,
that's it.
he's not talking about. He's not talking about anything to do with who's in office. He's just replying to you saying that if you want to solve a problem that you think a nation should solve, you should only be able to do it privately. And he's sort of jumping the gun a bit in saying, well, you're saying you get to do it through national policy, but I have to do it through private policy only. That's authoritarianism. Which, again, he's jumping the gun. You're both jumping the gun a bit. It's a lot of misunderstandings, like all compiling and just like rolling down the track in this constant, like consistent derailing.
Uzalu, I've got a slight counterpoint, which is that Adam has had Aiden on multiple times and knows that she considers all taxation to be theft. So he is in the know about. He has the context previously for the situation.
Right, but
if
also
he's misconstruing it, there is a certain aspect of willful ignorance to it.
That may be fair.
Adam
However,
and everybody else so that.
If it's a balls up, he should
it's
probably
not
own up.
I want to understand the motives purely, which is why I steal.
He's an asshole.
And maybe I do it too much, but it's worth doing. He may be, but I don't think this was a pure example of that. And to what you said about the taxation thing, Bill, fair. And I don't expect everyone to hold in mind the opinions of everyone else they're talking to all the time. But Aiden is also very capable of reasoning, for example, within the context of we currently have a democracy. So what do you think the best democratic outcome is? Even though she doesn't advocate for democracy. We currently have nations with taxation. So what do you think the best way to spend that tax money is? She can certainly reason on that basis, and it sounds like she was doing there.
Yeah, but I'm also again,
if you have to assume that Aiden's saying, okay, first job, remove taxation. Second job, you have to fund it privately. But she didn't say the first one. It's a lot to expect him to infer in that context.
She does have yellow and black in her profile name.
Yeah,
no, it's just a lot. It's just a lot to assume. A lot to assume.
He went into this gung ho, and I think he made a tit of himself, and he needs to own that.
Again, he had been raging out for days at this point, so I probably was just a misfire. But
not that Adam needs much excuse to go try and tear out Aiden's throat.
Something in chat has been quite funny.
If it's the same comment that I made, okay, or that I was going to point out, yeah.
Kevin says Uzalu doesn't want to burn bridges with Adam and Sitch. He wants to continue being a guest on their show. Stop being a cuck. Aiden, how often have I been on Adam and Sitch's show?
Have you ever been on Adam and Sitch's show?
No,
like once?
I have never once talked to them. I think I had a brief Twitter exchange with Friended years ago about his fucking microphone. That's it.
I think
I have no connection to them.
I am unironically
if you're looking
more
for
like
ulterior motives, chat, you're not going to find any with me.
No.
I am perhaps being too precise, but I am very interested in finding the full, nuanced truth of any situation.
I'll say, Uzalu, you might actually be the one person less likely to get invited onto the show than me. And I call them an ass. I call them every name under the sun every chance I get.
Spoon's certainly not invited back, that's for sure.
That's not true. They have actually invited me recently.
They did?
Yes.
Oh my god!
God! I'm sorry. There's a certain degree of masochism at that point because last time you were on stream with them, you diddled them in front of their fucking audience.
And then Sargon went on like and then Sargon went on a week later and referenced you and how they were being totally unreasonable with you and me.
Adam and Sitch, if you'd like to invite me onto your show, then I think we can liken that to Aiden's jumping off a bridge analogy. You're welcome to jump. And I'll be the facilitator of that jumping.
Yeah, we're not even sure that I wasn't even sure that he was going to. I didn't know he was going to be on this. I turned up and he was here already before I was. It's like, what the fuck happened when I was at the shop?
No, the thing is with those two is that they did a video recently about some. Oh, do you know who I compliment them? It's because they did a video on Birdman and shredded him as being a race-baiting fuckhead because he is.
Well, he is.
Yes, and I just said, like, well done, because the analysis was fair, because they didn't cherry-pick, they just focused on what he said. It was a fairly normal stream, and I said, well done to that. And then, I think last time I was on, that I was on good terms with them is because when Shu showed up in the chat.
Yeah.
And
she's
that was,
in the chat on Chud Logic. I'm like I said, I'm always in Chud Logic streams during the day, listening to it. Shu shows up quite often.
Yeah, it kind of freaked me out because Shu said she watches me.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck?
That,
like, Shu watches me? I think that was bizarre.
Based.
So, yeah.
Speaking of based,
I live in terror that I'm under the scrutiny of Shu.
Jada, I think the issue is that I am listening to the context, but I have so many times in my history talked to one side, heard one narrative, and it seems consistent on their side, and then talked to the other side and heard the way they see it is completely different from how the other side thinks they see it. And it's both ways, like they're both a completely inconsistent picture of how the other are thinking. And maybe it's a flaw of mine, but I want to actually tell the truth about both sides, even if it's uncomfortable for those watching. And maybe it's part of being managing a community for 10 years and having to resolve conflicts. I'm quite happy to speak strongly. I'm not a moderate. But I'm also determined to make sure that both sides are represented fairly.
And that's
what I'm doing here.
If I might turn my hand to Steve Manning for a change as well.
I'm not giving Adam and Sitch any more defense than I think they're needed. I think I'm just clarifying what happened in terms of the misunderstanding. I'm quite happy to respond to their arguments. I'm sure they suck.
At worst, it's thought-provoking. Yeah, it's like a horoscope. At worst, it's thought-provoking.
Sure.
Maybe I shouldn't. The people in chat saying I might tend to be a bit too fair. Maybe it's a waste of time.
No, I think it's useful. I think it's useful.
Look,
It makes you rethink things.
I wouldn't say necessarily fairness. Kind of gives people the impression that is like the written truth. I would say it's definitely exploratory, and it's just thought provoking at the very least.
Yeah, I think it's more of a. But Deckwell said I do the same thing Adam was doing all the time. I probably do. I'm sure.
So how is your best friend James Lindsay?
I tend to piss people off by not siding with them at 100%. But I have to tell the truth. And this is possibly why I'm not invited on too many streams. Because I'm confident and it will say things that are not simply tribal allegiance. We do have to be careful about that.
I'm in favor of the tribal allegiance. I don't think anyone equals or just automatically because they have an opinion, therefore it's fair. I want to crush people who disagree with me because I think they're pricks.
Tribal allegiance in pragmatic situations like a war, even a culture war, makes sense. But even within that, we can tell the truth internally.
I disagree.
Okay, I think also
that's an interesting way of phrasing it, Spoon.
A big problem with this is that it's like the first stream Spoon and I ever did together was we debated abortion, and we went through the thought experiments involved.
Now, to careful consideration, only for Dev, and only if we have a time machine.
But the Judith Jarvis Thompson's largely her hypothetical arguments about abortion. And the reason why you do want to use hypotheticals and absurd abstract scenarios is because real world scenarios come with all this baggage. So my point is that people bring in all their emotions with them to things that they're emotional about. If you abstract it, it can be easier to get at the core of it. So I'm trying to think of a good abstract way to illustrate that my problem was you are asking people to do something that you're not willing to do, and that comes off to me as hypocritical, and to a lot of people as well. It comes off as hypocritical if you're not willing to do the thing that everyone else that you're demanding of other people, and particularly when it's something like life and death. I don't know a really good hypotheticals. So like in the, for example, the Judith Jarvis Thompson's, it's the violinist who is kidnapped and hooked up to. Or a man's kidnapped and he's hooked up to a violinist. Oh, he has to stay hooked up to the violinist for 9 months. These are these classic arguments about, or hypotheticals about abortion, or what do you call them? Thought experiments. I keep saying hypothetical. Thought experiments. I don't know the thought experiment that would have not triggered whatever, but I probably should have done that. That's why I said the bridge thing, but I guess that didn't work.
Your thought experiment was fine, Aiden. I think you two were misunderstood each other on one little point and it kind of escalated. I think you are almost certainly more right. But it is worth noting that there is that sort of hierarchy of quality of responses where at the top is actually addressing the problem with their core point, and then just below that is presenting the counter narrative, et cetera, all the way down. And then somewhere at the bottom, it's like calling them a hypocrite because they're not morally willing to do what they're recommending others to do. It's below. All I'm saying is it is valid, but not as valid as directly addressing the point. And I know it's ideal of me, but I would prefer that we behave rationally. when we can, when it's healthy to do so, in a way that actually
counterpoint. Adam is a cowardly retard, and we know that for a fact.
I'm sure that's true.
And my point is, I agree with what Mentis Wave here said.
Implies that yes, he is a massive faggot. I don't doubt.
I agree with what Mentis Wave said here, which I've got up. When he said, also been on the show, he said it's easy to act compassionate with other people's money. So here's this poll summarizes everything. Europeans think Ukraine should receive more support, but not from their own countries. Every country wants to pass the buck on this, and they're used to the United States picking up the bill. And Trump said no, that's hence the freak out. No, this is what America's supposed to do. America's supposed to be world police. I have never liked America being world police. And I mean, I can't believe we're right back in neocon hell. But apparently, I
retarded in the 40s, and it's more retarded now.
I am vehemently anti-war. I'm anti-taxes. I don't want my money, taken for this. I don't want my money. I don't want young men's blood spilled for a nation that we have that is not our ally, that has never been our ally, despite the statements otherwise. No, not our ally at all. It's just there's no tie to Ukraine. And then for the president to be insulting like that. I mean, it's just, it is easy to be compassionate with someone else's money.
At this point, I would be quite happy if Trump did a deal with Putin, which just fucking divides up Ukraine and says, look, you have these regions, we'll have these regions, we both have mineral rights. Happen. Job done. It probably isn't, because they'll throw such a bitch fit. Ukraine might even militarily resist, but if Trump just says okay, it's either this or we pull out completely.
Yeah.
Then maybe they'll go for it, but that's risky.
Alternately, if they wanted to pull a real gamer move, what they do is the Russians and the Americans could just team up and depose Germany.
Oh my god.
And that's
no.
a little out of left field, but I could see some advantages.
I've always been a big proponent of just throwing a wild swerve in the last act. That's why people don't like my campaigns very much.
It would be funny.
I mean, it would be funny. Speaking of
Your Honor, it would be funny.
Germany
What's Your Honor? It was. They keep trying to destroy it, dude. This
is learning a lot about
3,000 years of history, and this cocksucker still hasn't learned.
Yeah, wait, I sent it earlier. I posted that Dova. Hang on, I posted that Dova Hattie video in the chat earlier, and I can bring it up easily.
Dutch spoon?
I'm mostly German, I think. I may have slight bias here.
Maybe. Wait, that wasn't it. Oh, that was when I was watching Chud today and Scrump. That was the wrong thing, sorry.
All of my German fans are right now going holy shit, well done.
Where's the fucking thing? Where did I... Oh, here it is, the Dova Hattie thing. Okay, here we go.
Look, of all the people that South Africa ever had any problems with, by the way... this is the reason, okay?
Weimar... I made a crack earlier about not liking Weimar, and this is precisely what I'm talking about.
This about Scrump is only narrowly the worst thing about him.
Look, here's the thing. Okay, in my country's history, there's tends to be four mix of bloods. There's French, German, Dutch, and the English. 3 of those were mixed into the Afrikaners. The English were the one who put us in concentration camps. We have no problem with the Kaiser. Fuck you, you English prick. We have no problem.
I think he wants to go back, chat.
We have no problem.
Chat, I love Scrump. No hate implied by this.
Oh no, I was. Chad brought it up on his stream today.
I have no problem. I have no problem with we had no problem with the Kaiser or Hitler, because neither one of those people did anything to the South Africans.
Sympathizers.
Here's Dova Hattie on Germans.
Guernsey have no problem with Germans. We've eaten tons of them.
Yeah, they pretty much did.
An enemy so evil, full of malevolence and hatred, that not only do they wish to spread chaos, but to destroy existence itself. The greatest enemies of mankind, and worst barbarian race of all. Germans. And
yes, they were so terrible that as soon as the American war was over, you jackasses fucking pinched their scientists to land on the moon, because you jackasses couldn't use your own fucking scientists.
They were misusing them.
Yeah. Fucking cold-hearted, you pricks.
9.
See, if Guernsey was allowed to have a space program, we'd have been there too, because the idea that there's a German up there somewhere with his rum ration intact, and he hadn't been beaten over the head and had it taken from him, would have got us up there in 5 minutes. We'd have been on Mars just to get away from the corpse.
we have quite a few people, German viewers. It's not meant to insult you.
Yes, there's a lot of people that are very happy with what I'm saying right now.
Listen, if you're a German viewer, then
crawling with Bosch.
You do, in fact, need to be apologetic about your past, just not the part you think.
There's no way in hell I'm going to be apologetic about any of Germany's past. Fuck that shit.
No, I know. You're
the Autobahn.
incapable, but those
the
that
Autobahn. Apologize now for the Autobahn.
Yeah, see, you guys all thought you thought
lack
you
of
knew
a
where that
speed limit on the
German was
Autobahn,
going.
they don't have to apologize.
No, it's
Not
just
to the return of Prussia.
they keep engineering cars based around how they perform on the Autobahn. It's made an entire generation of absolute dog shit.
True. Yeah, this is
I'm with James May. It's the only thing I agree with him on. They should have bombed Nürburgring and left Dresden intact. That way we'd have got some decent crockery.
All right, here we go.
Man, I really stand with Ukraine. I wonder if people know just how much I stand with Ukraine. Maybe I could... I did it. I really did it.
Wow.
Now people know I'm a good person.
So brave.
Russia's fucking doomed.
Maybe a
pizza
pizza.
No.
Wait, what did it say about the pizza?
Maybe a
party?
pizza party.
Maybe a pizza party if you.
I think it's if you're good.
Oh, no. How is this possible? I can't be drafted. I'm 40 years old. I have kids. I was recently hit by a bus. I just wanted to show that I was a good person, not actually be a good person.
That's like all of leftism.
Based on a new federal order, when you post in support of a foreign war, you will automatically be drafted to fight in that war. Thank you for volunteering, patriots.
Well, boys, I'm going to Romania.
What have I done?
This is the best argument.
Darling, pack my mace. It's going to be a hairy fucking trip.
This is the best argument for why only men should vote. I don't think only men should vote, but it is the best argument for it by far.
Unless we forget why the women got
Women
the vote.
always vote for because they vote for war.
Oh yeah, because
They
like,
always
welcome
do.
to World War One. We need more bodies for the meat grinder. Hey, women, do you want the vote so you can vote more men to go die screaming? Of course you do. You're women. You want to, or what's the worst for men? And that's how suffrage was awarded.
Speaking of people
I'm
who
not
are
exaggerating. That literally
warmongers,
was.
so Trump posts this. The idea of a brave Europe maintaining a just war in the face of selfish American reluctance is a key part of the specifically European boomer truth regime. Posts this poster. Britain stands alone.
There's also plenty of British propaganda that didn't make this argument, though.
Sure.
It's not. This is. It doesn't have to be so specified. This would be true of any group. If they think they stand alone, they'll make it a big deal, like a good thing.
Why do you think
Zelensky?
Why do you think Zelensky said this? Why do you think Zelensky said that to Trump's face?
If they think they have an ally, they'll make a big deal of that as well. This is again. I hate to reduce to the core simplicity from people that are trying to make it about their pet project once again, but this is just how marketing works. There's nothing deeper than that really to it.
Also, I'll say this: you do
Dev
not really
just
want to
said
be.
This is true. What is true is brave Europe maintains a just war in the face of selfish American reluctance.
There is truth to it. It's not completely wrong.
Like without the British in World War II, who would have come over to Guernsey, completely botched Operation Ambassador, and just beaten some of the locals up rather than actually deal with the Germans? If anyone wants a good hearty
that
laugh,
sounds like a statement from someone who wasn't willing to take action themselves.
yeah. And Aidan, would you like to display the petition?
We'll get to that here in just a second. I have one more thing.
Remember, everyone who is in charge of something will be blamed no matter whether there was a better option than what they did or not.
So this guy has a long post about becoming clearer and clearer that we're looking at seismic shift in U.S. Relationship with the world, U.S. dismantling foreign interference apparati like USAID, Marco Rubio stating we're in a multipolar world with multi-great powers, tariffs on supposed allies like Mexico, Canada, and the EU, U.S. is effectively saying our attempt at running the world is over, to each his own. We're now another great power, not this indispensable nation. I think that's a good thing. The whole idea that America has to be on top and therefore control and rule the whole world has caused a lot of fucking harm over the last 70 years.
End of the unipolar world.
So, then responds, it's amazing how the movement Make America Great Again is actually doing to the USA what they claimed the left was doing, stripping away American exceptionalism, relegating America to the status of just another country, taking a bow and exiting stage left. Dev, it's called Make America Great Again because what people are concerned about as Americans is America. And not the American Empire, including some country we have nothing to do with.
The power that has been exercised through the US deep state over the last few decades at least, is to exert all of this soft power, this ill-gotten, dishonest soft power around the world, which has been effective, but only at fueling the most corrupt elements of the US because it's not transparent. What the US people are now demanding is forget all that crazy fucking, that massive web of lies, that colossal grand grift that has been the source of stasis for the world for the last 30 at least years. Instead, we want to actually unleash the internal potential of our country and stop just leeching it out to foreign leaders who then give kickbacks to our own politicians. The US unleashed can exert so much more power over the world than it currently is with this cope soft power grift. So much more. The US could be twice as wealthy as it is now if not for the leash. So it doesn't fucking matter if they lose soft power. They're going to be so powerful that they can just flick their wrist and countries will obey them.
Yes.
And what's more, saying this as a British man, under the current ideology, MAGA, most of what they tell the world to do is going to be correct. So I'm not particularly worried about it. I would far rather that they told Starmer to go fuck himself and then Starmer has to obey, because I'm likely to agree with the fucking policy from the Americans.
Yep. This is just, again, I think this is ridiculous. You are asking Americans to go in this. Nothing about Make America Great has anything to do with Ukraine inherent. It's about America. The people who want to make America great again by focusing on Americans and not spending hundreds of billions of dollars and huge amounts of American military technology and now American soldiers, which is a whole nother different thing. You're talking about World War III, and exactly like Trump said, when he was talking to Zelensky, you don't want to play around with that shit. You don't joke and play around like this with World War III. The reason Dev is, and I'll quote Zelensky now, is because you're an ocean away in Canada, which of course is not going to do shit. Dev's not going to get drafted in Canada, although there is a petition, but that's why he feels comfortable saying shit like this, because he knows that it will never affect him. And if you would like to sign the petition, fuck off. Trying to install something, the X app or something. Sign this petition.
Install my petition.
To draft short
You want to sign my
otaku.
petition?
You want to sign my petition? Here's the. Oh, I can't.
Funnily
post
enough, last time I said that, Bill, someone else in Cabal made the same postal reference you just did immediately afterwards.
I've not even played Postal. That's the best bit. I just know that quote.
Yeah,
you could never cancel me.
Yeah, there's people signing up right now. It's over 1,000. I looked at it earlier today. It was just like 1,000. It's going up like
that's more people than Dev has actual real fans that aren't just bots.
So this was set up by Ace 1918. He's also been on. It's been a dream. Wait, has he been on the show or did I dream that? Yeah, he came on. Did
Ace get on the show?
I don't think he has. I don't think Ace 1918 has been.
I don't think he has been.
No,
it has been a long dream of the YouTuber Short Fat Otaku, aka Dev, to wage war against nuclear powers. Sadly, Short Fat Otaku is physically unable to walk to the nearest recruiting center, and thus is unable to participate in his lifelong dream of defending foreign countries against Russians. With your help, there may be a way for this dream to be realized. This petition calls upon the government of Canada, the government of Ukraine, and more specifically, the Ukrainian Armed Forces, to draft and send Dev over to Ukraine to fulfill his purpose and allow him to accomplish more than he ever has in his life before.
Please fund a white van and some thugs to press gang him.
What'd you say, Paul? Oh, we have no ice still? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Sorry, I asked Bill to get me another drink. I'm not actually, one of the things about my medicine situations is that I can't drink more than 1.5 liters of water a day. Is it? No, he said 1 to 1 half. So I can't drink more than I just like, which is you would think. One of the things that made me sicker for a while is because I was trying to drink a lot of water because I thought that's what you should do when you're sick. But it was like, no, actually, you have to cut the water down. So I have to be like careful with that. Anyway, so though his time on the front lines may indeed be brief, it is hoped it will also be very bright. Yes.
Say hi to Di in chat.
Hello, Di. What's up? Oh, I didn't see you. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh no, I got boy. That was the yes.
Speaking of drafting, Di is trying to draft me to come and watch anime rather than be on this stream. Sorry, Di. I shall be there a little later.
Though it's time on the front lines, yes, may indeed be short. It's hoped to be very, very bright, as are all explosions. Thank you in advance to all those who signed the petition. So there's the dev update. Let's see. Do I have anything else? Not really. Maloney said she's not going to go for it.
She's been a massive disappointment.
Yeah, it was like, whoa, Maloney got one right. Let me read these super chats that we did during.
I think she's already
Ukraine
backtracked
sort of
on
Are you,
already.
Aiden? Are you about to end the stream? Watch will be so disappointed that you didn't fulfill her request.
What was Much's request?
That you argue with me about Nigel.
No. Okay, let's just skip to that. Let's skip to that. Real quick then. Tim France, been a member for 1 month. Thank you, man. It says, Ayup Crown Crew, have a great stream and hashtag draft dev. See, I actually stopped reading the super chats there because I wanted to save that one. Thank you, because I knew we were going to bring it up. Caraula, sorry, I have to really get that one. Caraula, set for 2 Canadians, says, JD picked the perfect Vance to address the meetings. Yeah. Lance for 10 says, I'm sorry, but words, but sadly, due to Bidenomics and the fallout of such, I lost my job. Oh, I'm sorry, my M words, okay. But sadly, due to Bidenomics and the fallout of such, I lost my job in 2024. I need to cut back on a number of things, and sadly, that includes membership. It's been a joy. Hail to you. Hey, thank you, man. No worries at all. I understand completely. You're always welcome to hang out.
Secretly, she hates you behind the scenes for doing that.
Oh, yes, very much. Maria Triolo, been a member for a month, says, if you can't laugh at yourself, others will for you. Yeah, true. A beard for 50 pesos says Savannah Hernandez was the only one to go live immediately after getting it. She said that it was what it was. What was that about?
Live.
Shoot, this is the only problem. Yeah. Oh.
Probably about the Epstein documents.
Yeah. Yes. For the 50 and for another 50 says, I'm okay with keeping IS as a pew sponge. IS, I don't know what that one was about either.
I return.
Hello. Slosher for 20. I'm sorry, Beard. If you're still in the chat, let me know. Slosher for 20 Canadian says, what do you think about the idea that the Trump team is using Epstein list to blackmail politicians to get things done politically that they want? I mean, it's possible.
That's an interesting idea.
To get pretty much
That's
all
an interesting idea.
Pretty easily.
It'd be very funny if they were, though.
I think Trump,
I wish they were that based.
I would give 50-50 that he would ever do that. Maybe. It's a very interesting idea, but I doubt it, on balance.
Yeah.
Will explain why he's so chummy with Israelis, because they're supplying it.
Unfortunately, that might be the case.
I missed it. Thank you, Slosher. Lord Castellan for 10 says, I hope I got that right. I truly believe we shouldn't be posting Epstein docs until the trials have happened. I want these people to receive punishment. Releasing docs could give any potential defendant a claim for a mistrial. Yeah, that's true as well.
There's some truth to that. Same thing with the Derek Chauvin, George Floyd thing. There was pretty much no one in the nation that wasn't biased enough to be a jury.
There was no way. Yeah, he literally could not get an unbiased jury anywhere in the US.
For the record,
on his side or not.
Having looked at the full facts, he was not guilty of a crime.
What, Chauvin?
No, but there was just
Chauvin. Chauvin was not guilty of a crime.
Yeah,
what he did, maybe you could argue some internal disciplinary action, but again, look at the actual details. If anyone in chat's reading at me, look at the actual details.
He certainly
couldn't. He did not kill him. Here's the most important fact. George Floyd was saying that he couldn't breathe before he was even restrained. It was a fentanyl overdose.
Yeah.
And more
I don't think you're
importantly,
going to find anyone in the chat disagreeing with that, though.
even if he were to be like guilty of killing him intentionally, he certainly can't be convicted simultaneously of first and third degree murder. They are mutually exclusive.
It was
because
what was the name? There's the name of a black conservative Fox News guy. And,
Uncle Ruckus.
Yeah,
sure.
And he's just said that, oh look, you can't really show them because Trump gains nothing from this, and black people will just riot.
On a purely pragmatic basis, that might be true. And Spoon, I know that that's what you like to concern yourself with entirely. So you would have to agree with that. But truthfully, he should release.
I'm going to cover a couple of things related to Trump's State of the Union, and then we'll move. I'm trying to keep this. I'm looking at my thing. I'm trying to keep things in order, and then I want to switch over to. Oh, I want to switch to talking about the UK politics stuff. So even just to say, Trump's not State of the Union because you don't give a State of the Union when you've been president for a month. But even CNN viewers, it's 44% very positive, 25% somewhat positive, which means even amongst CNN viewers, 69% nice, agreed with Trump's speech. That's CNN viewers, like people who are pretty against Trump. So, yeah.
The speech was pretty good.
Yeah,
I saw it. People,
it was pretty good. I did a whole stream about it.
People hate Trump a lot less when they have reasons to be happy.
Yeah.
That's true. That's going to be true,
Here's a focus group, and I do agree with Libs of TikTok here. CNN was forced to air it, and it pained them. I think obviously they don't want to air his own speeches. They've tried to avoid it. They literally have in some cases. Well, sort of pretended to. They obviously can't totally avoid it because you don't want to platform a terrorist or whatever, or an evil man like Trump. He's the fucking president.
Message regarding the economy.
I thought it was very positive. I think what's happening now, we used to be a country that would just let everything happen. Okay, we'll do this. You guys, Panama can have this. I think now we're taking back things that should have never been given away. So I think doing those tariffs and everything, I think it's well overdone. I mean, it should have been done a long time ago.
Yep.
How did?
We have Spoon's clip, and I have this clip. Actually, I'm going to hold off on this one. I just want to pull it up here for a second. But Spoon did also say...
There is something here that needs to be said that leftists don't understand, that for fuck's sakes, I wish the right would just learn, is that if the economy is doing well, people are primarily concerned with their immediate interest. If things are going well for them, like they couldn't give a flying fuck if a lot of tax people or if a lot of rich people get tax breaks, as long as they feel they are not unfairly robbed by the tax breaks, they will sing the tax praise of rich people all fucking day long. It's like, oh, look, the rich have so much money. Yes, but as long as I have money in my pocket, I couldn't give a flying shit.
That's mostly true. The wealth inequality thing is a bit of a meme because as long as the poorest have enough, then you don't really need to care about how much more the richest have.
Yes.
It's just meritocracy as long as they have a deserved amount.
As long as they don't feel they're being screwed.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry. I got a couple things, guys. I was reading super chats and I got distracted. Bug. The clip you sent me, Spoon, funnily enough, is the one I already had prepared. So we'll get it's perfect. Let's see. Mario Triolo for 5 says America might have gotten the tip, but the UK got the full rod. Best of luck, guys. Hope you can get off the bad ride you're on. I'm yet to see if Starmer's gonna do shit.
Starmer isn't.
Pathetic robot man. Nah. Well,
at the beginning, I had sort of
a saber, boots on the ground. I don't think he's gonna do shit.
At the beginning of the Starmer presidency, a lot of us were kind of like, a lot of us were as a meme thinking that he looks like a pathetic supermarket manager, but is he actually going to be Giga based? Like we didn't think it was likely. Just as a meme, it would be funny. And no, he wasn't.
I mean, obviously.
No, it was obvious. It was just like a little joke, or maybe he will be, but it was never likely.
Hope, a ray of hope.
Not even a hope. Not even hope. It wasn't. Go on, Aiden. Go on.
Sorry, June Vote for 5 says, miss watching you guys. Love you people. Hey, thank you so much. Love you too. Person I don't really know, but it's parasocial. So Lich has been a member for 4 months. Says Spoon has been converted to globo homo. He's about to say that Trump is a threat to our democracy. Again, I don't know the exact context.
How the hell did you get to that?
I don't know, but thank you.
I got to stand up and steel man Spoon here. He would never say something so reasonable about defending democracy. He would never be that reasonable.
Absolutely not. Binary Eclipse.
Yeah, because no one reasonable defends democracy.
Oh my god, let's not get into it right now. Not only does Russia have nukes, they have MIRV ICBMs and hypersonic glide vehicles. Yeah, it's why we don't want to go to war with them. EC90 for £5 says Britain officially entered recession last week. How do I know? My company made nearly 10% of the staff redundant. Not me though, not yet anyway. Jesus. I'm sorry, man. Well, I'm glad you kept your job, hopefully. That'll stay the case. Yeah, Maria Trillo for 2 says, a problem with stupid people is they're overachievers.
Bullshit, I'm dumb as fuck and I haven't done shit.
Yeah, no, you're not. Jonas Ribeiro for 20 Swedish kronas says, thoughts on Baron? Reckon he can do great good. I reckon Baron is some sort of Jotun.
Lisan al-Gaib!
He's Lisan al-Gaib, yes. He will come to lead the Fremen.
It must be hard to learn to drive on a fucking giant worm.
Oh, now that you've brought it up, I have to. Wait, now I have to. Yeah, there was Shia
Lud. Good people of Arrakis, it's me, Shia Lud, your beloved sandworm of the desert. Many people are saying Paul Atreides, little Paul Atreides. I call him Pesky Paul. He's Al-Mahdi. People are calling him Lisan al-Gaib. Pesky Paul's calling himself Muad'Dib. He said, Muad'Dib, I'm a little desert mouse. Just a humble little desert mouse. And he is very tiny, I saw him. I could crush him easily. Folks, you can't trust Pesky Paul. He's got the Bene Gesserit. Nasty women, those Bene Gesserit trying to control the outcome of events. He's going around the desert. He's going to the south of the southern border. He's bringing up religious fanatics from the south. He's trying to wage a holy war in the whole universe. Now the Harkonnens, we don't like the Harkonnens, folks. They're terrible. They're terrible. They gave us a bad deal, but I can get a better deal from the Harkonnens. What can I say? They want our spice. It's the most precious substance in the universe. We're going to get a better deal. We're going to make Arrakis great again. It's going to be an amazing time. We're going to have paradise here in Arrakis, not because of Pesky Paul, but because of your old friend Shia Lud.
Oh yes, enlightened centrist populist Shia
Lud.
This is now the only thing I know about the Dune universe.
That's perfect. Good introduction.
Reading it correctly.
Yeah.
Still got to be better than fucking like Chapter House of Dune.
Yeah. MO's Currency has been a member for 2 months, says, free speech for friends and crush all opponents. Nobody believes in free speech and all cultures have blasphemy laws.
Spoon, did you write this?
No, but it sounds like something I would say.
But it's right.
It does sound like something you would
correct,
say,
yeah,
and I
this is on
respectfully
track.
disagree.
There's no any society that believes in absolute free speech is one that's going to collapse pretty quickly. And by absolute,
I don't think we're arguing over the over whether free speech includes CP. We're arguing about
you know
more...
what I mean, where it starts to where it gets, or when you're making threats. These are the there are limits, but understand when people talk about free speech, there are limits on free speech. And as a libertarian, I don't like that, but it's true. Cultures must have limits.
I think the conflation of having absolute ability to speak one's mind and diddling kids and conflating them is perhaps the most pernicious fucking problem.
This is why,
agreed,
Bill. This is why I always use the term free expression, because it's a lot less muddy.
We wouldn't have this if the pornographer. But the only reason we have this whole conflation is because pornographers use the First Amendment to get around the old bans on pornography.
Don't get me wrong. Free expression is still muddy because it's a very, very difficult subject to be precise about.
Well, because there are obvious limits. You don't yell fire in a crowded movie theater. Oh, absolutely.
The whole world is power politics.
uses
Violence
the
is the ultimate
phrase-
authority from which all authority is derived. But
Yes,
within
correct.
nations, we set up arbitrary rules. Like in any game, we set up arbitrary rules. And those arbitrary rules within a nation should always be upheld, much like those in the Constitution. Writing them down doesn't make them true. Enforcing them does. So we must always enforce, above almost everything else, free expression. The closer we get to enforcing it, with the reasonable exceptions that we can discuss, but the closer we get to enforcing it, the more stable our nations will be.
Everyone that I know uses the phrase free expression is a fag.
Okay.
Well, you
It's not
probably think
exactly
I'm a
good
fag, so that
counterargument.
doesn't really help.
No, I don't think you're a
Okay.
fag for that.
No, not for that. Oh, maybe it's for the fact that I'm living with a woman. Does that make me a fag?
Women do suck dicks. That's gay.
True. Okay. He makes a point.
To be fair, Spoon, you and I are both in a long-term relationship with a woman, aren't we?
No.
Oh, that's interesting. Call me a fag
Oh
again.
my god, okay. I'm and Hasselhopper for wait, I'm sorry. Hasselhopper for 10
it's the Pathfinder game all over again.
I'm just kidding, Spoon. I'm just kidding.
It's fine, man. Don't worry about it.
First poll says it doesn't say Ukraine should receive more war money. It says current support will not prevent Russia win. It presumes people want more war money to Ukraine and not other solutions to resolve the conflict.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah.
Actually.
I mean, I think most
If
people
you challenged
aren't
Russia to
sane.
an actual martial arts tournament for Donbass, they'd 100% go for it because they're insanely proud about their martial prowess.
And they probably win.
Melee. Well, yeah, because they just pump everyone full of steroids.
The last thing the deep state wants is a conclusive conflict. They want it to be completely inconclusive.
No, think about the entirety of the military-industrial complex funding funneled into steroiding up Sam Hyde. By the end of the first week, you'd have a fucking robot body. It'd be great.
Liberty Prime.
Oh god, yeah. Dr. Thunder for 2, and that's awesome. My friend Nick in college, his Steam name was Dr. Thunder. Deb is the gay. True. Gary Thomas for 10 says, hey, terrific trio/guest. Glad to see Aiden is still on the side of creation. Free Chauvin. Blacks will riot over anything, excuse me. And, well, both are true. And speaking of Baron, what are the chances he's actually a time traveler? I'd say pretty good that he's a time traveler. He's already a giant. Wendigoon is of giants.
Are we suggesting that he's just Pelennor Whitestrake in disguise?
Oh, I hope so.
That would be
awesome. We will watch Baron's career with great interest, but he might end up not being a great future American emperor. Just remember, it's possible he won't.
Right.
Yeah. It's most likely he'll just kind of fade into the background.
It is a cool idea, but
it is a cool idea.
It's probably not going to happen.
How about this? How about we make sure that he gets the best possible upbringing, which I think he's pretty much got in terms of politics, and then just put him in charge of some micronation, see how he does. It's like a test run. Let him run somewhere in Micronesia for a while.
How about you put him in charge of Florida for a while?
Well, that'd be great. It would piss off fucking Ron DeSantis, which would be an extra bonus for Trump.
I do realize, I think in the wake of some shady shit recently, some of his officials have gone after Andrew Tate for no reason, and I was told it's because Trump chose Byron Donalds over his wife, and she took it personally, because his wife is incredibly politically ambitious. Which I'm likely to believe, actually.
we might disagree on the Tate thing.
I meant more his wife is politically ambitious.
Okay. All right.
I don't think it's anything to do with Tate specifically. I think it's just that Tate is a no name, and it was a easy brand gimmick for his wife to go at.
Well, there's certainly a lot of conservatives who have welcomed Tate with open arms to come on their shows since he's back in the U.S.
I actually find him an interesting character.
That.
But then again, I'm also a guy. Yes, it actually is a word, considering you just used it.
I mean, it's a word you could use for him, sure. It's not the word I would use.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but
I
sorry, here. Which one of you two is the Tate stan?
No,
that's the one I disagree with. I'm going full tribalism on this, Spoon. You'd approve. Whichever one of you is the most in favor of Tate, you're wrong about everything.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't stand Andrew Tate. He creates pornography. I know the women are all of them. Most of them were adults. I don't know if any of them were underage.
I personally don't care about
and I know that if they're adults, I know they have agency and they can say no. But this guy also promises stuff. He does this lover boy method, where he says, "I'm going to give you all this money," and then they end up in what country?
Allow me to cut to the marrow.
Romania, and basically.
A man has no chin.
Yeah.
Argument over.
That too, but my main conceit is that he is a son of a glowy and therefore almost certainly a glowy himself.
Yeah, that too. I don't trust him.
His dad was he the FBI he was with?
I don't know,
like
but again,
major fucking psycho.
What I need to ask, and I said this earlier, though.
Do you actually trust fucking anyone who has political influence in any capacity?
I don't trust anybody. But
exactly. All of our.
This will be the only thing about Tate. Look, okay, I can tell you whose shows he was on, right? Because I was a little bit. Patrick Bet-David.
He's had him on twice.
He was, Candace Owens, and Hodge twins are the ones that I know of.
Oh yeah, I should
And
watch that one.
I do not like
I
Andrew
like the
Tate.
Hodge twins.
And my question is, what does Andrew Tate represent or say or advocate that you think is important enough that it counterbalances him being a potential sex trafficker?
I've said this
and
before.
pornographer?
I couldn't give a flying crap about any of that. I just listen to someone go, "Is the information you're saying here true? Yes or no?"
That's an interesting role reversal from earlier.
Now, folks, I think if we're going to touch on the Tate situation, we should make it its own concerted thing rather than run this off the cuff.
I don't care if he doesn't want to fight in Ukraine. I just want to hear his arguments. Right, Spoon?
Okay. I can still hear his arguments. I can still hear his arguments.
Yeah.
I just think they're shit.
Okay, but you could also say to Tate, like, not overly interested in taking life advice from a people smuggler and pornographer
Yes,
with
now
no
who's
chin.
taking his life advice?
Well, that's what he does, isn't it?
You're saying that's what he does. He offers life advice.
My problem with Tate is this thing. I don't like Tate as a person. Obviously, the shit he gets up to is despicable. However,
Yes, it's violent.
he just come out with some good points, but it's the same way Nick Fuentes does.
Exactly. Nick Fuentes says some things that are right too.
It just comes across to me. It comes across like mimicry rather than actual stance.
Yes, I can still listen
we're
to someone
never
go,
gonna agree
those
on
things
this,
are
Spoon.
true. Yes, I know, because you have to look at the personality and everything attached to it. I just look at the information and go,
No,
Going-
I don't.
okay.
No, that is not.
We're going
no,
with that.
It's,
So the stances, the differing stances here of the chat is Aiden is going with with integration between person and their stances, whereas we're going with more of a death of the author stance with Spoon. Is that fair to say?
To be clear, I don't even know what his opinions are, but I'm not interested in hearing them because there's all kinds of opinions out there, and he has no chin.
Why? Now I'm the one steel manning, and Uzalu's the one going on physiognomy. What the fuck is going on?
I'm willing to steel man him. I just haven't heard his opinions, and so until that point, why would I bother hearing them if he has no chin?
This is a fucking opposite day conversation, isn't it? Jesus wept.
as Di brings up then in the chat, Spoon. So you don't have a problem with him being a human trafficker, with him creating pornography that is one of the great or beating a woman.
Spoon is a misogynist.
Do not fucking
I'm a
guess.
misogynist too.
I do not give a flying shit what the fuck you do outside of the interview that I'm looking at you. I can look at speeches of Hitler and agree. I can look at some things that Mussolini said that I happen to agree with. It doesn't mean I have to agree with everything they fucking do. Is what you're saying true, yes or no? If the answer is no, then piss off. If it is agreement, I will agree. Simple as that.
We've bullied Spoon into taking a reasonable position.
Mussolini's the opposite problem. He's got too much chin.
I think that there are.
Fuck's sakes.
It's fine to listen to other people's ideas, but I don't like Andrew Tate, and I don't actually know what he's said. And I'm asking you, what has he said that you find so profound?
I thought he had a good take on the whole Israeli conflict when it first broke out. As a matter of fact, Aiden, we actually featured it on this fucking channel.
We probably did.
Yes.
Before I found out he was a sex
if we're going to tackle this one, we can make it its own special episode rather than like trying to deal with it at the end.
Okay, so hold on a second. So you can agree that he did say something worthwhile despite all the shit he's been accused of. Yes.
I never said I never once said that he doesn't say things that are potentially correct or true. I'm saying he's a terrible fucking messenger, and I don't want to listen to what a sex trafficker, pornographer, and a man who beats women, which is pussy shit, has to say about anything, because I can hear his opinions from other people, okay? There are plenty of people who have based opinions on Israel, and I can go listen to them.
Okay, good for you.
Despite my memeing, Spoon is completely correct.
Thank you.
But Tate's also, from what it sounds like, because I don't know much about him, what it sounds like, he's a cunt of a man, and you should factor that in when considering his life advice.
Yep.
But for intellectual statements, no source is beyond reproach.
And
most of what Tate does is life advice.
His actions do have the opportunity to damage the stances that he takes. Even if what he says is the gospel truth,
this is true too.
His actions can cause irreparable harm to that stance by association.
Now, I'm not all on board with optics cuckery. I am not on board with total optics cuckery. Whatever. This is okay.
I'm mostly just trying to diffuse this autism.
Okay, let's just move on.
Man,
anyway,
I fucking love Farage. What?
I'm trying to get to it, but
I refuse to take seriously anyone who drinks at the Albion Inn by choice. Fucking.
I don't know.
Only
anything
wankers
about
drink
that.
at the Albion.
Bill, you go off, King, but I don't know anything about that.
He wrote the UKIP
Farage-
manifesto here on Guernsey in the Albion House. Which
The,
is
the Albion it's a very old pub. Isn't it? It's supposed to be the closest pub in the world to a church.
Yeah, one of the gargoyles in Town Church is like literally like 2 inches away from. I think it's actually touching the Albion House gutters.
I think everyone that he's deleted from his party is just going to become one of those gargoyles.
Fucking hope not. It's gonna get real crowded real fast, and I'm pretty sure we have to pay to get those cleaned.
Okay. I want to get at that. I have to finish up this little segment with the Trump shit involving his speech, because this is the part that Spoon sent me. The one part from the speech I wanted to cover because it's interesting, and I actually had the same clip, so we were of the same mind. Spoon.
Again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements.
Yeah, just to be clear about what he's talking about there too, is that they had a bunch of these gay little signs, basically because they really wanted to interrupt, but I think they were put in their place that you can't. Oh, this one was hilarious. Yeah, hold signs saying "This is not normal."
Yeah, I covered this on my last stream.
So funny. And then
With you keep watching
yoink.
as well.
Oh yeah, it's.
Yeah. We'll watch this guy on the left here.
Yeah.
Just behind Trump on the left.
Yep. Yeah.
Watch him. Watch him.
And
yoink! And truck.
Get fucked. I was assaulted. Yeah, whatever.
Kind of, but who fucking cares? So minor.
Who cares? It's your little.
Yeah.
Also, he's got
the funny thing is,
remarkably like Paul Giamatti.
Yeah.
Funny thing is, after that, she just kept standing there, looking at the camera, but with no sign. She was so cocky.
Yeah. Like, look at these. Safe, Medicaid, Musk steals. False. Don't even. They just have it just says false. Just
Fucking Chunky Duncan at the bottom left there had to bring her own whiteboard because they didn't give her a sign.
What's her name? Spoon, do you remember? She's one of the squad.
No, I think Chunky Dumpling is much better. I prefer Bill's name for her.
What was
I call her Chunky Duncan, but Chunky Dumpling's actually more integrating. I'll prefer that.
So let me say the same thing that I did when I saw these guys on my own stream. If you're trying to insult someone and you say something like, "You're an idiot," it's really broad and generic and could apply to anyone. But if you say something really specific, like even if I were to just say "you're a Dutch idiot," then that's more specific, so it's more effective. Now, them just having signs that say false is way less precise than if they were saying false about something in particular. So it's in my opinion, it's basically nothing. Like all they're saying there is we don't like Trump. They're not actually making the point that anything he says is false. For one thing, they'd hold up the sign even if what he says is completely fucking true. So it doesn't matter.
Do you know what's
it doesn't
really
matter that they've got those
That's
signs.
why it's all performative. I do have a joke here, but this was another thing.
No, the reason why this is funny is because this is literally like pro wrestling.
Yeah. I mean,
Sure.
it all is.
Vince is out back laughing.
Yeah.
If you think that one or two, precisely, canned responses are going to be a sufficient answer to an hour and a half long speech,
you're retarded.
then I don't really need to listen to you.
Agreed.
The leftists genuinely believe, like a lot of them, that every single thing a conservative says is a lie. Every single thing.
That's because they're insane.
Yeah, I know, but it's all largely projection. Because they think, because they understand that all politics is power politics better than conservatives do, they also understand that lying gets them power and they don't care if they do it. So projection, yes, but that's what they think Trump must be lying. And again, I go back to, I was rewatching that old Vosh Dankula debate. And that's exactly how Vosh approached Dankula, is that if Dankula says, I'm not a white supremacist, that's because all conservatives lie. And he's just lying about not being a white supremacist. And if you ask him about specific points, whether or not he agrees with the policy, doesn't matter. He'll just lie because that's what conservatives do. So, and that's where these people are. That's why they think wrong, or what was it, false, is just something they can hold up for an hour because everything he says is a lie. But this is, again, these were the Democrat senators, 201, women wearing their little pink jackets, voted against, every single one voted against protecting women and girls in women's and girls' sports from men. Women all sitting here in their little pink jackets to protest Trump as they don't give a fuck about women. When you're
now, this is the thing that no one took from that they really should, is that there is absolutely no point in expending any political energy whatsoever in trying to court these people. Your job when you get power is to say, these are the rules of the game, and I'm going to shove it down your throat and you can fucking choke on it. That is the way the world works.
It's not a great idea to make that reciprocal because it will become the norm. I understand what you're saying. And right now, they kind of deserve it. Right now, they kind of deserve it. But I think a reset down to more civil politics might be a good idea. But I think it's going to happen. What I saw was an interesting comment about the pink, though, is imagine if you know everything you do today about Hitler, and you're one of these people, you wholly and rigidly object to everything he did. You think he's the evil, worst man in the world, and you and your cronies are all transported back to Weimar, to just before Hitler came into power, and you're in the halls of power, and the content of your resistance is not to overthrow him, is not to try and execute him, is not to do anything effective like that. It's just to go in and wear pink. That's your objection. That given the scale of how bad Trump is, the fact that they're just wearing
how they
pink.
describe it, yes. Of how they talk about him.
Exactly.
That he's worse than Hitler. He's giga mega Hitler. You would exactly. And I've said that as well for years. Is that this is all performative shit. If Trump was really as scary as they say, they wouldn't play games with it, but they do. However, I did want to bring this up as a meme because when I saw those signs, it's the exact same energy as this. If
he
you do,
plowed through.
This is the Daryl Brooks trial.
Different people.
I'm gonna get here. When does it start? So this guy is, of course, insane. He's the guy who ran over a bunch of people at the. Where is it? At the Christmas parade. No, it was in
Milwaukee,
Michigan, or Minnesota.
Milwaukee, I think. Waukesha.
Yeah, I think Milwaukee.
Waukesha. Yeah, he's the guy who killed all those people. And this was the same energy. Here it is. This is it. That's it. This is the only video I could find quickly. Is that they cut? Well, at this point he hadn't been moved to another room, I don't think. But he would just sit there and hold up his objection sign. At one point, he built essentially a pillow fort out of boxes with all of his evidence in it. So this is what I got real Daryl Brooks murder objection.
This was the guy who represented himself, wasn't he?
Yes, it was really funny.
Those people who said, "Oh, a man who represents himself as a fool for a client," really were underselling it.
All right, I've got so much shit, but we are going to hopefully stream on Wednesday this week. Now that I'm feeling better with these, so we'll do UK politics, and then that'll be the end. I'm not going to get to
anyway.
All this shit.
Time for me to head off. I think. You enjoy the UK politics section. I'll just tell Moch that you failed on your objective today to talk to me about knowledge.
Now I'm gonna make you suffer a bit first because I wanted to open the UK segment by talking about how much I fucking hate Meghan Markle. I hate her so much. Oh my god, I hate her so much. Oh my god.
What the fuck did she cut that sandwich with? A fucking hammer?
Okay.
How do you fuck up a cucumber sandwich? It's like 4 ingredients, and one of them is fucking cucumber, and you managed to balls that up. You've not laid it correctly either.
Anyone in the UK for fucking despising Americans just because this woman is apparently like the representative of Americans sticking their fucking fingers in.
For those who don't know, I usually do these streams off my tits on edibles, and I'm being completely sober for Lent, so this is going to be hell. So everyone pray for me because I might fucking need it.
All right, but now you're all going to be punished by having to also watch. And this one's particularly offensive to the two monarchists in the call, I'm sure.
Jack in the Box because my mom loves
this is what all royal families
I don't think anyone
do.
in the world knows.
Yeah.
Every time throughout all history. It's an indictment upon monarchy as a concept. Right, guys?
Oh my god.
Because corrupt democracies are about democracy. Never mind.
Here Mindy Kaling is clearly glazing her, being like, "Oh my God, Megan! Nobody in the whole world knows that you like Jack in the Box fast food. You're like a princess or whatever." She's so narcissistic and self-absorbed.
She's a fucking actress.
It's unbelievable. Like
what do you expect?
Even with Mindy glazing her, it's not enough.
The rest of us,
so funny.
The rest of us aren't women.
Mm-hmm.
This is not the kind of content generally that
I said this was a punishment.
Is this a punishment?
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, I'll be right back. Tell me when.
Take me with you.
Nigel's
Take me with you, you bastard.
Here we go. Just you'll see the part that really annoyed me.
Is that Meghan Markle has eaten Jack in the Box
It's
and
so
loves
funny too that you keep saying Meghan Markle. You know I'm Sussex now.
First,
we'll do Jack in her box.
Look at the look on Mindy Kate's face. It's like someone's just stuck a fucking finger up her ass. It's like the look of like
Mindy.
the fucking temerity of this bitch.
Mindy, don't you know it's Sussex? No, it's not.
It's not. It's Windsor, you twat.
Windsor, you fucking. Oh my God.
Like even this mastiff fucking necked goddamn Pajit is just incredulous.
Does she think of Sussex means that's their surname? Honestly, or is she just a bitch?
Is she doing this just to be an asshole? Is that what it is?
Harriet and Charlie's son, good evidence for that.
Now, there's a lot of people claiming that the
that's
tennis
totally
coach
true.
hadn't even been met yet by the time he was conceived. So, but like at the same time, physiognomy really does not lie.
It's so similar.
Yeah.
You have kids and you go, no, I share my name with my children.
Yes.
And that feels so, I didn't know how meaningful it would be to me, but it just means so much to go, this is our family name.
It's not your
is
family
why
name.
These women are why I totally get it, why white supremacists never have girlfriends or wives.
I mean, it is insufferable. But bitch, it's not your family name, and two, one, it's not your family name. Two, it's your title.
Hang on, no, the way
you
she's
gave up
saying
your
it,
titles.
the
You
way
gave up all
she's
your
saying it
titles.
makes me think that she actually did get their name changed to Sussex. Because look at it, this is our family name, our little family name.
By the way,
it's
can I just, but she might mean families in royal family, but can I just say Sussex, best place name, almost. Well, best county name. It's literally Sussex. Dun,
yes.
dun, dun, dun.
Well, it's what made Harry to begin with, so I guess it's topical.
God, yeah. Oh my God.
This bitch is 43 years old, by the way.
Well, now I know, and I love it.
I love it. Yeah.
Back in the box.
Oh my God, it makes me want to kill myself. So that's
Very rehearsed.
yeah. Oh, and that's why I can't even blame anybody for hating Americans with that.
Okay, so she's legally still Meghan Markle, by the way. She's of the she's the
You
Duchess of
got mad at
Sussex
nothing.
of the House of Windsor. And further, well, by the way, everyone's glossing over that she's already been
They give up their
divorced
titles.
once.
I thought they gave up their titles when they moved over that big row they had.
No, they were just stripped of their duties and their
Okay.
privileges.
They
They were
give
not
all the
stripped of the
titles
title, I
then, so,
believe.
okay. Yeah, it should be. So this was.
Oh, has Trump rescued the Chagos Islands thing? That's good. I thought my government was going to fuck that one.
Yeah. I don't know if it's been rescued or not, but this is from.
They were fucking determined to fuck it.
Yes,
But if Trump
yes.
has, again, as I said earlier, I'm quite happy for in this case, a foreign country's leader to boss around my country's leader because their country's leader is good and our country's leader sucks and is looking to be replaced. As it stands, the opposition is already way ahead in the polls. So our people are already in favor of a different leader.
Well, since free speech came up earlier, and we have, all four of us live in around the UK. We're in it, more or less. So let's see if anybody agrees with Starmer's statement here.
What I said, which is that we do have, of course, a special relationship with our friends in the UK and also with some of our European allies, but we also know that there have been infringements on free speech that actually affect not just the British, of course, what the British do in their own country is up to them, but also affect American technology companies and by extension American citizens. So that is something that we'll talk about today at lunch. We've had free speech for a very, very long time.
At lunch.
That was no, you jumped the gun. Hang on, you got to listen to Starmer's objection.
We've had free speech for a very, very long time
in the United Kingdom, and it will last for a very, very long time.
Look at Trump.
Yeah, once you're gone.
The problem we wouldn't want to reach across US citizens, and we don't, and that's absolutely right.
Like that time you attempted to.
Yeah, the problem is that the reason they can say this with a straight face is because they just fucking redefine it. The issue with free speech, exactly as we were discussing earlier, is it is ill-defined. That when we say free expression, it's hard to. You have to acknowledge that there are some reasonable limits on that in some circumstances. So all Starmer has to do is say free speech, but in the back of his mind he's thinking, but no hate speech, which includes all this other stuff, which is speech, which is part of a political sentiment. But if you say it in just the wrong way, like the idea of thinking that brown people shouldn't be in our country, that is a policy position. It is a reasonable thing for a person to think, but it has been drilled into us for around the last 100 years, roughly, I think because of Soviet subversion mostly, that's not an acceptable thing to think, that is the equivalent of hate. It's just
Nigel
an
agreed
axiom.
with it, though.
It's an
Nigel
axiom.
agreed with it.
Well, we'll
What
get
did
to
he
that in a
say?
second. It's an axiom that's been inserted arbitrarily, which is a false axiom. That's why people like Starmer can pretend they're in favor of free expression, can claim, maybe even believing it themselves, that they're in favor of it, because they have a false axiom injected.
But in the reality of it, you have to just, in the reality of it though, the Count Dankula case, in and of itself, just one case, is absolute proof that there is not free speech in the way that pretty much anyone, I think, reasonable person would define
Further
it.
and more importantly,
In the
these
UK.
things. One, take a look around the fucking room. Like, he knows full well something is, and also he said like we wouldn't like try and voice that on Americans when they were legitimately threatening to extradite people from America for shit talking British police on Twitter.
Not just British government was doing that. Starmer himself was doing that. Now, the reason Starmer brought that up is probably because he's trying to imply that America shouldn't be stretching across to the UK and doing it. My position is, yes, they should. These are principles that we claim to hold in common, and Starmer is failing to. Our governments successively have failed to.
And furthermore, recently, it's going into the House of Commons, I believe, to sign into law that white people will be given longer sentences for the exact same crimes than non-white people.
I'll have to look into that. I haven't heard that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I've seen that as well.
Oh, really? Okay.
dropped during
I'm not doubting you, Bill, but if Spoon's also seen it, then it's more like it'd be just more consensus on
Consensus.
it.
Okay. How does my word carry more weight than his? That's horrifying.
That's not what I said. I said
yes,
if
it is.
only
So
Bill had seen it.
Aiden just doesn't listen to me ever. I could be telling her the sky's fucking blue and she wouldn't believe me.
I listen to you all the time.
No, she doesn't. Just complete
Yes,
lie.
I do. You're being mean. So here.
I'm sorry, Bill.
Trump.
I always
Oh,
say
no,
about
I know you're backing me up, man. That's all good.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This is no fair.
It's bro code, Aiden.
I know.
Rules is rules.
It's true. I think I can say this because we've known each other now really for a little while. This is not our first meeting, as you know. He loves his country, and so do I. That's our common.
Oh, Trump. No, he doesn't.
Our common theme.
He's being polite. I doubt Trump even believes this.
Exactly, he's being polite and diplomatic. Yeah.
Which is fair, which is fine.
And at least Starmer's capable of being polite and diplomatic.
Oh yeah.
Which is more than
Starmer
anyone can
is
say for
10 times
Zelensky.
the diplomat Zelensky is, but he's still a right. Yeah.
Here we
He's
go.
still all the things I could say.
Skog linked it to me.
What is it?
The video of them of them putting through the law.
The law.
Oh, here it is. Here we go. Yeah.
By the way, can I just say something? This is my favorite insult somebody said to me ever. Is if Uzalu and Spoon didn't talk like their every syllable was the one ring, they'd be a lot more likable.
We've got to
laconic
to be more
rec.
humble with each other. We've got to learn to be more submissive, like Midnight and Exile in chat here is. We got to maybe we should take his advice fully. Actually commit to it. Actually get pegged while on stream, because that's
and talk like a spaz.
That seemed like it's the same thing. Like he's recommending his lifestyle to us, so we got to do what he's doing and get pegged live on stream. What do you reckon about that, Spoon? Should we give that a try?
So isn't it a beautiful thing to see two men like bond over a mutual foe?
Oh well, I do have a video.
I mean,
that
that's
I
literally
made.
what Dev is for.
Midnight in Exile
the only
has
thing
an
he's
open
good for.
invitation. Has an open invitation to join my server, whether he's being pegged at the time or not, and have a frank conversation with me. Because everyone I talk to, when they're with big balls in chat, they tend to dissolve once I actually talk to them.
I've seen that happen with Chud so many times. People will be freaking out, just going crazy in the chat. And he's like, okay, come in here and debate me. No one comes. But here we go. Okay, now in the UK, it's becoming law that Muslims and minorities are to be given lesser prison sentences than white British people. Just fuck off.
I don't pretend that cutting the court backlog is easy, although it will be quick. But the Secretary of State owes the country a plan and a timetable for when the backlog is actually going to fall. This morning, she was repeatedly asked, but refused to give an answer. So can she tell the country now, when will the court backlog begin to fall? By what date does her department forecast it falling? And why will she not take up the 2,500 additional sitting days offered time and time again by the Lady Chief Justice? And lastly, turning to the new sentencing guidelines that's been published alongside this statement, which will make a custodial sentence less likely for, and I quote, ethnic minorities, cultural minorities, and faith minority communities. Why is the Justice Secretary enshrining this double standard? This two-tier approach to sentencing?
Two-tier care.
This is an inversion of the rule of law. We on this side of the House
this is absolutely
believe
disgusting.
in equality under the law. Why doesn't
that's bullshit too, but come on, at least they tried.
Equality in the law, absolutely.
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to say something very, very controversial here. I think that, ethnic minorities, cultural, all these minorities, they should have shorter sentences. 20 minutes and 12 feet of fucking rope.
So this was a... Oh, let's finish the Trump thing, sorry. Yeah, there we go.
We also have two countries that have gotten along for the longest period of time.
There were some rough points toward the start.
Each side. And we have good. France and Australia, we have a lot of good ones. But we've had a long-time relationship, a long time, hundreds of years. And we like each other, frankly, and we like each other's country, and we love our country. And I think that's our common thread.
I just wanted to point out that this is what Trump said about Starmer after their meeting where they disagreed. But this is where things were before the Zelensky interview. Trump's still being being very polite and positive about Starmer there. Yeah.
I think that comment at the top from Sargon is pretty accurate.
Yeah. Trump is trying to bring Starmer over to the great man position. It's admirable to give him an off-ramp from being an evil bureaucratic tyrant, but Starmer's not capable of taking it. Yeah, just here again, Trump's offering the olive branch, refusing to take it.
I used to have a much easier time unambiguously agreeing with Sargon, but a little disappointing what happened with him, for some reason blacklisting me and never telling me why. So I'm not quite sure what's going on. They're not sure how trustworthy he is exactly, but I would like to know. The thing is, Aiden, if it was something like that, he would just say it, and he hasn't. He's hidden it.
I would assume it's the dev thing. I don't know.
Update on everyone's favourite quadroon. Meghan Markle's last name is officially Mountbatten-Windsor.
Okay. Oh my God, she wouldn't even take it, or is it Mountbatten?
Mountbatten-Windsor is it's a double-barreled one, it's a hyphenated one.
Is it? I mean, I'm asking, is one of those hyphens her last name, or her family? What's the
hang
other
on,
one?
let me double check. I know it's Mountbatten-Windsor, but I'm not sure where Mountbatten came from.
Okay, it's got to be something related to. It's not her last name, obviously. I don't know what it is.
Okay, so, it's coming through from Lord Ivor Mountbatten, which is the technical branch that the Windsors are from is Mountbatten-Windsor.
Okay, that makes sense.
And Lord Ivor specifically came out of the woodwork to shit talk her for getting it wrong.
Base.
So your name wrong.
A big thing that was news in the UK was that Trump insulted the UK by calling it a small random country. That's not what happened though, and I've got the full context, but we'll see. But it also wasn't referred. We'll watch it.
How bloody.
Yeah, it's better to watch it. Let's first watch the reactions from the media, and then we'll see the clip itself. Okay?
How bloody dare you say that
when
636 British military personnel lost their lives in wars alongside your military personnel? How dare you say that?
Hold on a second.
What supposedly...
Why did he give such a low number?
I don't know.
That's an undershot,
They give a very low
surely.
number. Yeah.
Yeah,
it
I mean,
has to.
if that's just like in the last 20 years, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah. What?
Even then,
I
that's a
heard that
low
number and it just
number.
kind of. Yeah, I heard that number and it kind of rolled past me. But that is what?
We've lost more.
I've seen talking about like what?
America
I've
lost more
seen this
troops
guy
than that
talking
from
before.
aircraft accidents.
I don't know much about him, except that he seems to be a colossal faggot with an ego about 6 times the size it deserves to be.
Nick Ferrari.
It's like if a prostate were a person, a not particularly healthy one.
I get being a tough interviewer, which I've seen him be, but a lot of his questions aren't very good. It's like, you hear about people who are ultra-nationalist even when the state isn't. They have to defend their nation no matter what it's doing. If someone were to criticize the country's actions, he'd be like, no, they're great. If someone was to criticize Starmer, he might agree. It's a very strange mix here.
Mm.
What exactly did Trump say to induce this?
We'll get to it.
J.D. Vance said it.
Oh.
It wasn't Trump.
I thought we'd seen some dumb US vice presidents. It was famously said of Gerald Ford he couldn't walk and chew gum at the same time.
And yes, it was Vance, but it has been ascribed to Trump. And well, I get that. When your vice president speaks, it should,
I love how this guy, I'm guessing he didn't say all this stuff about Biden?
Of course not.
No.
The lowest IQ US
Remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
Dan Quayle was mocked for not being able to spell potato. But by God,
It's 'cause he
they've
looks
scraped
like
the
one.
bottom of the barrel with this one, haven't they?
By the way, do you know how Dan Quayle misspelled potato? I think he put an E at the end of it.
But that's normal spelling for some nations.
Yeah.
That's
It's a
what
regional spelling.
country is that the normal spelling? Perhaps. Just an interesting thing. If that is, I believe that was it. Dan Quayle was a long time ago, but well before
Yeah, Dan
mine.
Quayle was it Bush Senior?
Yeah, I think so. I can't remember. So Kemi, who I used to be pro Kemi. I liked her at first. She's
a black woman.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now I now know I'm not at all.
You've
happy with Kemi.
surrounded yourself with people. You've surrounded yourself with people that know you too well, Aiden.
I know.
Oh, Kemi, you mean leader of Britain's third party?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, 3/5 of a party.
I mean, I can't believe she's the leader. I mean, that's why her opinion matters now, because she's the leader of the Tories. Oh.
Actually, calling the old zero-seaters a 3/5 of party is too generous.
So again, J.D. Vance said something caused quite a lot of outrage.
Suggesting that Britain is just some random country that hasn't fought a war for 30 or 40 years. This was in the context of
I mean,
Islam's proposals.
Not a defensive war, no. Neither have anyone in the West.
No. I mean, it's all,
Serbia.
Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, Eastern Europe's got a lot of stuff. But
Balkan states have had a rough time of it.
But yeah, no one in the West has fought a war, like in terms of on their soil or protecting their soil. The US and the UK have sent a bunch of troops to the Middle East.
I wonder, why would it be that Serbia had to fight a defensive war? Could it be because Bill Clinton was blackmailed into bombing them back to the Stone Age because Hillary Clinton refused to have sex with him, and that is legitimately the reason why the Serbian-Kosovo conflict got the Yanks involved? It was Hillary Clinton's pet project.
Right. Here's the context, okay? So again, it wasn't Trump, even though they were acting like it was Trump, but it was Vance. But here's what he said that was so reprehensible. And here it is.
Quote, their voices of solidarity this weekend because it's Lindsey Graham, who's been very supportive of Ukraine in this conflict. I mean, he was livid.
Yes.
And he said, if they want to now defend their own continent, let them go ahead and do it. Good luck to them.
Yeah, and my message to Ukrainians, by the way, to President Zelensky is, when you've lost Lindsey Graham, that means you need to come to the negotiating table and recognize Donald Trump is the only game in town. He's the only person who I think has a meaningful plan to save that country. But, Sean, Sean, here's the problem with the Europeans. And a lot of these guys are our friends, they're our allies. We, of course, the president has a great relationship with a lot of European heads of state, and so do I, but they need to be realistic. And the craziest part about this, Sean, is that sometimes you'll have European heads of state who in public will puff up their chest and say, we're in it with President Zelensky for the next 10 years. And then in private, they'll pick up the phone and say, this can't go on forever. He has to come to the negotiating table. So I honestly don't care what the Europeans say in public. What I care is what they say in private, and what they need to be saying to President Zelensky is, this can't go on forever. The bloodshed, the killing, the economic devastation, it's making everyone worse off. The only pathway, I think, back to peace and prosperity is what the president is trying to accomplish.
And now we look back in time and we see Joe Biden was beginning to understand that the patience of the American people.
Where was the random country part? I know that I looked at it in the.
It might be coming up. Might be coming up.
Yeah, let me just make sure I got it.
Let him cook.
Okay.
Running thin.
That's right.
Hundreds of billions of dollars. We're a nation with nearly 40 trillion in debt. I mean, it's too much.
Well, Sean, this is an important point, though, because I was a United States Senator for the last 2 years of the Biden administration. I got elected in 2022.
I think you like this job better?
I think I like this job a lot better. I certainly like.
Actually start here, so I will just go to it. Okay. Here we go.
If you want to actually ensure that Vladimir Putin does not invade Ukraine again, the very best security guarantee is to give Americans economic upside in the future of Ukraine.
Exactly.
That is a way better security guarantee than 20,000 troops from some random country that hasn't fought a war in 30 or 40 years.
So that was the preface through it. He said European countries, some random country that hasn't fought a war in 30 years. Where the fuck did he say England or the UK?
Hey,
he was talking about UK back here for a little bit.
Here's the two ways that I can make what he said make sense. One is if the number is the same as what Starmer promised. I can't remember if it is. And two is if this was said right after Starmer announced offering troops.
No, I don't think so. I think this was right after the Zelensky thing. No, it says March 4th. Is that right? I don't even... Maybe Starmer had come out. I'm not sure about this. 5 days ago. When did Starmer...
Well, I'm not... Let's again try and cut to the marrow here.
Let me get the dates.
Keir Starmer and the other crony fucking politicians in England have diminished the UK where a random country is being fucking generous. It's a fucking holding cell for the planet.
Okay, so Starmer did come out with his troops on the ground promise days before this. So that this was after, if the dates are right. In which case, but it wasn't just Starmer. It was a whole bunch of European leaders were on Twitter talking about how much they support Zelensky. And they're going to, provide this support.
Yeah, but the boots on the ground thing was specifically the UK.
I don't see,
to be fair,
in this where JD Vance singled out the UK.
It certainly could be inferred that he meant the UK. I don't know, though. I'm not trying to come down on the other side of that. But the boots on the ground thing that Starmer said, again, steel manning Starmer, he was talking about not for military purposes. I think he was talking about, or not for actively going to war. I think he was talking about for purely defending Ukraine after peace is like to literally enforce America's
Let's
peace.
re-listen to
That's
what
he was
has to
talking
say.
about.
Well,
He specifically said that.
Say. Okay. I don't know why you say boots on the ground, and even if he means peacekeeping or whatever, again, Cuban Missile Crisis. Just.
Oh, I'm not saying it would go well or that he means exactly what he says. Just that is what he said.
I don't know if there's anything else that Vance said here of note. But that's the comment. That's the comment. It was some random country. I mean, he kept saying European. He didn't say the UK.
No, he didn't. But in international diplomacy and in statements made to interviewers, when it's internationally relevant, you have to be able to make some inferences. I think it's possible that he was referring to the UK here.
Why would you refer to? Why
Vance is not
to the
dumb
UK
enough
as being part of Europe?
to use. Vance is not. Well, it is in some contexts, but Vance is not dumb enough to use such a pejorative way of referring to the UK. He's probably. I don't think he meant the UK. But I can see why someone might
probably or something,
interpret that he did. It's not completely unreasonable to interpret that he did, because I think this was probably around the time that Starmer said troops.
It was a couple days afterwards. This was 4 days ago.
So I can see why they
Starmer
thought
said
so.
it 3 days before. Well,
I can see why they think so.
I think that was entirely a false narrative created by the British media.
The certainty is the certainty is.
Well,
if Starmer offered,
people were so mad.
If Starmer offered 20,000 troops specifically, then I would say it's a fair inference because he said 20,000.
Here's what he said:
a New Deal, which allows you to use 1.6 billion.
My community is requesting my presence.
Okay. Are you really?
All of them typing Cabal Prevails in chat are basically doing so to request my presence in Cabal.
Okay. Well, we barely got the Starmer, but now you're dipping. So,
I'm stuck between two obligations here. So if you want to talk about the Nigel stuff, let's see if we can get there.
Okay, we'll just do that. We'll go.
I'm not trying to.
Actually, you know
not trying to change your roster, just maybe the order.
No, how about this? Actually, it's getting really late too for me and for Spoon. So let's just end on the Nigel stuff.
Guys, I'll just fuck myself.
We'll cover because there's a lot of stuff we're just not going to get to tonight at all, guys. But we'll be streaming later this week as well, I hope, and we'll get through it then. I got a big.
What we could do, Aiden, is I'm a very generous man. I'm willing to come on again to talk about Nigel.
We'll do it right now while I got it up. It's okay. I mean, I think we could do it fairly quickly. So, okay. Oh, can I make fun of Rishi Sunak first really quickly?
Got 20 minutes before midnight.
Always.
Keep that in mind.
I just real quick. I just want, this is important, okay? This is really, you'll appreciate it, Bill. You'll understand.
I'm English. Born here, brought up here. Of course I'm English. Actually, funnily enough, I think.
No, you're not.
I think when we.
Well, of course you're English. You look like you're Ed Miliband in blackface.
You asked about the Tebet test.
And now you can't unsee it, and you never will.
It struck me actually, funnily enough, that this debate it moves well beyond that because it's not enough just to.
Did the interviewer have cancer, Nick Robinson, at some point?
I don't know.
Well, yeah, he's talking to him right now.
Oh,
very good.
He's talking again. Hey.
Very droll and appropriate and apt and true.
Yeah.
But I'm genuinely curious. Did he have cancer? Because he's looking skeletal today compared to what he used to look like.
Maybe he's on the Ozempic.
Ozempic. I was just to say, it's unfortunate. Anytime someone looks skinny now, everyone just goes Ozempic.
He was never fat. I don't know. Yeah.
But it's not enough to just support England at cricket. Yeah, that isn't enough to be English.
Cricket, everyone's favorite homosexual martial art.
I mean, my whole issue with a lot of this shit too is that, I mean, Bill, I've been here for 5 years, nearly 6, or going on 6. Is it?
Yeah, about 6. For sure.
I don't call myself a Gurn.
And
it's
you never
so
will.
Weird. That's so.
You're not a
weird to
Guernseyman
me.
unless your granddad was born here. That's just the rule.
Chat, watch this. Aiden,
Mm-hmm.
rule Britannia.
Not here, it fucking doesn't.
What?
Britannia rules the ways.
Yeah.
Britain,
Yeah.
they shall be slaves.
How's that working out?
What? Okay, caring about a country that I'm, I'm not, I don't live in the UK even, but,
Essentially, the lyrics of that song are like the US
care about the
Constitution in
people.
that they remind us what we must fight for. And we are.
Oh.
We haven't won yet, but we're fighting for it.
I thought I'm going to use a slogan that doesn't really matter.
I want to get through Rishi's thing here because I really just wanted to make fun of him. But so I'm not going to get too into what is it.
I will give Rishi this much. He does have
mean
he does have that quintessential Eton Toff thing down. He's just not very English.
Yeah, he's adopted a couple pieces of English culture, just the worst pieces. That's about it. I do think that I do think that your national allegiance is defined largely by culture, even if race is a factor as well. However, that doesn't mean that just by living in a part of England, in a section of it, that you become English. And Rishi, I don't think that globalism is English. I think globalism is by definition non-English.
Yep.
So anyone that is in favor of global homogenization cannot claim to be of the culture of a particular nation.
It's antithetical.
Okay.
Yep.
How can I put this politely? Rishi Sunak I will say this, apart from the ear rolls, he could be mistaken for someone from like Oxfordshire who was under some kind of gypsy curse because he was racist to someone.
One too many tanning beds.
Yeah, like he could be mistaken from someone who's simultaneously from Oxford and Exeter, like or Essex rather. So,
you mean
he can if you squint and you switch the colours around in Photoshop, you could be forgiven for mistaking him for a local.
He looks like
simultaneously
the
from Oxford
of
and
the
Mumbai.
inferior culture that the British Empire conquered.
Yes, that's what he is.
We'll get to that. So,
also, sort your fucking tie out. You're Prime Minister, for fuck's sake.
What?
It turns out it may.
Oh, it is a bit fucked, isn't it?
Play for England in cricket or football.
I want to see
you still can't be English. You look at the
because you're not.
Yes, this is ridiculous. But if you, how ridiculous that if you play for England's cricket team, you're not English. No, you're not.
Manu Tuilagi
being
is
hired
not
to play
English.
for the cricket team. The qualifications for being English, you know, it's not, well, an English company paid you to play sports for them. That's not what it takes, Rishi, you fucking globalist.
Also, yeah, when you get him in profile, all that Britishness folds away and he ends up looking like Mr. Burns.
Look at that.
Like,
Yeah,
he looks like Mr. Burns.
Oh, he's hunched over like him too. He looks
He's got the prawn back, same as you do.
Burns. Posture check. I know.
Everyone sit up straight, you fucking
Actually, I can't really help it
ne'er-do-wells.
right. Bill, you know for a fact I can't do that so much right now.
Oh, the fucking
Mr. Burns
is
is curry.
He's really Indian.
I'm the one who has to crack your fucking lymph nodes back into place so you can function like a human being. Don't give me the 9 yards.
I just want to finish this.
Mr. Burned Curry.
You can't be English even playing for England, let alone supporting them. So I think I found the whole thing slightly ridiculous.
Of course you do. Because
Of course
you're
you
not
do,
English.
because
But,
you're not English.
Here's what however, when he said that, or all that shit he just said, here's what I heard the entire time.
If I had a sample of their poison. Indian, I am Indian. I am fucking Indian. Please help me. I am a fucking Indian. Please help me. I am fucking Indian. Please help me. Please.
Isn't this like word?
Indian.
Isn't this
Who
word
is this?
for word? This is Sam Hyde.
Who's that?
Please help me.
Sam Hyde. He's also known as Samuel Hyde.
Yeah. Serial killer and mass shooter, the Ghost of Kiev.
Yeah, I've actually,
Ghost of
guys,
Kiev.
you probably
And
won't
also,
believe it,
most
but
importantly, the man who,
I've never heard his voice except in that meme where he's shouting on the wrestling ring or whatever.
Yeah, that's funny.
Hassan Piker! And I do have so much Hassan news. I don't have time to get this. Hassan Destiny Denim Slop Tent. I'm not even going to touch the slop tonight.
You should be better than this.
Anyway, that's it.
Please, you must.
Sad, please. I am Indian. Help me, please.
If I recall correctly, isn't this like word for word the thing that Jersh sent to Twitter to get his shit unbanned?
So, this actually makes it way funnier. Okay, so Josh / aka Null, the owner of Kiwi Farms, had been banned from Twitter for years, I think, and he had made a habit of when he was doing his streams every week, he would write an appeal to Twitter asking them to unban his account. And so he did it, and he did it live in front of the chat, so everybody saw it, of course. And he tried every tactic. He tried being aggressive and angry with them. He tried explaining things logically. He tried begging. The thing that got him unbanned from Twitter, I kid you not, is doing this in all caps.
Help me.
Just...
Sir, please, I am fucking Indian. Please help me, sir. I'm Indian. Please.
It's like word for word this.
I'm Indian, sir. Please.
Word for word this.
I'm Indian. Please help me, sir. Fuck, I'm Indian. Please help me, sir. Fuck.
And that worked.
And that got him unbanned from Twitter. Please, sir.
I'm reminded of like it's inside baseball that is very finest, but I'm reminded of people who like get struggled with a DS version of Zelda for ages, trying to blow out a candle, like trying to put water on the candle to snuff it out, and not try to snuff it with a sword or whatever. And then you kind of lean in on the DS and go and blow into the microphone, and the light just goes out, and you're sat there looking at what is the correct solution, completely incredulous that it worked. Oh. Speaking of incredulity,
Speaking of, let's get to Nige. So, in what we're going to see I think at least is interesting.
Perhaps the most aggressive glaze job this side of fucking Krispy Kreme.
Oh yeah, it's glazed hard. It has been thoroughly.
This is not glazing. This is a man somewhere encased in a crystal of pure sugar.
When you mess with Nigel. Oh God.
When you mess with Nigel. The row ripping apart reform, a bitter feud between MP Rupert Lowe and Messianic Farage, spills into the open, bringing the party's honeymoon period to an abrupt end. 5 months ago, Rupert Lowe was one of Nigel Farage's most vociferous champions, variously tweeting in the space of a few weeks in autumn, Nigel is right, Nigel's bang on, well said Nigel, blah blah blah. On Friday, an extraordinary souring of relations between the two men was laid bare for all to see when Reform issued an incendiary public statement outlining allegations of misconduct against its own MP. Lowe, in turn, accused Farage's team of going public with false and malicious allegations against him as a result of, quote, complete inability to accept even the most mild constructive criticism of the Reform leader. He concluded a 570-word statement. We'll look at that. This is our party as much as it is Nigel's, Lowe said. The immediate spark that appeared to have led Reform's attack on Lowe was an interview published on Thursday in which he cast doubt over Farage's ability to serve as a future Prime Minister. Lowe said that it was, quote, too early to know whether Nigel will deliver the goods. What a nothing statement! And then described Reform as a protest party led by the Messiah. Is that... How are you treating him here? Harriet? I'm sorry. Oh, who, Lowe?
No, calling him a Messiah, that's not really an insult.
Well, basically, you treat him like
he's talking about how Farage treats himself.
He's treated.
I have a lot of opinions on this, and a lot of you aren't going to appreciate that I don't just come down solidly on one side. Lowe is right, mostly.
I mean, that's been a
about
theme,
what he says.
So...
Yes. Well, Lowe is right mostly about what he says. I don't know if he said anything that I think is actually wrong. And he's even made the claim that the allegations against him are false. I suspect they are. I don't know if they all are. I suspect most of them are. Here's the best I can do.
Wait, have the allegations
Nigel.
gone beyond... Wait, have you seen any evidence of any of what these allegations are beyond bullying?
There's also the apparent threat of violence against, I think, Zia Yusuf. I don't know if any of those are true. They might be. I suspect that they wouldn't have been used like this if not for other reasons. So the reason this is happening is because and this is not me defending him, but my defense comes afterwards. Nigel is pretty singular. He wants things done his way, and he views any attempt on his power to be a serious threat, probably because it's happened before. So Rupert Lowe, and I think there was that other guy earlier a lot of people liked, who he kind of, Habib, who he ejected from the party, I think because they were sniffing around power a bit too much. Nigel has, it seems, a unique way of doing things, which is pretty singular, pretty monarchistic, you could even say. Now, I don't think this is necessarily advisable, but it's not the worst way to run a party I could think of. It's not terrible, but getting rid of these people like this, I suspect there is more going on behind the scenes that we don't know about. But in principle, what he's doing is wrong, because I think he is lying about them to get rid of them. But in practice, I have to give... In practice, I have to give some defense because Reform, Brexit Party, UKIP rely on Nigel. They are only as popular as they are because Nigel's in them. So him having a power concomitant to that importance does make sense. The party would be almost nothing without him.
If we're talking about practicality, though, by this all going public, Reform has really shot itself. In my opinion, they're claiming that their polling is better than ever, but now that
is a good point. It's perfectly possible that this will hurt their polling. The question is, who are the people going to vote for otherwise? So again, I don't agree in principle with Nigel doing this, but it's not necessarily a principled move. We do have to view it from the context of power politics, and I think when it comes to our own side,
and this was a bad idea.
Maybe, but maybe not. It might be a net positive if he viewed Lowe as a challenger to his power, which he might have been. I think too often our side tends to view things purely in terms of the moral and ethical perspective without thinking about the power politics perspective. We certainly should think about the first one, and most of the time we should think about it. But you can't deny that Nigel has been the main driving force of this party. And for the last 25 years, he's been working on the culture war, and he's the main one that got Brexit done. Other than Tony Blair, he's been the most influential politician in the UK for the last 25 years.
He also seems to destroy every political party he touches.
I don't think that's fair. With UKIP, the only way you could say he destroyed it is by leaving it, which is exactly my point with him actually being the heart of these parties. It destroyed itself after he left because, you know, the structure was bad. But it's because he wasn't there. If he'd been there, they would have had something to centralize around.
Is it not then? Is Lowe not actually correct then in trying to make reform about something other than Nigel Farage?
I think he might actually be, sheerly pragmatically, he might be wrong. Now, I don't think Lowe actually wanted that necessarily, but again, I don't know what was going on behind the scenes. I don't think he was trying to grab power. I think he was trying to make the party more internally democratized, but and Farage may be wrong about this. Farage viewed that as a threat to the power, to the party's success. Again, maybe he was wrong, but from his perspective, if he believed that, I could see why he did this.
Do you think that the way this was handled by Reform has been the correct response?
No, but in terms of getting rid of him, what can you do besides this? Let's say that getting rid of him. Well, let's say that getting rid of him was agreed upon. Let's say that's the axiom. How do you do it? Well, making up some relatively minor false accusations, kicking him out the party, and then not doing anything further. It's probably the way you would, one of the more valid ways you could handle it.
He still has his seat, by the way. So I mean, like,
yeah. So he would be, I guess, an independent MP.
So someone else is going to take it now, or independent.
I guess. I don't know.
Maybe one for Homeland.
Yeah. And this is the thing, I'm not indelibly attached to Reform. I think we absolutely should be voting Reform, even if Nigel keeps fucking around like this, because they're just by far the best option right now.
If Homeland is anything what they claim to be, I do think...
We'll get to that. We'll get to that, Aiden. But like, even if Reform keeps doing this shit for the next 4 years, it's not going to be as bad as the Tories or Labour. So you gotta pick your poison. Nigel is the best poison right now. And I think he's better than a lot of people on the right think he is. Like, they tend to exaggerate the bad parts, but they haven't really listened to the good parts. I think he's better than you think he is.
Supportive of Nigel Farage.
Yes. I am a little concerned about him, but I think he is still by far our best shot. However, if that doesn't work out, it will still be a step in the right direction from the Tories and Labour. And then if it needs to be Homeland or someone else next time, then so be it. If these guys, if Rupert Lowe and Ben Habib are right, that the party should have been more democratized because they could have been a more important part of it, then they'll go and form their own party and they'll beat Nigel. But they probably won't, because Nigel is so fucking good at this. He'll beat them on the popularity ground easily. So if we end up getting a better form of the Conservative Party that actually does most of what it says and isn't globalist, that's not a bad outcome, especially with the US having totally changed their culture, most likely in the next few years, away from globalism, with Trump and probably his successor coming in after that. The UK is likely to follow that culture. I mean, we already are. We've been neck and neck on actually wanting that culture, just the political outcomes have been out of sync a bit. Mm-hmm. So it's likely that that'll be the case. It's likely that even the Conservative Party right now, if the Conservative Party were in power, they'd be better than they were 5 years ago because Trump rather than Biden.
I think we're actually our concern here is like we might be staring down the barrel of some real big fucking changes if Ireland is a litmus test, because Ireland is on the verge of a full ball fucking throwdown over there, from what I've been told from people who are on the ground there. And
we can bring
that's the case. What we want to avoid is having our alternative party be just a bunch of toadies for someone with very questionable morals.
Well, if we've all agreed all politics is power politics. So in my opinion, this making this decision to do this, to publicly have him lose the whip, to kick him out of the party, this is all very public, to say it's about these women who he bullied and about supposedly making some insensitive or racist comment or whatever. You've just, whatever the reason, whatever the intent, for a lot of people, and I'm seeing a lot of it, this takes the wind out of Reform. And with how
Farage and Reform have been doing a lot of things like that recently. I'm not very happy about it.
I know,
but
and nor am I.
Here's the thing: if
it's like all conservatives always do. They always manage to grasp defeat from the jaws of victory every single time.
There's a tendency, yeah. If what they're doing here makes some of the more strong right-wing supporters lose confidence in them, but probably still vote for them, but then gets like tens of thousands of former Tories to join them, I can totally say why they do it. I'm not saying I like it, but this is the thing. Don't assume that every battle is our last. This is still a step in the right direction.
I don't think it
this
is.
jiggery pokery is end up
Nigel,
the zero seats movement, which was a fucking disaster.
Nigel compared to Labour, I don't mean the story with Lowe, obviously, but Nigel compared to Starmer is a step in the right direction. Absolutely. Now, March has raised a concern
that a step in the right direction from Starmer.
Yes. March has raised a concern that having Nigel in power might breed complacency from the right in the idea that we've won. Fair enough. That might happen. You saw what happened when Boris won. A lot of us maybe got complacent for a while and thought we'd won. But the course of one politician's term is enough to go through that complacency and come out the other side thinking, actually, this isn't so great. So yes, it might happen for a short time, but it's not going to last long enough to thwart our movement. And in that time, as I said earlier, what we have had for the last few decades are politicians that have been actively sabotaging the West, exfiltrating wealth, destroying institutions, destroying culture, all that stuff. If we just have a politician that goes in there, sits there and does nothing, our countries will get better. And they will literally start to heal. And if Farage just does it, goes in there and does a few things right, which is, I think, the minimum that I could expect, the minimum I expect from him to do, is just a few things right, then it'll be a massive improvement from where we are now. Massive improvement.
And speaking to what you just said, and the important thing here, too, is that apparently, from what I've seen, the claim is the bullying, the alleged racism, but or is it this comment, and Farage is apparently livid about. Also, though, Rupert Lowe, immigration is his big deal. What very recently Farage said, well, you can't repatriate these people, essentially. We can't just get rid of them. Sort of what he ran on.
I'm not sure if that's what he meant.
But
so in that
what
statement,
did he mean then? I'll bring it up.
Then what the fuck is all this fucking chicanery?
We'll get to that, right? Because that statement was very controversial, as was another one that he made. The other one I can't defend as much, the fact that you have to appeal to Muslims. I can't defend that as much. But the other one, I think it may have been misinterpreted, because Farage has talked in favor of deportation for years.
Yes, which
I think the thing he said about
to hear him say that.
Yes, but you've got to assume maybe he's not a hypocrite, maybe he means something else. I think what he was saying there is that it is currently an impossibility because we're in the ECHR. Currently impossible because we're in the ECHR. He's been advocating for years to leave it. So if we leave the ECHR under his prime ministership, then it becomes a legal and political possibility to deport. Now, it's also true that a lot of the British people might not be in favor of deportation, perhaps less than the Americans. But I say do it anyway. It's necessary. I think enough are in favor that it'll happen anyway. Farage is perhaps the most popular party now, so it's very likely that it'll happen.
For those unaware, here's what we're talking about with what Farage said.
Hundreds of thousands of people. We simply can't do it. At the moment, it's a political impossibility.
But is it your ambition?
No.
That's pretty clear. Not only is it not feasible, it's not my ambition.
I think there's a bit of context missing there. I'm not saying the context would save it fully, but I would like to see the rest of that.
Yeah, well.
I'm not going to get dragged down the route of mass deportations or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, people are always going to come and go.
The clip here is jumping about a bit. I'm not saying it would save him, but it is jumping about a bit. So I would like to see the full thing.
And it's UKIP. Look, this is just the first link of it that I could find on Google, and it's from it's UKIP on Facebook.
Yeah.
So they obviously clipped it. It's not, they're not trying to hide that. But I have seen the whole thing. I just didn't have it in the.
Oh, UKIP probably hates Nigel.
Oh yeah.
It is notable that he has spoken in favor of deportations and is now speaking against it. So if that is his position, I put it to you, he is still a significantly better option than both Labour and Conservative. And that even if all you have to do is stop the boats coming over and raise merit standards stop benefits going towards recent immigrants, and most of them, or not most of them, but lots of them will clear out on their own.
I agree. Lots of them will clear out on their own, but this idea that you can't deport people, or not, I never had any intention behind that. This is very different from, I'm sorry, the things that Nigel...
I'll throw you down a fucking freebie right now. You issue letters of marque to Guernsey again, we'll go out there and we'll fucking clean house. Not a single fucking boat will cross the fucking channel ever again, including most of the French.
To do that. That can be solved through policy. You don't need letters of marque, though it would be funny.
The policy is just... It would be wondrous for my career. Just let me have this.
The policy is just your asylum application will only be processed in France before arriving here. You cannot be processed in the UK. If you come to the UK before it's been processed, you'll just be sent back to France. That policy on its own. And that's even more harsh than you necessarily need to be. If you just say, if you come over here for an asylum concern, we won't put you up in a hotel. That's all you need to do. Something like that, or we won't give you a bunch of money, something like that, or just turn off the benefits for recent migrants. Any of these policies would make a huge difference.
Some of them who are able to will leave. A lot of them aren't able to because they live entirely on the people who are already here. They live entirely on, they live in council housing, they live entirely on this funded by the state. Then you want them to get out on their own volition. What they instead do is turn to crime, I would imagine, and it wouldn't
crime, or they get stuck in some slave labor wage job, stacked 20 to a room in some flop house sublet from the council, and you end up with an underclass of slave labor, like Dubai uses from India. The exact same shit, or you end up with what we got now, which is Indian drug dealer in cartels that are murdering people in the street.
If they're sorted into an underclass of slave labor, I'm not saying I want that, but technically it is still better than what we have now. I don't think that's the only way it could go.
Have that now.
And what are you going to?
Not quite.
I mean, who's going to enforce this?
The problem now, Bill, is that they're distributed through all the classes.
The issue is that, or even if you go over to this change, if they're just going to come over, they're going to go to ground over there. You need to police the waterways. If you don't, nothing will ever be achieved because it's still a fucking revolving door.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I'm fully in favour of mass deportations. We need to deport at least
10
million.
We need to police the
political impossible.
Oh my God, Facebook is awful.
Okay. In the UK, I probably need to deport at least 10 million. There are estimates that show it might be even more than that. But I think
build
everyone,
a wall around Birmingham.
Everyone that came in since 2000 should be up for deportation. But even the worst estimations I've heard from the right on what Farage is going to do, he is still a better choice than Kemi or Starmer.
I mean, but okay.
And
but he's also absolutely shot. He's also absolutely shot reform in the foot with it. I think
you need to fucking say what like about what he's done wrong. He is still the best option of the parties that have a chance of winning. Now, if Homeland Party or whoever, which I haven't looked into, but I'm sure that they are better. I suspect they're better. People say they are. If they had a realistic shot of winning, even if they were only at 5% of the vote right now, maybe I would just vote for them anyway out of principle. But there's a balance that you've got to strike there. The fact that Farage is currently ahead by so much and is very likely to 0 seats the Conservatives or nearly, take them very, very low, that to me is worth still, despite what Farage has been doing since in the last few months. It's easily worth.
You brought up a good point for why it's not that important, though, in my opinion, which is that you say some people going to this new Homeland Party. How old is Reform?
Like, what, 2-3 years?
I don't know, but Farage,
came together,
which is the main component of Reform, has been in this for 25 years.
But Reform, I'm talking about the Reform Party, considering that this involves another representative or former representative in Reform, Rupert Lowe. And we're talking about not just Farage as the leader of this party, but there's other members as well. You don't just vote. This is like being only obsessed, only who wins the presidency, only who wins the prime ministership, and not any of the local politicians. If Reform went from literally not existing 3-4 years ago to being a major the frontline contender with Labor, which it is right now, then why could Homeland or any other with people.
It certainly could happen.
Why are we settling for less?
It certainly could happen.
Now, because he does this. I mean, in terms of, yes, when he leaves parties, when he messes around with these parties, because he's the king, you know, and not in a true monarchistic sense. Holy shit, Ginger Plumber for 50 Broken Crown memberships. Thank you so much, man.
Whoa, fucking hell.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
It is very possible that Homeland Party will be the next one. That's fine. Like, if the British people choose that, you know, I haven't looked into it. I'm sure that they are fine, as I said. But right now, Nigel's party, the Nigel Party, if you like, is an easily better choice than the other two. They're well ahead in the polls, and I'm sorry, chap. I'm going to be happy about that. You can't stop me. It's not the end. It's not the end game.
Coughing yesterday.
Well, we're not watching.
It's not the end game. Clip. There's still more work to be done. Obviously,
I've got to throw down a hard line here, though. Damn near hard R. Just to keep chasing after the coattails of this wanker, this frog-faced wanker, it's just going to take us further and further down bullshit avenue. We shouldn't have to fucking settle for this bullshit. We should be stepping up to the plate and actually sorting out our politics rather than just chasing tail.
Your righteous anger is not a political party that has 28% of the vote.
These people came from this political party erupted out of fucking nothingness.
Yes.
And let's hope a better one does in the near future, but it hasn't yet. And so for now, I'm going to be happy that Farage is in the lead.
We need to organise.
For now, I'm going to be happy that Farage is in the lead. You don't have to like every racer in the race to be happy that the one you prefer above the others is at the front.
We shouldn't have, but we should just because the other options are thorough ass raping or sucking dick doesn't mean we should settle for the sad hand job in the back alley.
We're not settling. We're not settling.
Yes,
we're
it is.
incrementing. No, we're going upwards from where we were. No, it's not settling. It's not settling implies permanence. It's not permanent. He's the best option right now. So it's better for right now. Later, if a better party comes along, we will quote unquote settle incrementally for the better party as we are now. We just vote for the best one.
This bullshit is how we ended up here to begin with. The zero seats movement shot us in the foot, and we ended up with this dog shit.
What better option was there
I was
that could have
on board
worked?
with zero seats. It
was a fucking disaster. We ended up with the most tyrannical governments in recent memory.
I know.
We handed our arseholes on a silver platter to every Tom, Dick, and Harold.
Funnily enough, I was sort of saying a similar thing back then that Labour's way worse. We shouldn't go for this. But if the election had more time, maybe Nigel could have got ahead of the Conservatives. Either way, that was likely to happen because we've had a tendency in this country to go back and forth between the two parties, Labour and Conservative, to see which one's better. And when we were with the Conservatives, people were always saying they're so bad, anything's better, and I was saying Labour aren't. And then we got Labour, and it turns out, oh, Uzalu, they're worse. Yes, I know that's what I was saying.
Ginger, I'm sorry that
Labour's worse.
I'm sorry, Ginger. I'm sorry your enormously generous donations comes right in the middle of this conversation because it's a bit heavy duty.
Well, no, it's. I disagree. I think if reform was able to spring out of nowhere, then Homeland or some other party can. And whatever it is, I know that Farage is popular, but he's
thing is,
up
Aiden,
a lot, and I don't have faith in him anymore.
Reform didn't spring out of nowhere. Reform didn't spring out of nowhere. They sprung out of Farage. I am giving him loads of credit because he is very good at the political marketing game. I'm not saying it's not a referendum on his character or on his policies.
I'm not sure
he is the
anymore.
reason. Well, he has been either way.
This is the PR disaster.
Among some, yes. I don't know how widespread it is, but I agree it's not good. But he's the reason that reform is so popular.
The only reason I think it's not widespread is because it looks like, inter-party bickering. But I think, the people who pay attention to politics at all, this is a pretty
I'm not disagreeing with
deal.
that. Not disagreeing with that.
And I think, a lot of people who are involved in reform are people who are paying attention to politics. And I think they're not going to like this.
Aiden, I'm not disagreeing with whether this is good or bad. And chat seems to misunderstand this as well. We can talk about the good and bad, and we can talk about the pragmatism of the situation. This has not tanked his poll numbers yet. If it does, so be it. We'll find a better option. But it has not yet tanked his poll numbers. If anything, they've probably stayed stable or might keep going up.
They have
on the ground.
Yes,
Farage is in the lead by a significant, a good enough margin. I'm happy that it's not Kemi or Starmer in the lead. And I think Farage is better than those two. That is my position, Chaz. And that is a completely reasonable position.
Throwing in behind him as president, like, we should... Basically, what I'm suggesting is rather than keep throwing behind him, use this as his position as just a PR jumping off point to get some actually decent people who actually do their fucking job properly into power on the next election.
The only argument for
or waited until you get a chance to utilize the momentum
I
that
reckon
you've been
money
building.
fucking changed.
Well, as I said,
sorry, I got no confidence in that.
It might be that. It might be that. As I said, it's perfectly possible that he's what he sees as defending his power from people that are trying to take it. But
then you should have dealt with it behind the scenes.
Well, it may not have been possible. We don't know how much was going on behind the scenes. But the only argument that I think works against what I'm saying is the argument of we should just vote for the worst party so that people get red-pilled and go for someone better than Nigel.
No one's saying that.
You're not saying that. You're not saying that, but the accelerationists are saying
whoa.
That is the only argument that works against what I'm saying.
If we start backing the accelerationists, we might as well just go with "I am deaf for traitors" and just have at it.
Hang on. To be fair, 0 seats was a form of accelerationism, for sure, and I was in favor of that, but it didn't work out, unfortunately. The way people were hoping it would go. But I was on board with that idea, just to show zero confidence in the Tories.
The reason that happened wasn't because of the accelerationist angle. No offense, but don't give us that much credit.
Confidence. Yeah.
No. The reason it happened is because the election time was short. And that was done to hurt Farage. Because they are so terrified of Farage getting power. If the election period had been 6 months or a year, Farage would have been much closer. He probably would have had at least, 2 times, 10 times as many seats.
I don't think so.
That's kind of inarguable, Aiden. The momentum he had. They deliberately gave it like a 2-month election period so that he would be at a disadvantage.
And if he could just have made it through a couple of years and not done and said a bunch of stupid shit, he would have had far more momentum and something to back it up with in terms of saying, look, here's what we've done. And now this and a lot of the things that he's been saying, selling that. You're right.
Again,
if he had had more time, there would have been more momentum. But there would also be far more momentum and proof and evidence that he's a competent leader if it had been later and not, after serving a term.
I understand, but again, I'm not trying to defend him. I don't. Maybe what he did had no basis. Maybe it wasn't even pragmatic. But we don't know what happened behind the scenes. Maybe money changed hands, as Bill said. Maybe it was that bad. But maybe Lowe was more power hungry behind the scenes than we realize. Both are possible. I've read Lowe's statement, by the way. I don't think I disagree with any of it.
Yeah, he says, actually, why am I reading it? Anyone here with an accent, read it. A non-American accent, read it.
Do it in the English accent.
Oh, absolutely not.
I am disappointed but not surprised. To read reforms untrue and false allegations. Let me be abundantly...
Are we doing that? Do it.
No, I'm keeping this up. It's too annoying. Especially this late. No, I don't want to pull up, mate. This investigation is based on zero credible evidence against me, as has been repeatedly stated by the neutral investigator. None has been provided. I have cooperated and spoken at length with the KC they instructed, at great cost to the party, to investigate a minor staff matter. I have just spoken to the KC. She is dismayed that this statement has been made, and it reiterated that no evidence against me has been sent to her. She stated that this has been issued before the investigation has even started. She is shocked at the process, shocked at the communication from the party, and shocked that no credible evidence has been given, despite her repeated requests. I was sent an initial letter late on Friday afternoon last week, again with no evidence provided, with no prior warning and no attempt to understand the full position. Allegations of physical threats are outrageous and entirely untrue. I have never made any derogatory comments about women or those with disabilities.
Gay.
Gay, homeless, and disabled. This is a lie. These allegations are not even referring to me. I will be seeking legal advice immediately, as you should.
Yeah. Is this the next one?
As I said, I don't disagree with any of this, I don't think. Except for the things I already said, but I don't think they come up really.
I mean, yeah, he's denying it. I think I did.
There's no credible evidence against me.
I expect Lowe has been maligned. And as I said, like in principle, I'm basically completely on your side. But the power politics of the situation, the necessary on the ground practical reality is that this isn't really hurting Nige, and maybe there was more behind the scenes that required him to do this, like for his own power, made him think he did. But if it comes down to it, if Rupert Lowe is really as good as you say he is, let him show that by joining a party that isn't reform, that's insurgent against both the establishment and reform, and can get the numbers and win. And if he does, I have no doubt I'll vote for them. Until then, Nigel is the best we've got. And ladies and gentlemen, I hate to do this, but I'm being called away. My community is baying at the doors for me.
Well, thank you for hanging out with us, even if we disagree on things. I do appreciate the different perspective, as always.
I don't think we disagree on actually all that much, but we can get quite deep into those disagreements, I think.
Sure. It's all good. Anyway, we'll let you go. We're only going to be here for a couple more minutes, if that.
All right.
So, all right. Cheers.
Thank you guys for joining me, and see you again next time. Oh, wait, it's not my stream.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Close. Yeah. You guys are going to miss the dancing gifs from the end of my stream. That sucks. You'll have to come visit my stream for the end music next time. But yeah, thanks for having me, everyone. And remember, cuck.shotfatataku.com.
Right. There you go.
Good night.
Good night. Let's see. Here's the statement from Reform. It is with great regret we feel obligated to disclose that the party received complaints from 2 female employees about serious bullying. So the bullying in the offices of the Member of Parliament of Great Yarmouth, Rupert Lowe. One worked in his parliamentary office, the other in his constituency office. We understand complaints have been made to parliamentary authorities. Oh, bullying? Are you adults?
Considering some of the shit Nigel gets up to on a regular basis.
Evidence was provided to us of workplace bullying, the targeting of female staff who raised concerns, and evidence of derogatory and discriminatory remarks made about women, including reference to perceived disability.
Someone was asked if they're retarded.
Yeah. He said, are you retarded or something? Feel a duty to care for all of our staff. Just threw him under the bus, right? Like those. This is Reform's little statement, right? We feel we have a duty of care to all our staff. Accordingly, we appointed the Independent King's Council to conduct an investigation into the veracity of these complaints. Oh, after you fired him.
With
to date,
no
Mr. Lowe has
due
not
investigation,
given
which he's entitled to under law.
Yeah. In addition to these allegations, a disturbing pattern of behavior, Mr. Lowe has on at least 2 occasions made threats of physical violence against our party chairman, Zia Yusuf. Accordingly, this matter is with the police. And yes, by the way, they did report him to the police.
Yeah, this is just fucking ridiculous. Reform has proved itself to once again be a bunch of wankers who can't do their job properly. And the fact that the Chief Minister walks out and basically admitted, yeah, we're just not going to do what we said our entire platform was based around because it's not convenient to us. Yeah, how about this, Nige? How about you go fuck yourself and actually do your fucking job for a change? Better yet, piss off back to the Albion House with the rest of the wankers.
And interesting that Nigel made that statement we just watched before Facebook freaked out about how he really doesn't care about the deporting. He's not going to deport people. He doesn't really care about it. I mean, I'm
political
sorry,
instrumentalism is a foul fucking spirit that's been coiled around the throat of politics in the UK for ages, and it's dragging down the surrounding regions.
And so we've got 3 things it could be. It's these women, believe all women, who he bullied, and that's why, which is their initial response, because he's been terrible to Zia Yusuf or something. This is the first one, and then it became the messianic language. He was that was a problem too, or was that first? The first problem was. You don't criticize Farage and call him messianic or whatever, because he is messianic. I'm going to show you something really fucking awful. Yes, they are doubling down on messianic
have I
shit.
not suffered enough this evening?
We're almost at the
Apparently
end.
not, no.
But Lowe thinks that it's not about harass or bullying. It's not about him criticizing Farage as being messianic. He thinks it's about immigration. And like I said, given Nigel's recent statements, The suspended MP said he had been warned by the party's leadership, but he had refused to listen and was making no apologies for his comments. In a post on X on Sunday, Mr. Lowe called for 1 million illegal immigrants to be deported, saying Nigel Farage, the reform leader, might not agree with him, but that it was the right thing to do. It comes after
fucking man.
Yep. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that this is really why they got rid of Lowe? Is his strong stance on immigration? Is it because he called Farage messianic? Or is it because of the women he bullied?
I think he drew a line in the sand and said, you have to do your fucking job properly or I'm not sticking around. And they just kicked him out.
I know from his response, he's clearly like, I don't understand. Or like, they've acted totally inappropriately about this.
Reform has here...
What is it, Spoon? Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I have no opinion.
Okay.
Okay, let's make...
Yeah,
so after sitting through Uzalu's rambling for all that long, and also my own, I didn't want to make sure he's got a couple of digs in.
Just want to make sure that we know where reform is. I have no
strong feelings one way or the other.
So leader reform not in favor of mass deportations, not really have a problem apparently with immigration in the way and needing to get rid of so many people who are essentially just leeches on the state and who hate the English.
They're just parasites.
Yeah.
Why should it be acceptable for this once again another party that has been brought forward for a single purpose who don't even want to do their singular purpose? If you've got no reason to be, then don't fucking be. Stop leeching votes from people who want to do their fucking job properly.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are we? Why would this ever be acceptable? And why should anyone put up with it?
Right. Well, speaking of being unacceptable, so we've got from Farage, mass deportation, not his thing. Maybe it's the reason why they got rid of Lowe. Who knows the real reason? It was probably a confluence of things. But here is Tate on Ukraine.
We're all standing up as a nation and as a parliament. We're all standing up for Ukraine. We've given huge support, quite rightly.
Neck yourself.
When I drove a pickup truck full of medical supplies to Ukraine, handed it over to frontline brave soldiers, spoke to the people making the drones, manufacturing the drones, including children. You see firsthand how a whole nation comes together. But equally, when you see the mums in the cemetery weeping over the graves of their sons,
it's awful. No, war is hell.
So you're having you're so strapped from people, you are having small children handle munitions. You realise that sounds like the absolute stuff of horrors, right? You realise it's bad.
It's the quantum state of Ukraine, right?
No, it's not.
They're doing great.
Total war. We're trying to move away from it to World War I.
This is what I mean by quantum state. Going back to what Zelensky said, and you'll see people. Russia is losing. Russia's getting their ass kicked by brave Ukrainians. They're doing fine, totally owning Russia. Putin's terrified, and then also at the same time, there's the they need all these things. They're so worn down. Children are having to do these things because their things are so terrible and they're so awful in Ukraine. Zelensky's telling you, no, actually, it's fine. We're fine.
You might as well be singing "Where there's a whip, there's a way."
But I mean,
this is some fucking.
I've just seen the left do this at the same time. The 3 years this has been going on, Ukraine is always winning, but also they desperately need your support because they're losing. Both things cannot be true. Because of course it makes no sense. It's all a big money laundering operation.
Yeah, and brothers, not just any money laundering operation. A money laundering operation that went into this war with a stockpile of fucking nerve agents that they weren't meant, that no one is meant to have. Were meant to have been destroyed in the 90s. Hell, 80s,
like it was. Well, that was just an oopsie.
And they were boasting about those nerve agents, and you could see the canisters, and they're being trapped.
And the excuse was it wasn't happening. It is happening, and it's a good thing.
And also using flamethrower drones. Pyrotechnics against personnel has been against the Geneva Convention since its inception. It was a specific thing they wanted to avoid.
Yeah.
You realise that actually that support that we have given has enabled, I think, peace discussions to commence. Peace discussions are always difficult. They're always tense, fraught with uncomfortable compromises. And what we learned last week, what we learned last week,
President Trump is looking to pull the rug.
Whatever. Look, that was my point. Is that look.
Warmongering.
That's the leadership of reform. That's Richard Tice and Nigel Farage. What are the conservative?
BNP, there's ones we haven't seen in a while.
So this is called it in 1998.
Treason of the mainstream parties, but also the bogus patriots who come waving their little Union Jacks, but are quite happy to see huge chunks of our homeland becoming outposts of the West Indies and Asia. Let's not be deceived by these bogus patriots with their little Union Jacks and their slogans about no to the EU. Not only...
Called it. Called it.
We won't actually see a
Still
BNP
right.
victory in our lifetime. What a old fucking day.
Sorry. I wanted to end on something positive, though. Just things got a little heated. Two positive things, actually, because, one is HIV positive. One, Johnny Somali, who, if you don't know anything about it, he's a black guy who went to Korea and Japan and causes trouble. He has pleaded guilty to a whole bunch of minor charges in Korea. South Korea.
Not realizing what that means.
Well, now he's going to be, even though I think they're minor crimes.
It was obstruction. A bunch of obstruction.
I think that does make him a felon. And the thing is, there's an additional charge that Legal Mindset found out about, who's been covering the Johnny Somali case extensively.
There is a fifth charge that nobody knew about till stupid Ramsey decided to get drunk and talk shit. He flashed a certain thing across the screen.
You think this shit is a fucking game, nigga?
When he was drunk last night, he flashed this document across the screen. This is a charge, yes, like Mike said, this is a sex crime, which is the deep fake. This is the deep fake.
So what he's talking about here is that this Johnny Somali guy also created deep fakes of Korean and Japanese pop stars and stuff and spread them around. That stuff is not okay in Korea. They have been very on point with keeping their laws up to date on this new technology stuff. And deep fakes are illegal. 10 years in prison, by the way.
For a little bit of context, one, South Korea is obsessed with image. The average person has an esthetician. Secondly, and most importantly, South Korea for the last 15 to 30 years was run by a weirdo cult that was specifically grooming girls into positions of high power, including the Prime Minister of South Korea at the time. And she had to step down when it got found out. They actually admitted to it. So that's the kind of environment that these laws came into. So you can expect them to be fucking vicious.
So here's what Andrew thinks this is that they were intentionally... Well, I'll let him finish. Here.
Crime.
Well, I should talk.
In Jamshil. And yes, fake video distribution. It's a deep fake. This is a deep fake.
Not the image. They're talking about
And
deep fakes.
he literally said, I don't understand this racial slur speak.
They writing this shit in gook language.
And what we found out...
I mean,
pick a side?
He's not wrong. They did, right?
Yeah, I would expect so. They are.
Sorry.
Johnny Somali is so incompetent. He actually kind of loops back around to being funny. It's like that integer overflow with Gandhi.
Right. It's very much. I mean, remember this guy? He's been harassing people outside the deep fake.
He's like a Filthy Frank character that's just escaped.
He was going on the train in Japan and just going Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Hiroshima, Nagasaki. He is a menace. And Asian people, we'll put it this way, Japanese people are too polite and they don't know what to do with your average urban youth. Yeah, sure.
Well,
yes,
what was going to happen was the Yakuza was going to fit him up for concrete shoes. So they had to get him out of the country. They basically had to smuggle him out because the Yakuza were en route to
the
him.
Yakuza, they had a hit on him. If he comes back to Japan,
he got jumped multiple times by low-ranking thugs, and they were sending actual the higher up. They were sending actual enforcers over after him. It was gonna to end up with a I'm not sure who he technically belongs to. But
Somali in
I assume so.
Origin,
but
I presume.
I'm not sure what citizenship he technically is classed under.
He's an American.
But yeah, they would have found out precisely what size comically small coffin they could fit him into after they put him through a wood chipper.
Yeah, and the Koreans, I guess they didn't have the patience that the Japanese did.
And a chance to make the Japanese look like twats. My God, the South Koreans would never give up an opportunity for that.
Just for that reason alone.
This has been referred by the police to the prosecution. If the police send it to the prosecutor, if you go from 2 to 3, on step 3, you have a 90% plus conviction rate. Probably more like 98% conviction rate, which means they will charge you.
Yes.
We're at stage 3 now.
Oops.
We're at stage 3. He just confirmed, he literally told himself that in the Eastern District, there is a 5th charge, which has not been, the prosecutors haven't officially announced it yet, but it's coming. Which means, remember the theory I said, guys? That they're going to hit him with these little obstruction ones, and they're going to trick him into pleading guilty? And then he's going to be screwed because he's a convicted criminal, and then they're going to hit him with deepfakes, which has serious jail time? That just happened. He confirmed it. And he did it because he's a drunk idiot.
In which case, Johnny Somali, pictured here.
I'm going to jail!
Okay, so I'm only going to play this last little thing. I'm not going to play the Starmer thing, just my meme, and then we head end on memes. Starmer cut a gay little promo, for it's time for England to stand up and go fight for Ukraine shit. You know what I mean? Little, oh god, yeah, here it is.
Okay, hang on, pause. That shows how fucking short he is. I didn't realize. Like, Zelensky's like 5'2". That means Starmer's 5'4".
Yeah.
If that. That means he's a fucking manlet.
Oh, manlets.
If we can get manlet Starmer, or something along those lines, let's workshop some shit in the fucking chat. Help me out here, boys. It's late in the day and I'm not high enough to come up with something decent.
Let's we'll see if we can come up with some way to mog Starmer's.
If only we had some kind of variation on this video. That.
Yeah, if only we had a variation on this video. Here was so there is his gay little promo. Mine is gayer.
Oh,
and
no.
This is a perfect way to end the stream, I think.
How about stunted Starmer?
That's quite
Stunted Starmer, there you go. Here we go.
It's called the Lollipop Guild.
This was actually his meeting with Trudeau, not with Starmer, but they were very similar. However, I felt this one was a uniquely passionate sort of handshake. And here it is.
I'm gay. I suck penis every day. Fuck me in the ass until you make me spray. I'm fucking gay. I hope men romantically drop your balls into my mouth. I really love the taste. Yeah, I'm gay.
You're welcome.
Again, it's like the ray gun. It's like the ray gun video. It just synchronizes up so perfectly.
So good. All right, let me get this last. Just as Alpha for 2 says, we have free speech at home energy. Yeah, it certainly was. That's how I got it. Anyway, guys, we went way later than we meant to. I'm glad Uzalu came on, but when it's 4 people, it does make everything take way longer. We'll be back hopefully on Wednesday. Again, provided my health holds up. And yeah, we'll cover the rest of the stuff. Anything else, Spoon? Bill?
No, we're good.
No,
okay, dokie.
All good, G.
See you all soon. Cheers, and good night.
Alla Pashon.